Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The Arena of Valor Asian Games version Honor of Kings event will span a total of 6 days, from June 27 to July 2nd. Out of the 5 regions in Asia, South Asia, and West Asia will merge to form a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete individually. Each region will host its own regional competitions. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The South and West Asia regional competition will pit 3 teams, including Jordan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, against each other in the quest for honor. The call to battle has been sounded. Which team will rise above the rest and embark on the journey to the Asian Games? There is only one way to find out.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia, the gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, team from Jordan will compete in the Arena of Valor Asian Games version event. Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports. Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in South Asia. South Asia is located between the central and southwest parts of the Himalayas and the Indian Ocean. It has an area of around 4.3 million square kilometers and shelters more than 20% of the world's population. The esports industry in South Asia is expanding rapidly, and the region has also held many esports events. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Nepal and Sri Lanka teams will compete in the Arena of Valor Asian Games version event. Nepal, the mountain kingdom, features 8 peaks over 8,000 meters above sea level, thus giving their players the courage to surmount any difficulties in the world. Sri Lanka's Ceylon black tea and gems are remarkable. Their players' performances will be similarly unforgettable. Here's to South Asian players having a great time at the 2022 RDAG Regionals and impressing the rest of Asia with their talents.
The air I bounce, we're heading home. It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. No, we will never
My name is Susank Roy. I am from Nepal. My in-game name is Blocky Leon and I play the role Jungler.
Hi everyone, I'm representing Team Sri Lanka. My name is Kivindu, my IGN is Kiwi and my role is Marksman.
Hello everyone, my name is Ahmed. My in-game name is Tin. I do represent my country Jordan and my main role is Marksman.
Esports is everything to me. It's my happy place and I want to do something for the country through esports.
Even though our team has less experience compared to other teams, where we shine is that we come up with our own strategies. We do not copy other teams.
Yeah, the different thing is that you're representing your country, so you should take it way more seriously and work harder for it.
I think the most competitive team in our region might be Nepal because they have the most experience in this game. But I think we have a plan to try and beat them.
We are looking to compete with Jordan because we don't have any intel on them. They are a wildcard team. We haven't scrimed with them till now, and that is why I think that the match will be very interesting for us and everyone.
I believe we practiced so well this one, so I hope and we should take top 4 this time.
RDAG, Apilasti.
RDAG, Ami Airasam.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from the Galaxy International Convention Center here in Macau, China. This is Road to the Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. I'm your caster for today, Isaac Peña.
Hello guys, I'm Tian Ying for today, your caster.
This
Very
competition
nice
is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Esports Federation. operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, thanks to our prestige sponsor Audi Q4 e-tron strong support to the RDAG tournament. Special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of the RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory. Embrace the thrill of control.
Thank you to the official supporter Omen, New Omen 16 New Journey to Roads to Asian Games 2022. Thank you to official supporter Outoful M6, official gaming chair, partner of the Roads to Asian Games, be your own hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for their support. And at the same time, we would like also to thank to our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video, Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support. So very nice to be here. We have been looking forward to this kind of tournament for a long time.
Yes, it's been a while.
Yes.
It's been a while. We've been really looking forward for this. It's been what, years? A little bit more?
Almost 1 year, yeah, I would say.
Oh my gosh, and finally we are here together with 16 teams from different countries and regions that they're going to be battling in our digital platform, just trying their best to get the best result possible in these 6 days.
So we will have like 4 regional groups in our tournament, and out of 16 teams from the 16 countries and regions, of course. And of course, like out of the 5 regions in Asia, we will have like South Asia and West Asia. They will be merged into one single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete individually.
Yes, exactly. Each region is going to have at least 3 teams, but Southeast Asia, with a total of 7 teams, is going to be the biggest group that we're going to have.
So, to conclude, 16 teams together, but they're going to be confronting each other like within the group. So you're only going to be battling and play against each other teams in your own group. This is one very interesting fact.
Today's matchups, as you can see on the screen, we're first going to start with Team Jordan against Team Sri Lanka. And Team Nepal against Team Jordan right after that.
So being the very first team to kick up one tournament, this kind of experience is super excited.
Oh,
right?
That's got to be like a lot of nerves right now over there in the game, right? Like right now, the players got to be like extremely stressed because just starting the whole thing, right? Like it is already a very big platform. And starting the whole competition, game 1, wow, your fingers are still very stiff, I can imagine.
So let's take a look at the starting lineups. Like, you have been like bump into them in the arena, right?
Yes.
Before everything got started.
Yes,
so
before everything started, I've already just met with the players. I saw some of them in the hotel, and they're really nice people.
Of course.
Yeah, like they're really, really, really nice people. Like from Team Jordan, we're going to have Bawadi, Abdusef, Hagar, and
let's see their opponents. From Sri Lanka, we have Athena, we have Izzy, we have Mars, we have Kizi, and we have Nikki.
Yes, we're going to have these are going to be the first players that they're going to step on our arena, just to see who's going to take the first point, right? How is that going to work?
I mean, we're playing at a BO3 format, so basically we're going to see a maximum number of the game. For one match, for one single competition will be 3. So whoever got the 2 points earlier, then your opponent will be the winner. So 1 point will be awarded to the winner, and 0 points will be given to the whoever got lost.
So the most that we're going to have in one game is going to be 3 games.
Yes.
If the winner of the first one is the same winner as the second one, then there's not going to be a third game, right? And just directly is going to be the winner of this match, and it's going to be taking 1 point. This 1 point is going to be vital because this is going to affect directly their rankings and their seedings in this coming Asian Games.
Yes, so the whole basic and the whole results of the competition we will be witnessing for at least 6 days throughout 1 week. So the result of the competition will determine the final seeding to draw into the 19th Asian Game. So if you really want to bring your entire team, bring honor to have a very wonderful beginning to the 19th Asian Games, you do better perform the best version of you.
Of course. And that's one of the reasons why these 6 days are going to be so important.
Yes.
These 6 days are going to be important because whatever that you do right now is going to affect this historical moment that is coming in just some months ahead of us, right? And then the best performance that you have right now, the better chances you have to have a very good seeding and a very good ranking in the upcoming games.
You know, one more interesting thing is that throughout the whole tournament in 1 year, we always saw those like double robbing BO5, but for today, we're gonna see the BO3 single robbing, which means that you only have one chance to face your enemy, to face your opponent, right?
Yes.
So you have to work on that. You only have one chance to dig into their draft, to dig into their gaming styles. You never got the second chance to trying to fight back.
The big challenge about BO3 is just the fact that the ban and pick part is going to be crucial.
Yep.
Right? It's not that much about the hero pools anymore, but it's just going to be the ban and pick. How you can have the best pick and the best selection of the heroes that you want at the right moment just for that first game.
Yep. So I think our players are ready for today's matchups. Let's see what kind of draft, what kind of composition they have been prepared at working on for the last few days. And yeah, look at their facial expression. I think they're fully relaxed for today's matchups, right?
Oh, come on. I've been doing this for a while, and people smiling and people just acting all relaxed, believe me, that's just a strategy that you tell yourself just to calm down. You're just telling yourself, you know what? Breathe. I have to get this done. And just by smiling and just talking to your friends before the game starts, that's how the players just really get into that mindset.
Now we're looking at the players representing their own teams. From Team Sri Lanka, we have Athena as the top laner, and hopefully that we have a lot of very interesting heroes like included in our version. So yeah, I was really curious about the composition, what kind of like hero groups or like double pairs they will have, and they will like present it to us together.
It's a very important thing for us to just start explaining to all of those of you who are completely new to esports, and for all of you that are new to the game. The composition or the choice of heroes that you have at the beginning of the game is going to define the kind of strategy or the kind of game style that you're going to have throughout the whole game, right? So it's important that not only the synergy between you and your teammates need to be on point, but at the same time, the synergy between the heroes is something important that not only the players but the coaches need to think about.
Of course. So in this time for Arena Valor Asian Games version, we have in total 63 heroes included in our version that they're currently playing. But like we have 5 different roles. We're talking about 3 different lanes, including one more jungle. So we have like confronting lane. So we can speak like firstly confronting lane. We have different types of, we have tanks, we have warriors. They have different amount of the HP initially. So basically you will like simply assume that if you are playing a tank, you will have less money, you will have less gold, but you are supposed to be the frontliner to represent your own teams.
So your job is just to receive the damage from everyone, right?
Like all the damage.
You're the shield. You need to stand at the front and then really receive that damage. So you can create a good option for not only the assassins, but for the archers in the back, right?
You know, however, but if you choose a warrior, like completely different, like completely opposite. So your warrior, you may not stand on the front line. You will hide your vision and trying to get to the backliners. You're more like an assassin, I would say.
So your job would be mostly just to ambush, right? Just to kind of like hide and wait for the right moment, just to use critical damage, come in, and just take down the opponents.
Yeah, that's 2 types from the top laners, right? And speaking of the middle lane, we will have those mages, but mages have different types. We have a very long-range mages who clean the super minions, the minions really quickly, and make the most important thing is to do the rotations. You can either choose to the top side of the map or the bottom side of the map. But the other type will be the assassin. I like that very much. For example, Raz will be very interesting hero.
I predict that we're going to have Raz in every single game during these 6 days.
I think so too.
Because that hero right now under this version is so OP that Raz is going to take the spotlight a lot. One of the things that I really like about mages is just the area of effect. I like a lot mages that have a very big area of effect, and that whenever that they use their abilities, not only are going to target one enemy, but they can target multiple enemies.
Yes, so I think we have like covered a lot of introduction of the hero that might be choice or chosen in our actual game. So speaking aside, let's directly jump into the very first game.
Let's jump into the
to
first
kick
game.
in
We're already in the
our
band
points.
part of our ban and pick, right?
Wow, that's super cool. Like GM Lem together at the same time are banned away.
Those two assassins, those two junglers are really to be afraid of. Like you need to ban them or you need to take them. And Team Sri Lanka just have a very, very, very strong strategy.
Yes.
Very clear. No assassins around here.
Restrict your performance.
Yeah.
You don't need this kind of hero to appear in this one game. And on the other side, speaking of Roz, Roz will be eliminated and taken away from the side of Team Jordan.
So Team Jordan is going to take Roz, is going to take Dong Huang as well.
Yep.
Dong Huang, that is one of the strong
initiation.
supports, right? Strong initiation can completely just focus his damage into one hero and then just take that hero out of the formula early in the game fight.
So after the 6 bans, the very first hero that is going to be picked will be Angela.
Angela,
Interesting.
burst damage. Think
Yep.
about Angela, just about that. Like you need to know exactly where Angela's position is going to be. If you don't know where Angela is, no one is going to be able to move freely through the valley.
Like for me, Angela will have that amount of the damage after he gets to level 4. So very early bursting damage, and one more surprise will be the choice of Sima Yi.
Sima Yi, Angela, and Lian Po. So Sima Yi, this hero, can act as not only a mid laner, but in this strat, is going to be acting completely as a jungler.
I mean, from the very first 3 picks from the Team Sri Lanka, I would say they are planning on getting strategy to play those very early game compositions, right? You can already see the explosive, like very huge amount of the bursting damage from the heroes that they pick. And on the other side, I think Team Jordan are choosing to go to a complete different path. They're choosing Huang Zhong, they're choosing Lu Bu, which are those kind of heroes we will call late game heroes.
Yes.
So their main purpose are completely different.
No, Team Jordan is going to be playing for the late game,
Late
right?
game, yep.
But at the same time, they choose Boiler as their support, right? And we know that one of Boiler's skills can allow teammates just to farm a little bit faster by an extra gold that it can provide.
So the passive from Boiler will be like he will be offering extra gold to the nearest like hero standing side by him. So which means that like Team Jordan is really trying to speed up the whole farming situation for Huang Zhong, trying to get to their best situation at around middle game. But you can see the huge, very good initiation coming from their opponents too. Where's the Lumber? Where's the Lianpo? This kind of 2 tanks, like adding together, they will create a huge AoE damage and it initiates those.
Talking a little bit about the first stages of the game, whenever that we're going to be on the laning phase of it. Lupan number 7 against Huang Zhong. That's going to be the matchup that we're going to have in the farming lane. What can you predict out of that?
I don't know. Let's see from the actual games. But I would say the composition is really interesting, like out of my expectations for these kind of games and teams. Let's see their performance.
All right, let's see. The game is going to start. We can see a rotation, a 2v1 here in the middle lane. Angela is going to try to clean the wave and try to support back on Sima Yi, who's going to start with the blue. We can see an early invasion by
both teams, right?
Yes.
They're trying to make this kind of sneaky moves into the jungle because they clean this kind of buffs and the animals from the jungle really, really fast. Team Sri Lanka is trying to get more in the jungles. Red buff.
Look at that. Lipu is going to spot that and is going to be successful. Team Sri Lanka coming in and taking the red buff out of them.
I think the rotation is really nice. They gather around in their opponent's jungle and trying to steal this red buff away. And let's see
All right,
how
look
Team
at
Jordan
that.
is planning to do.
Abu Yusuf is going to respond to that with coming in for the red buff as well. Sima Yi is not going to be part of this little scrimmage. It's going to be a 4 against 2. Team Sri Lanka is going to be stunned. Mars is going to be stunned. And then Team Jordan is going to take that red buff.
I like this kind of rotation because we can see that like Sri Lanka, the team Jordan, like Lu Bu, have the vision that someone is like trying to steal this red buff away from our jungle. So he immediately tell his teammates. So that's the reason why Team Jordan just suddenly rush into the red buff as well.
Oh, look at that. It's going to be Nikki, the one that is going to be stunned. He used his
Oh.
flash, and it's going to be the first takedown is going to be for Team Sri Lanka.
Wow.
91% of damage taken there by Lumber.
And you can see the initiation, right? So the initiation skills coming from Lumber together with the hero that like Athena is playing,
Yes.
Lianpo will be very huge.
That was really nice movement by Nikki, right? Everyone thought that Nikki was going to fall, but then after that, using his dash, takes a little bit distance. Everyone uses their abilities on him, and at the end of the day, they were at the end victorious.
I think this early game skirmish is shining brightly.
One more time!
Wow,
Look
to
at
Team
that!
Sri Lanka.
We talked about Angela and the pick from Team Sri Lanka. They had a very clear idea. The burst damage, waiting in the bush, using the fireball, the blazing brilliance, completely shredding down the HP bar.
I think like Team Jordan, starting from now on, they have to communicate like faster.
Yes.
So if you lose vision of this Angela or Easy Sima Yi, you need to tell your teammates, or otherwise this Huangjong will be facing a lot of danger.
Right now, Mars is being vital for Team Sri Lanka to have already building a almost 1,000 gold lead in only 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Mars is being vital for Team Sri Lanka.
I think Team Sri Lanka is playing this game really, really well. They have the composition. They know exactly what they need to do. Their early game rotation is extremely good from Angela. We can see Mars like finish the like mid lane really, really fast, and then with no hesitation rush to the bottom lane.
Sure, and we talked at the beginning about how Team Jordan is going to need a lot of time for them to really build up their items, to really try to start getting the goal that they need. And if Team Sri Lanka keep playing at this pace, doesn't look good for Team Jordan.
Again, they meet each other.
Time, JCC comes in, is going to be respawning one more time. Hagar is going to move away, but he's still going to fall. It's going to be a 2-0 trade for Team Sri Lanka.
Look at the ultimate, the abilities. They are just tightly connected with one another.
Yes.
Once Athena finds a chance, knock up the enemy, and Mars will be followed using the ultimate. The bursting damage cannot be that just simply handled for Team Jordan.
Team Jordan needs to walk back and try to replete, because right now, if they keep playing like this, Team Sri Lanka is going to snowball extremely quickly. And by 6 to 7 minutes of the game, if they keep at this pace, bad news are just coming at the future of Team Jordan.
You can see the confidence, right? After they have finished the whole draft, you can see the confidence from Team Sri Lanka. They know exactly what they can do the best in the early game. They choose this kind of composition, and it's working really, really well. So from now on, I think Team Jordan, the best news for them is trying to make sure they know exactly where this Angela is and trying to avoid like step one more closer to your turrets. Wow, another bursting damage.
One more time, Mars comes in with the fireball, stunning down Hagar. And look at that, Nikki keeps just sucking in damage again and again and again.
The user is trying his best to change the kill. Wow.
Rampage is going to be a 1-to-1 trade over there in the jungle for Team Sri Lanka.
This is one very good news for Team Jordan. They finally have their very first takedown.
And that's important for us to know, right? Like the one thing that you need in this game is just to take your first one. You take the first takedown, and then the confidence of your team starts building, starts growing step by step. They need to just use this momentum and see what they can do. They already lost a turret in their farming lane. So they need to start thinking about how to change their strategy.
From now on, we can see that Huangjong, including the spoiler, this pair, they're moving together. This is one good news. But yeah, unfortunately, they have already lost the very first turret on the bottom lane, which means that their movement, their room to make rotation will be highly restricted.
It is important for us to understand that in the moment that you lose a turret, then people need to start sharing gold. And sharing gold is going to slow down the whole team's composition.
Wow.
All the abilities coming down on Bawadi that uses his ultimate to run away, and at the same time takes one person with him. 1-0 trade for them.
Well, this is really cool. Like, it's a 1 versus 5, right? But finally, at the result, they exchanged one more takedowns to to their opponent. That's a good news. Like Team Jordan is finally finding the rhythm. I will understand they are basically, I think they are a little bit nervous at the very first 5 minutes. And right now, after gaining the very first takedown to their entire team, they are starting to building up. They are starting to use Zhou Yu's fire to get more vision.
Use the momentum. Look at that. The Blazing Brilliance comes in one more time, but he's going to respawn. Put on air. One more time. AESF is going to stand up. Jin is going to proc his ultimate. He's going to push back the whole Sri Lanka's team.
So a lot of flashes are being used for this little skirmish because like Team Jordan want to go deeper into the jungle, but it turned out Team Sri Lanka is fully ready, fully prepared for this kind of team fight, I would say.
Of course, did you pay attention to the fact that Team Sri Lanka lost their mid lane turret when they were scrimmaging against Lupu? Not only they lost the person there, but they lost the mid turret, which is critical, is very, very vital in this game.
Because as a mage, we can see the whole rhythm is kind of controlled by Angela's movement, right?
Yeah.
So wherever Angela goes, we can see they are picking up those random skirmish happen on the bottom side of the map, and they really did it. They have like 2 kills over to Jin, over to Huang Zhong.
Yes.
So starting from now on, because they're losing the very first turret in the mid lane, which means that their room for to make rotation will be highly restricted as well. So the river vision, they really need to send someone, the frontliner, maybe Lumber, maybe Lampo, to trying to be responsible for this river vision.
Yes, exactly. Athena's role is going to start becoming a lot more important in this game as well. Look at Athena moving over there to the confronting lane, doing the split push, just pushing in the minion wave.
All right, Kaiser is trying to steal some opportunities, right, to Team Jordan, but unfortunately,
his
no
ultimate was not
up.
enough.
There's no following up damage.
His ultimate was not enough over there, and AESF is going to have to go back to his base.
So
Sri Lanka right now trying to control the behemoth.
Tyrant has been
Takes control of it, and right now they're going to have an attack buff for them. One more time, look at that. But what is so tanky? Everyone just focuses their abilities on him, and Bawadi still is able to escape.
But one good news for Team Jordan is that they have Zhou Yu. So as long as this Zhou Yu stays alive, this mage stays alive, they will have enough ability, I would say, to try to clean the minions. You need the minions. It either be the very like original minions or super minions to take down the turrets. So, like, Hagar really needs to stay alive for the entire game.
Hagar needs to stay there. As long as Hagar is on, at the same time that Jin is on, the high ground is going to be safe.
Yep. Right now, I think both teams need to calm down for a little bit because they're waiting for the 10 minutes, which means that our Overlord and Tyrants are ready.
Yes, exactly. Our Overlord and the Behemoth are going to be enhanced right now, which means that they're going to give you an even better buff. They're going to give you an even better advantage. So these are going to be the key objectives that you're going to start seeing after the 10 minutes.
Oh, they're exchanging the neutral objectives. One Team Jordan have the Overlord on the other side. Team Sri Lanka will have this Behemoth in return.
I like the idea that Team Jordan went for the Overlord in this one. They can have control of the vision just by using the vanguards that they're going to come into the battlefield.
From my perspective, I think both teams really like to engage into team fights, right? So you better use this kind of vanguards to help you clean the ways for you, so you can rush, maybe find a chance to engage into a 5 versus 5, or better, even better, like 5 versus 4. Because someone needs to be sent to trying to clean the wave. For example, Lianpo is trying to clean the wave on the top. This will be the chance for Team Jordan to pick up a skirmish. And right now they're trying to grab the chance.
4v1, Athena is going to be spotted, but Wad is going to be the one that is going to try to engage on him, but Athena is able to escape. AESF over here on the farming lane, one more time trying to push in the wave, but Sima Yi trying to take him in a 1v1.
You know, I really like the idea that Team Jordan is trying to use the vanguards, use the minions to solve the time. It's trying to scale to the late game will, which they will have those kind of very good amount of the damage from Huang Zhong.
Yes, exactly. Team Sri Lanka had the advantage in the early game, but right now, as we're moving into the 12 minutes mark, you start seeing that the scales are kind of like leveling a little bit more and tilting in sometimes the side for Team Jordan.
I think the clock is taken from Team Sri Lanka because they're losing their early game advantages. As the time goes by, it's 12 minutes till now, and Sri Lanka are losing the rhythm because they are facing a dilemma because they have to clean the waves.
Yes.
But if they choose to clean the wave, they're wasting their time.
Yeah, of course. That's why I believe that the choice for Team Jordan to go for the Overlord was correct one.
Yeah.
They did not have to fight Team Sri Lanka as they had the Behemoth's buff. But right now that the Behemoth's buff is already gone, Team Jordan has the complete vision, complete control of the map.
Wow, this is a turning point
Yes.
for the match. Let's see how many turrets like Team Jordan can get to their side.
Oh, Falling God is going to come in. Right now it's going to be Simai, the one that's going to try to target Jin, but Jin is still standing, dealing damage. Athene is going to suck on all of it. No one is going to fall, but look at how healthy Team Jordan is. Taking 2 turrets, the mid lane and the top lane.
Yeah, I think the standing point from Team Jordan is really good because once they receive the signal that Team Sri Lanka want to surround, want to kill Jin, they finally form a basically a circle round, which means that the Willow will have the actual life using the ultimate, trying to provide a healthier environment for Huang Zhong to stay alive. And we're looking at Lu Bu's ultimate, trying to protect Huang Zhong as well.
During the Ban and Pick, we talked about the option of Boiler in this composition. We talked about how Boiler was going to allow Jin in that Huang Zhong just to try to farm a little bit faster, right, to speed up their evolution. But at the same time, as the late game comes in, Boiler's ultimate allows you 1 more life. You can respawn on the spot immediately after your HP bar just go to 0.
I think from now on, Team Sri Lanka is trying their best, trying to figure out what kind of way they can finally get closer to Huang Zhong. This is very important.
Sima Yi is a good option, but not the best in terms of assassins that you could have chosen. Look at that, Jin in a very good position, dealing damage right and left. There's going to be 4 people from Team Sri Lanka that they're going to fall.
Yeah.
No one can get the hold of Jin, and right now it's going to be Lupan number 7, the one that's going to be targeted by 3 people. We've got minions in mid lane, minions down in the bottom lane, and this might be game for Team Jordan.
This will definitely be the end of the game 1 because they will need extra 20 seconds to revive again, but Team Jordan are facing entire minions on the bottom side of the map. Finally, the very first crystal getting taken down.
And this is going to be game for Team Jordan. Congratulations on your first victory. That's going to be 1 point for them in this game, right? Let's wait and see if they can still take the second victory and then just take this as a 2-0.
Because we're playing a BO3.
Yes.
So basically, if you win the very first match of the BO3, you're going to be facing the match point for your team. A very, very good starting point. And not to mention, they're facing a lot of problems in the early game. It's really nice of them that they finally found out the right rhythm, what they should be doing inside the game. So one more thing, I think the very first takedown to their team will be very, very important from Kai.
Yes.
Kaiser, right?
We talked about that, right?
Confidence.
Just a little bit of confidence. Believe it or not, even though these are professional athletes, for everyone that is at home, in the moment that you have the nerves over there, your dexterity is just going to fall. And right now, your fingers are just going to feel so stiff at the beginning of the game. So with some breathing and then just calming down a little bit, they were able just to turn the tables and take this victory.
I think the team fights are good, but the very last one we are seeing Lian Po wanted to initiate so badly, but Lumber is not ready. So their combo chains are not right there, right? So they need to connect with one another closely. We are assumed to see those combo chains of the initiation skills together so that you will be creating, you'll finally have the chance to creating some problems to Huang Zhong. But they're just simply Lian Po going 1 and getting the HP is getting really low and Lumber comes in. You really need to focus 1 more.
The control chains were not dense enough. There were a little bit of time gaps in between the abilities. At the beginning of the game, when we were still in this laning stage of the game, when it came down to just ambushing from the bush, Angela was doing such a great job, right?
course.
And Lumber was coming in as well, and they were able to take down multiple people. But when it came down to the big 5v5 battles, it didn't look like they were really that accurate, as accurate as the early game.
I think like Team Sri Lanka, they're really feeling themselves in the early game. They're making those very efficient like rotation from the mid lane to the farming lane. They're making sure that Huang Zhong is not farming up that well, and they did it. I mean, the very first 5 minutes from Team Sri Lanka, I think it's so good, and they really don't need to change anything. If they choose in the future games, like they'll definitely use this kind of composition again. I think.
Yeah.
I think the very early 5-game arrangements and the rotations are so good, but they really need to focus on what they should be doing in the middle phase of the game. So if you have your hands on the behemoth, Dark Behemoth, for example, you will try to find some chances to engage because you know you're the early and mid-game composition. You need to do the right thing at the right moment.
Like, if you have an advantage in the early game, you cannot just see that advantage just vanish in the mid game.
Yeah.
Like if you have 1,500 advantage in the first 5 minutes of the game, how do you snowball that? That's what the teams need to be thinking about. And if you chose such a strong early game combo, like the Team Sri Lanka just did, try to end the game early.
Of course.
Do not let the game go into the 15, 16 minutes of it, because then your advantage and your strong part of the game just completely vanishes.
You know, in Arena Valor Asian Games version, there's one term we usually say is that it's about like give and take. So if you're definitely going to be facing those vanguards rushing into your turrets. Your opponent is trying to get the Overlord, trying to maximize the and utilize the wave and the super minions. But the fun fact is that you have to give something up and get something in return. If you're facing the kind of wave pressure, my suggestion is you may just give up one wave. Maybe you're losing 1 or 2 turrets, but you can gather around and trying to steal and trying to grab some chances and trying to force into the team fights where you will have like 5 members, but your opponent maybe they'll have only 3 or 4.
It is a strategy game. It is a strategy game. We need to see it as what it is. In order to push somewhere, you need to let go of some other position. So thinking about that, I think that analyzing Team Jordan's composition, even if Team Sri Lanka would have pushed all the way until the high ground, I believe that having Toyu and having Huang Zhong would have defended that high ground so well. So if you analyze Team Jordan from the composition, now looking retrospective to what they did during the game, a very solid performance.
I think it's a strategic decision when it comes to formation. So if normally we will assume that if you want to push a lane, the 1-3-1 formation will be used from your opponent, right? So which means that you will have your ability if you use a 5-0 formation, you hide in the bush somewhere, you hide your vision, and if you see your opponents maybe doing solo, getting the wave, pushing towards your turrets, that will be your chance. And once you find it, you engage in a successful team fights, you will have your time. You will have your, rhythm back.
Yes. Finding your own rhythm. That's something that we're going to be talking about during these 6 days. We're going to have so many different games in these 6 games. And I'm completely sure that we're going to have multiple different strategies coming out from all the different teams, right? From what I just saw in this first game, Team Jordan, Team Sri Lanka, fighters.
Yep.
They just love fighting.
And you know, these 2 teams, Team Jordan and Team Sri Lanka, they definitely have different gaming styles. It's very obvious, from the draft, the very first teams, we can see that Team Sri Lanka love to choose those kind of heroes who will be having those bursting damage initially in the early game. And Team Jordan is playing this more stable. They're choosing the late game insurance heroes, right?
Well, that comes down to what the coaches have been practicing and what their strategy is going to be for these 6 days.
Yeah, this will be the highlights. We can see that in early game, Team Sri Lanka is getting the 7-0 advantages.
It was such a great opening. It was an extremely good opening. I believe that Team Sri Lanka came with a very clear game plan for the first 2-3 minutes. If you see, everything was going well. But in this moment, the Righteous Slam comes in and he's going to be wide. Allows Jin to proc his ultimate and the damage. Look at Jin with complete HP bar. No one could even get a little touch on him.
And let's see the game data. So initially, we're seeing a huge gap between the two teams, but something magically happened in the middle game. So that will be the turning point for Team Jordan. And magically, they use a kind of late game composition, but actually only takes around 15 minutes, 13 minutes to finish the game.
I believe that in 15 minutes when this game, if it would have kept moving forward, it was still going to be for Team Jordan.
All right. Our Audi Super 8 player for this particular match will be Lubu player.
It's going to be Bawadi.
Bawadi.
Mahmoud Bawadi from Team Jordan is going to take that first Audi Super 8 player of our competition. Congratulations to you, Bawadi.
Clinical participation 88%. That's very high, which means that they're performing very good team fights, right?
Yeah, no, and at the same time, when you think about this, with his hero, he was ganked multiple times by 4 or 5 players at the same time, and he was always able to survive.
Remember the skirmish happened on the confronting lane, where the 5 of the opponents are trying to get this takedown onto Lubu, but you use the ultimate, using the flash, magically stay alive, and getting one more takedown.
A lot of their abilities were gone, and they just let their mid lane turret go. If you let your mid lane turret go, that opens the doors to your resources for your opponents. Then you do not have that ability just to protect your lane and have safe passage in between your jungles. No, you just need to let doors open, your opponents come in, and then you start becoming a lot of more passive.
I really appreciate the gaming style from like Bawadi, because like if you rewind for a little bit, you will see that he's using the ultimate from Lubu as a way to absorb the damage, to absorb the upcoming damage. So normally we would just simply assume that Lubu will use the ultimate trying to engage, trying to initiate, but like he's using this kind of like to protect their archer, to make sure that Huang Zhong can do whatever they want to do at the back line of their entire team.
That was really good. Another different way how to use this Lubu. The mechanics of this hero are super interesting. It deals real damage, which in this game, it is something that could be a complete game changer.
Yeah, this is what makes Arena of Valor Asian game version really interesting, is that you do not have a fixed answer for each heroes. You can choose to play at different kind of gaming styles. Like Lubu, you can play as a warrior who is really aggressive. He uses the ultimate trying to initiate all the time. But on the other hand, you can also use this kind of hero to protect your backliners, all according to the draft and the composition you finally formed for your own team.
The heroes allow us just to have different styles of how to use them. But at the same time, it comes down to the players, right? Just their understanding of those heroes. There are several heroes in here that they could be played as tanks. They could be played as junglers. They could actually be played in both of them. Sima is used as an assassin in this composition, but I've seen Sima just being played as a mid laner as well.
Yeah, and I think I still like remember they have their ban places to Xiaohong. So this is another very interesting heroes in our game, because like Xiaohong can be a very solid and very tanky hero as a frontliner, but also you can use Xiaohong as a jungler. It will accelerate early game pace. So yeah, I mean, this is a game about creativity, right? You need to form a better composition for your own team. Each team, 5 players adding together and 1 more coach, you will find yourself like you will have those very good chemistry when using different types of the heroes in the composition. You just need to find the right answer.
And this is Road to Asian Games 2022. You come here, you have 6 days just to learn and to try to get the scrimmages that you need, that practice that is going to polish that is going to polish the team that you're going to be bringing to the Asian Games in Hangzhou this year.
Road to Asian Games 2022. We have in total 6 days to get to know our teams, our players, how they want to perform, what will be their gaming styles and strategy. And from the very first match, I think we have a deeper understanding to Team Jordan, Team Sri Lanka for a little bit. Right?
I want to see the second game.
Me too.
Just to check out if it is going to be, okay, due to their strategy,
Well, they say the
were
same.
so aggressive, or are they able just to show us a little bit more of what they have in there? Maybe a little bit more composure,
Of
maybe
course.
a little bit less pace at the beginning.
Maybe for this game, like Team Sri Lanka will show us a complete opposite gaming styles. Because we have in total 63 heroes, you can come up a lot of combos, a lot of very good compositions for today's match. So yeah, let's see, wait and see. I'm looking forward to what kind of very good drop they're gonna be performing to us.
I always like thinking of the coaches because those are the people that make most of the decisions before the game. If you're a coach, do you want to really show all your tools, all your strats in here? Or do you want to just kind of
I
like
don't think
hide
so.
something?
I don't
there?
think so. You know, you need the coach to prepare the strategy.
Yes.
And for the very first day, we're gonna have 6 days of the matches. You don't want to show everything to the possible opponents, right? If you succeed in this kind of composition, for example, for Team Jordan, you use Huang Zheng, you use the Boiler together to get the very first victory to your team, maybe just stick to the original plan and trying to do whatever you can do in the very first game. And let's see the bans here. A lot of changes are happening right now.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of different heroes are being banned. Team Sri Lanka is going to be banning Zhou, Kaiser, and Lu Bu.
Initiation and S2, a very strong jungler in the jungle, Kaiser. And on the other side, like Team Jordan is choosing to take away Xia Xiaoxiaoden and Donghuang. Donghuang say the same.
That opens options for both sides to get their hands on Lam and Jin, right? If they are able to get on Lam and Jin, that's going to be really nice for them, as these two are the top tier junglers, assassins in this version.
Like the Boiler will stay the same for Team Jordan because they really like the protection provided by the ultimate. It will give extra life to the archer. But like the final ultra choices is quite interesting. Gong Sun Li instead of Huang Zhong.
Gong Sun Li instead of Huang Zhong. That's, again, maybe what they want is just to try different things, right? Like Gong Sun Li compared to Huang Zhong is going to have a lot more mobility.
Of course.
And it's going to allow her just to be able, in the laning stages of the game, you have a little bit more freedom, right? A little bit more independence.
Oh, this is completely different, but let's see. Team Sri Lanka, Lam, Zhang Fei, and Angela. So Zhang Fei, good initiation and good protection to the backline, I would say. And Angela stayed the same, so they really need the bursting damage initially after Angela gets to level 4. And Kali is chosen from the side of Team Jordan. And yeah, this will be a very good mages when it comes to compare the speed of the cleaning of the waves, right? So you have the wave priority, and what really matters is that after the cleaning the wave, what will be the destination you want to go? The top side, the bottom side, really according. We have to find the answers in the actual game.
It allows you a priority in the decision making, right? Like, because after you clean the wave, you're able just to move somewhere else and try to build the numbers game. You can try to build a superiority either in the confronting lane or in the farming lane.
Of course.
I imagine that Hagar is going to be moving a lot to the farming lane, because in the confronting lane, Thane against Bitesy, I would put my money on Thane every single day. Every single day.
Like, Thing is really, really tanky. And in this current meta, he will have those bursting damage using the ultimate. And he also have a lot of skills trying to initiate a very good initiation method from the side of Team Jordan. And they also have the Boiler. But I think the late game damage is not that stable and not that consistent from the side of whoever picks Gong Sun Li, right? Because Gong Sun Li, not like Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong, you can rely on this hero in the late game. Whenever you're facing problem, the only goal for your entire team is that, we will find some chances trying to scale, trying to solve this game to the late game, and we will win because we have a huge AoE damage, we have a huge amount of damage in the late game. But Gong Sun Li does not work in that way. Like Gong Sun Li, you need to perform better during the laning up phases. So the early game and the mid game will be quite essential to Team Jordan.
All right, let's see what Jin can do in this matchup that's going to have against Kiwi on that Sun Shanxiang. Sun Shanxiang and Zhang Fei, a very solid combo that we can see right down there in the bottom lane. Let's see what this game is going to bring. This is going to be our game 2 in between Team Jordan and Team Sri Lanka. Team Sri Lanka that is going to be on the blue side and Team Jordan on the red.
You know, even though like Sri Lanka changes the final decision for the top lane and the support, but they work in the same mechanisms, right? They are both huge initiation heroes like Bai Qi and Zhang Fei. So let's see whether they can do better during the team fight.
I hope so. Look at that. Jin proccing the Anger of the Land immediately. Forces Kiwi under the turret. And that River Sprite is going to go to Team Jordan.
Well, this one good advantage because like the Anger of the Land have a shorter cooldown time comparing with Flash, which will be like 90 seconds, and Flash will be 120 seconds, which means that this Gong Sun Li will still give a lot of stress to Kiwi.
The rotation, look at that. Team Jordan moving down, but Nikki is going to spot them as they were coming on the way. You can see that Team Jordan right now being a little bit more careful with their rotations in the early game. They know already what Mars can do on that Angela.
You know, if like Gong Sun Li had the assistance from Boiler, and one more thing, he is getting to 2 lanes of the minions at the same time, which means that the Gong Sun Li will be extremely wealthy during the middle game.
And right now what they're doing is just sharing the gold. Athena being focus damage from Team Jordan is going to send Athena back to base, and that's going to be the first takedown of the game.
All right. Team Jordan is opening up this game with a very good advantages, I would say.
Rotation down.
Teleportation.
Gets eyes on Nikki that still does not have his ultimate available since he's still level 3. Look at the rotation. It's going to be Vian, Jin, and Hagar, the ones that are going to be moving mid lane to bottom lane to mid lane. The 3 of them together. Very difficult for Mars right now just to engage.
Your Team Sri Lanka really need to stop like Team Jordan to continuously letting this Gong Sun Li have 2 lanes of the gold.
Yes. But how do you do that right now with the composition that right now Team Jordan has? They have an advantage with cleaning the wave that it just gives them complete control of the whole map.
You know, the rotation from Team Jordan is like writing letters on the paper. It's really clear that they're rotating from the top, from the bottom to the mid all the time.
Yes.
So you can try to ambush some members from your team, trying to engage immediately. Maybe they can let Athena to the bottom side of the map and trying to engage.
A rotation in between the two of them.
We're just simply letting your opponents going from the mid to the bottom, getting the gold all the time. Not a very good
Something needs to be done. Look at that. AbuYusef is going to be already in the bush, putting pressure on Mars. Mars spots him, and he decides to move back.
You have to respond.
It's going to join the party over here in the bottom lane.
Team Sri Lanka is trying whatever they can do. And Zhang Fei is getting to level 4, which means that he will have the ultimate, a very good initiation skills from Team Sri Lanka.
But AbuYusef already on level 7 has at least 2 levels difference advantage compared to Kiwi. Kiwi right now needs to be extremely careful. Look at that, 4 people all the way here. Payne has eyes on Mars, and Mars does not have the courage to go into that bush.
Gathering around 5-0 formation. They're not leaving here without a fight.
Oh, look at that. One more time, the Wild Blood comes in. It's not going to be enough to save Kiwi, and now it's going to be Nikki, the one that's going to be receiving fire from left and right. Jin is going to come in. It's going to be the initiation by Bien, but Nikki is going to run away.
Well, this is bad from Team Sri Lanka. They're losing the team fight. They're losing the neutral objective, and right now losing 1 more outer turrets on the bottom side of the map, which means that this Gong Sun Li will be basically everywhere. He will not be restrained on the bottom side. He can go whatever he want to go. To the mid, trying to tear down the turrets. To the top, trying to rotate and trying to assist the Bawadi better. So yeah, this will be a huge question for Team Sri Lanka.
Things start looking a little bit harder and harder as the time passes for Team Sri Lanka. Right now, Team Jordan with full control of the game. They've got already a 3,000 gold advantage in only 5 minutes of the game.
I really think like Team Sri Lanka is playing this game too passively, you know? You need to fight back. You need to find out the perfect like fighting back strategies. You are not just simply letting your opponent take in everything they want, right? They go here, they engage and initiate, and you lose. You go back to your base. It's kind of working. You need to find some opportunity to fight back.
Oh, Abu Yusef is going to force Nikki to use his ultimate, but it's going to be one more takedown for Team Jordan. Nothing that Nikki could have done in there.
You know,
he's going to sacrifice himself just for Kiwi to be able to run away.
If you're facing 3,000 gold deficit, you'd better let Lam to solo take in the wave on the top side, and you let Athena to the frontliners.
Yeah, exactly. Athena's still stuck over there in the confronting lane.
Yeah,
has not been able just to be freed down. Right now, you need to let that turret go. Just let that turret go and then just come and join the team, because things are starting to look already out of control.
Because Lam is those kind of hero he really needs to farm up so fast. So you can let like Lam to farm up in the top side. Doing solo farming up, nobody is gonna like disrupt.
No one is gonna try to take Lam on a 1v1 or a 2v1 right over there, right? Like, because of Lam's passive, like Lam's always gonna have the advantage in there. But you just mentioned Lam needs time, and time is the one thing Team Sri Lanka does not have right now. Look at that, 3 people coming one more time. Athena is going to be stunned. He's going to have to proc his ultimate to run away. He still wants to defend this turret. He's going to be facing 4 members from Team Jordan. The turret is going to fall down. The Sky Splitter is going to be wide. Athena trying his very best to survive, but it's going to be useless as Team Jordan is going to take one more.
Team Sri Lanka still trying to struggle in this game, trying to find out what they can do about this, because Team Jordan's members are everywhere. They're rushing into the bush. They're trying to take the blue and the red both away from Team Sri Lanka.
Stun one more time. Nick is going to be forced to use his ultimate. Jin is in a great position. The Blazing Brilliance comes in, but it's not going to take anyone down. Hagar is going to proc his ult, trying to force Mars against the wall.
Wow. If Team Jordan is facing this kind of very huge, like massive gap of the gold, like this Kali, the ultimate from Kali will be very hard to counter from Team Sri Lanka, because that ultimate it will be a very long range ability, so you cannot just simply get in touch with Kali that easily in this kind of game.
And Kali already has 2 items.
Of course.
2 magic damage items that allows already Hagar just to have a lot more damage.
Wow. 5.4k for the personal income for Gongsun Li. This Gongsun Li will be a huge problem.
Everyone right now from Team Jordan is going to be a huge problem for Team Sri Lanka. Every single one of them have an absolute gold advantage. Abu Yusef is going to use his Sky Splitter against Easy. Easy's going to try to push him back. It's going to come down, and it's going to be the first takedown for Team Sri Lanka.
Will this be the turning point from Team Sri Lanka, because they finally have the very first takedown to their side?
We saw it just how it was for the other team in the previous game. There's just that one first win that you need.
Overly committed, right? Abu Yusuf going too far, too deep.
Didn't need to. If you already have an advantage, just by allowing yourself just to be taken down by the opposition, gives them way much more gold than what you would get just for taking them down.
Well, this might actually be the opportunity for Team Sri Lanka when right now they're getting the Overlord. Everything is getting better for their side.
Now look at that Thane already with vision. He can spot that's going to be Tranfei, Mars, and Kiwi, the ones that they're going to come here for the bush.
Oh, Bawadi is staying in this bush for a long time. If Team Sri Lanka's members step one step closer to the bush, there might be a danger.
Let's see. Abu Yusef's cleaning the jungle, taking the resources away from Team Sri Lanka. He's going to take these 2 minions, and the pressure is going to be put down on the second turret.
From now on, I think Easy really needs to change the duties with Athena. So Athena can join to the top lane, trying to initiate, trying to open up the vision for Team Sri Lanka, and Lam will be responsible to push the wave further.
Athena needs to start joining right now Kiwi and Nikki.
Team participation.
And he needs to get in the formula. If he's not part of the formula, difficult for Team Sri Lanka to try to win the fight. Look at that, Abu Yusuf one more time with the Sky Splitter is going to force Kiwi to use the dash to run away, taking damage not only from Kiwi, but the turret. Easy comes in one more time. Takes in Abu Yusuf that uses his Sky Splitter to run away of that.
Well, that's a close one. Because using the passive from Zhao Yun will be giving you a tankier body. So you can absorb more damage when it comes to solo fights, or if you are chasing up by your opponents.
That's one of the reasons why Abu Yusuf is just being so aggressive, right? Like he just jumps in with his ultimate and tries his very best just to suck in damage and to deal damage at the same time, knowing that he's tankier than his opponents.
Like Zhao Yun have 2 dashes built in his abilities. So flexibility will be offering like Abu Yusuf more confidence and aggression when it comes to actual gaming plays.
Look at Athena one more time over there on the top part of the map. Trying to clean the wave, but
he's staying there for too long.
It takes him such a long time to clean that. That needs to be changed. Finally, the turret is going to fall, and hopefully that's going to liberate him a little bit more.
Yep. Team Jordan is trying to use the Shadow Behemoth.
See this, Team Jordan engaging for the Shadow Behemoth. Already down to 10,000 HP points. Bien, that's going to push back the whole Team Sri Lanka on its own.
I think the vision is good, like well provided for the entire team, right? But Wadi and Bien are doing the same time, ensure that like Team Sri Lanka's member cannot get closer to the Behemoth.
Look at that, Abu Yusuf that is going to force Athena to run away. Bien has eyes on him, but he's got eyes on Easy as well. That blue buff is just still going to be protected by Easy.
Just simply using this ultimate to chip away those HP bars from the opponents. That easy.
Let's see what's going to happen right now. Abu Yusuf has total control over the resources from Team Sri Lanka. But at the same time, even though the gold advantage is still in 5,000 and a little bit more of gold, it looks like Team Jordan is not being that much superior as it was in the first stages.
Oh, Baichi maybe waiting for the right moment to dive in, but right now, Nikki will have the ultimate. Like both ultimate, if these kind of both ultimate are ready, I think Team Sri Lanka really needs to start to engage before this gold deficit will be getting like wider.
Did you see a clear point in both strategies from Team Sri Lanka and Team Jordan comes down to how the tanks or how the top laners are actually just most of the times in charge of pushing the lane instead of just allowing that job to become the junglers. It's something very clear that both teams have as a common strategy point.
I think what Team Jordan needs to do right now is using Kali's ultimate, trying to tape out and trying to make sure the frontliners will not have enough HP to get the vision for Team Sri Lanka. And right now, the next step will be they're waiting for the dragons, right? They're waiting for the neutral objective to be revived again so that they can use the Overlord or the Behemoth trying to get more advantages to their side.
20 seconds for the Overlord to spawn, and right now it's the moment for Team Jordan to clean the wave, allowing them a little bit of a priority over that Overlord that's coming in 10.
Thing is giving the blue to Kali, which means that the Kali will have shorter cooldown, and the ultimate will be everywhere.
Oh, Blazing Brilliance comes in, Abu Yusuf that is going to jump in. He's going to respawn thanks to Bien. Bien that stunned one person. Angela is going to fall. Bien is going to fall as well. It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. Athena is going to make it a 2-1 trade for Team Jordan.
Wow, no man is down from Team Jordan, but they magically have 3 man takedowns from the side of Team Sri Lanka. And now after this skirmish happened on the bottom side of the map, they can go to this Overlord and nobody is there to stop them.
They've got green light on this Overlord. Team Jordan is going to take control of it. And right now it's going to be at least 20 more seconds that they're going to have a power play and a numbers advantage.
You know, with the help of the Boiler's ultimate, they can really initiate this easily. You know, they have a lot of rooms to make mistakes because they can use the revive all the time.
Yes, exactly. Look at that. Minion waves in mid lane and confronting lane coming in and crashing at the same time. Team Jordan is not going to try to push, but they decide just to be a little bit more safe and just first clean the jungle, get more resources, and solidify an already 9,000 gold advantage.
I think one good news from the side of Team Sri Lanka will be like their archer, like Sun Shangxiang,
Yes.
is not that far behind when it comes to personal gold. So the damage is enough, but the actual question is, well, they have enough time and environment for this archer to deal the damage.
Exactly. The burst damage coming in from Sun Shangxiang is going to be on. But at the same time, who's going to protect Sun Shangxiang in the moment that just jumps in to try to take down someone?
Yep.
And who can Sun Shangxiang take down with one canyon? Who can take down? Only Kali in this moment.
I mean, Sun Shangxiang is facing the fact that this Zhao Yun and Thing are always targeting. Wow, solo kill might be happening on the top side.
Right, he thought that he was tankier than what he actually is. Both dragons are gonna come in. That turret is going to fall. Angela is going to be stunned down, taken down as well. It's going to be bad news for Team Sri Lanka's Team Jordan right now. Have the opportunity to finish the game. The dragons come in. It's gonna be a triple takedown for Thane, and that's gonna be game. Congratulations go to Team Jordan.
16 minutes, 19 seconds will be needed for Team Jordan to finish this match too. So yeah, very good beginning. I would say 2-0. That's a complete victory to their side. And as the very first match to kick off the road to Asian Games 2022, I think their performance is good enough.
Oh no, of course.
Good enough. Yes.
I would give both of them 100 points in terms of performance.
Of course.
Both teams did amazing. Both teams, Team Sri Lanka better a little bit more in the first game, but in this second game, it was completely for Team Jordan.
Yeah, I think they're losing their confidence, right? Maybe it might be a result because they're losing at the very first match and they're leading, obviously. So there will be a huge, how to say that, like a huge bump when it comes to your personal confidence.
Of course,
you're
because
supposed to win, right? You're feeling yourself.
Team Sri Lanka had it in their hands at the beginning of the first game, and then just directly losing that first game advantage is a slap on the face.
It's
and
like
very
a roller
difficult
coaster.
to come back from that.
You really need to spend some time to revive back as your mentality and your confidence, right? Yeah. So yeah, I think they will have some time to build up.
They will have time, and again, as we just mentioned, there's 6 days.
Yes.
Not only for them to
The
come
journey
and
is really
perform and just to be on the stage playing, but for them just to come and just literally just check and take notes of what the other teams are doing. 6 days where everyone can just take notes on other people's strats. Take them, know them, analyze them, and apply them to yourself.
I think Team Jordan, they are changing some kind of draft. They're changing the composition, but the whole rhythm stays really well, really heated, I would say. And Gong Li is doing so well during the laning. He basically forced out a flash out of Sun Shangxiang. So Sun Shangxiang is facing a lot of stress starting from the very first seconds when it meets like Gong Li during the laning phase. And Gong Li is constantly getting 2 lanes of the personal gold. We can see the middle lane, we can see the bottom side, the farming lane. So I think that Team Jordan have a very solid understanding of the entire game. They know exactly what they need to do when they have this kind of fixed composition to their side.
Come on, and at the end of the day, that's the one thing that you want to do. You need to give the spotlight to one hero.
Yes.
There needs to be a core in your composition. If that core is going to be your archer, or if that core is going to be your jungler, you need to make a clear decision on that. And then in the first stages, protect him or protect her, and then just let them farm. Let them build gold. Start collecting, and the items need to start coming in early if you're going to be the core of the competition. If you're not going to be a core, or if you have multiple cores, well, you're asking for 15-20 minutes games.
Yeah, this will be the thing that we constantly talking about during the game. I think for Team Sri Lanka, the most important thing to do is that you need to know what you will be doing when you have the certain heroes setting up to you. So if you have a Baichi, it's a very perfect hero. He have a very tanky body. He can initiate that suddenly at the very late game because you have enough time to mock your enemies and trying to just fix the enemies and opponents there and waiting for the following damage from your teammates. But I
The
think
mobility is not
the
there.
Baichi is staying on the top side of the map for too long.
Yes.
He can just give those waves to whoever needs the gold more, who will be
That's
long,
it.
right?
And that's it. You just need to sacrifice your gold for the team. You sacrifice your gold for the team. You allow your jungler, you allow Lamb. Like you chose a Lamb as your jungler. Allow Lamb just to come in, take the resources from the jungle, come in, take the resources from your minion wave. And then Lamb's damage is going to be online earlier in the game. And you don't need to be trying to push.
Yeah, we are talking about a lot of different gold deviation strategies and formats. So if you are choosing a warrior and a warrior jungler, I think you can stay online all the time, right? You need the resources, you need the gold intake, right? But you are basically choosing assassin to pair up with a tank. So you need to sacrifice those gold, those waves to your assassin, and you should like shift your position from the top to the mid earlier.
Something for Athena to try to think about, and hopefully it's going to have a better performance in the next time, right?
Yes,
Like
of course.
everything that we say right over here, everything that is critique, that is our own opinion, it is just for the best of the players and for the best for the viewers, because I know that right now there's people at home that they have opinions that they might be the same as ours, they might be different, but at the end of the day, it just comes down to the understanding. Your own understanding of the game and their own understanding of the strategies.
Yes, and sometimes I think you need to change your strategy because you have to adapt to whatever is going on in the actual games. Sometimes before you get into the map, your basic understanding of the composition will be like this.
Yeah.
But something weird will be happening during the game.
It's a fluid game.
Yeah, you really need to change as the time goes by, right?
This was our first game. Very satisfied with this victory. Team Jordan is going to take the first point. That's going to be 1 point for Team Jordan. Sadly for Team Sri Lanka, they're still going to be in 0. But both of them, they still have more games coming ahead, right?
For Team Sri Lanka, this will be the only game they have, the only match for today. But they have a lot of time to revive, to trying to communicate more, trying to figure out what they can do better in the game and wait for tomorrow's game to kick off.
Yes,
it's
exactly.
that easy. But like for Team Jordan, they will have their next battle ready for the second one.
Of course, Team Jordan is going to be facing Team Nepal right after this one, right?
Back to back.
It is going to be a day full of electrifying competition for sure.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview. Here we go. We're gonna have the Team Jordan, Roma, Rian's here. Please say hello to the audience.
Hello, how are you guys? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, congratulations for the first winning. 2-0 clean and clear win the first game. So how do you feel right now?
Like, to be honest, it's so fun, and this stage we played very good, and we got 2-0. Like, it was very good.
Yeah, absolutely happy right now.
Yeah,
okay?
of course.
So the second game you played with the Boiler, is that your best hero you played in the Roma?
Yeah, that was the Alchemist, yeah.
Is there some other heroes you are good at?
Yeah, it's one of my best heroes, to be honest, but yeah, there is another heroes, but will be my secret.
Oh, that's your secret. Maybe we can see another heroes on the stage. We're looking for that.
Of course.
Yeah, the next team you gonna against with the team Nepal. So you're ready for this?
We are ready, of course. We trained in the hotel, and we are ready for this game. And I think we're gonna get 2-0 again.
Yo, you're gonna get 2-0 again. What a confidence like that. Okay, so this is your first time to Macau?
Yeah, this is my first time.
First time. How do you feel about this city?
Like, I try to walk in the streets. The city is awesome. The buildings, engineering of the city, like, it's so amazing.
So amazing.
Yeah.
So what about the food?
Yeah, we from the Middle East, like, we have another taste of the food, but when we tried it, like, it was very good. Like, we can eat it so good.
Yeah, so delicious food. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So congratulations again. I hope that you can relax and have a good preparation for the
Thank
next
you.
game. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you
All right.
so much.
See you later.
Thank you, Jacob. That's very interesting.
I love this guy, man. Like, he's so funny. Like, he comes and he's like, do you have any other heroes? And like, of course, yeah. That's my secret, though. I'm not telling you right now.
You know, I think he's planning on getting us more, but you know, after a few seconds of like thinking deeply, oh, that's my secret.
Probably I don't
I
want
cannot
to say
tell them.
that. And let's put the spotlight back on Vien, because the truth is that for me, he was one of the high points in both games for Team Jordan. like what he did on that boiler, he was always there.
Yeah.
He was taking damage, and at the same time, he was always there to respawn, just to use his ultimate at the right moment.
And let's see their confidence, right? They're doing a back-to-back going against Team Nepal at the very next match.
Yes.
But he like feeling himself completely. I think the atmosphere and the confidence are just there, lying down there. So hopefully they can do a better match, maybe.
Yeah, totally. Look at that. Like from here, from the highlights from the game that we can see, Bien was everywhere. Like he was really everywhere. That boiler was always at the beginning, always starting the fight. He comes in with the third hand, allows the stun. Angela is going to disappear, and then nothing that Team Sri Lanka could have done in there.
I mean, he's obviously very busy. He has a very tight schedule because like from the very first time, you're seeing they're doing the rotation from the bottom to the mid, trying to make sure Gong Sun Li can have the maximum amount, the personal goal, right? But who is taking care of this Gong Sun Li? Gong Sun Li cannot just solo going everywhere. It's too dangerous. He will be paired and assisted by Valor. So Boiler is opening up every bush and every vision for Gong Sun Li. That's the reason why the key main purpose that Gong Sun Li will be this kind of aggressive in early game into the mid game.
Yeah.
It will be totally responsibility for Boiler. So yeah, Bien is really doing a great job.
A lot of times the archers and junglers take the spotlight just because they're the ones that they're supposed to be taking down the opponents, right? But at the same time, there's no good team in this game without a strong support.
Wow, the all the super player will be awarded to Bawari again. Spain.
To all the Super A player for Bawadi today. He's gonna go home happy. Two of them for him. Great performance by him. Like, look at that. He took down 5 opponents, 4 assistants. He was sucking in so much damage as well.
I think Bawadi have a very good understanding of the top laners.
Yeah.
So the top laner, you need to switch different gaming style and gaming mode as well. So starting from the early game, you need to take care of the wave, of course, and you need to go to the mid, trying to be the top side, the top laners to the entire team. You need to take care of the vision. You need to initiate, and this Thang player, he's not getting taken down entirely, like 504, right? His initial initiation, all the time he used initiation skills trying to open up the team fights, and he also used the ultimate with the flash to get one more takedown from Angela, I remember.
A lot of those strategies that Thane can have because of the mechanics of this hero, right?
I think Thing is half tank, half warrior. Yeah, the double.
The damage that Thane can deal in this version of the game just makes it completely outstanding.
Super OP.
Top tier.
Super OP.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Right now, we're going to take a little break, and then we will be back with Team Jordan against Team Nepal.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
All right. We are back live from Macau, China. This is Road to the Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. I am your caster, Isaac Peña.
I'm your caster, Isha. And now it's going to be our second games for today.
Yes, miss.
It's
going
gonna
to be our
be
second game. Team Jordan against Team Nepal.
Exactly. And Team Jordan just got their very first point in our tournament. And they just got such a clean 2-0 win against Team Sri Lanka.
It was a really nice match to watch, like for those of you who were not online for the first game that we just had a couple hours ago, it was a really nice, electrifying game where Team Sri Lanka started with the early advantage, but then Team Jordan turned the tables and they did not give them another chance for them to try to take the W.
Yeah, it feels like Team Jordan, they prioritize a lot on their team play.
Yes.
Instead of doing a lot of skirmishes in the early game, they're trying to do a lot of pushing in the mid game, and they're really good at doing those team fights.
Yeah, it was a really nice performance. Let's see if right now Team Nepal is going to allow Team Jordan just to keep doing that, just to keep using their strengths. As we can see, the lineup for Team Jordan is going to have the same 5 players that we just saw: Bawadi, Abu Yusuf, Hagar, Jin, and Bien.
Yeah, we're now getting familiar to this team, and also I want to highlight their confronting laners, the Bawadi, because he got double MVP, double LG Super A players in the first game.
Let's see how he's going to perform against Team Nepal: Galaxia, Plucky Leon, Kito, Doofy, and Swami. The 5 members that they're going to represent Team Nepal in this game.
Exactly. For Team Nepal, actually we don't have much information about this team.
Yep.
So I guess maybe also the same to their opponents. So that will make them maybe have some advantages, because they definitely going to be sit down there and watching Team Jordan play against Team Sri Lanka.
I'm sure that they have a little bit more information than what Team Jordan could have, right?
Yeah.
How they are going to use that information. We already saw that Team Jordan had a lot of very good options. The one support that they played in both games, Boiler, might become one of the important bans that could come from Team Nepal.
Exactly. So how about just put Boiler on that lock?
Well,
if
you put Boiler on the lock, then that's going to allow a lot of very OP heroes to be out there, right? We know that Dong Huang is a very powerful support that might be another option for Bien if Boiler is not available.
Exactly. From the drops that Team Jordan did from the last game, it seems like they always want to keep Dong Huang invalid and keep Xiahou Dun always being locked in on that ban. So it seems like they had their own understanding towards this patch.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Remember that we're going to be playing a best of 3. This is going to be a 3 format. This is going to be a 5v5 draft mode, which means that the heroes that you choose during the first game are still available for the second game.
Exactly. So you can always keep choosing the one that you're most confident with. For example, that Boiler.
That allows a lot. That allows a lot of space, and in terms of the options that the players can have during the game, right? You know that whenever that we do not have heroes available, then your hero pool needs to become a little bit deeper, a little bit wider. But in this kind of draft competition, we allow the players just to keep using the same heroes. So as long as you have 2 or 3 heroes that you're really good at, your team should have a very good performance.
Have one of those compositions that you're going to be most confident with will be workable in this patch and also in this tournament. And actually, that brought up another topic, is that definitely all of those teams from different countries and regions, they're going to vie in for maybe the same meta picks. For example, Thing on the confront lane, and also maybe Gongsun Li at the farming lane.
Yes. I don't know, there are a lot of heroes in this version that they are very powerful, right?
Yeah.
Confronting lane Thane would be an option. For the junglers, Lam and Jing for me are top picks, and For sure, the archers, you have Gong Sun Li and Huang Zhong, which are two heroes that already have shown up in the Jordan team.
Yeah, 100% winning rate. So let's dive into the draft. You can see Team Nepal just do it so obviously, like ban it away. Okay, you got 100% winning rate by using this boiler. I just take it away.
You already showed your hand, right? Like you already showed what you can do with that respawn and with that passive ability that allows you to farm faster. Those options do not want to be on the table, so Team Nepal is just going to clean up and then just ban that and Gong Sun Li as well.
Yeah, so that's why we're talking about Team Nepal definitely going to be sit down stage and watching Team Jordan played and also just doing a lot of target bans. But on the other side, I always say Team Jordan, maybe they're just going to stay exactly the same with their draft, with their strategies. They ban away this Donghuan Tai and also Lumber.
Lumber and Donghuan, two supports that they are not going to be available. This is interesting because right now 3 supports are just completely out of it.
Yeah.
That just narrows down a little bit the picks, right? And the way that they can be played. Tran Fei is going to become a top pick right now that must be taken away for Team Jordan. Or Team Nepal is just going to choose it.
Indeed. I would highly recommend Team Nepal to just, grab it away for that Tran Fei, because Tran Fei is going to flex a lot and allow their composition to have more possibilities.
It is interesting right now because Xia Hotun is going to be the first pick for Team Nepal. Xia Hotun that could go in the confronting lane, or it could be acting as a jungler as well.
Exactly. Like in this patch, Xia Hotun would be one of those heroes that can flex a lot. And also, because of his second ability, help him to deal a lot of true damage to both like those resources or those enemies. So let this hero to be really dominating in the early game.
Alright, Marco Polo and Lu Bu are going to be the counter picks that Team Jordan is going to take. Both of them heroes that can deal real damage.
Exactly. Like, you're talking about true damage, you only got like one ability that can be accessible to doing that true damage. But on the other hand, both Marco Polo and Lu Bu gonna be really good to dealing with those tanky heroes.
Illumia and Trondro from the other side. Lumia and Trondro, that is already just showing you that what's going to happen from Team Nepal, they're just going to split and push. That's going to be the strategy. By allowing Lumia to over there to use the control, it just keeps safe that Lady Su and that Sun Shanxiang anywhere that they go, and they're going to finish that with Thane in the confronting lane. That's going to send Xia Hotun into the jungle.
Exactly. So they're going to flex Xia Hotun to be the assassin or to be the jungler, and they will let Zhuangzhou to play at the confront lane. Well, it makes me feel like Team Nepal, they're looking for some fights.
Yes.
They're just like, okay, we're first gonna do some spell push, but in the mid, I know that you, Team Jordan, are really good at doing those big team fight in the mid game, so we're just gonna confront each other.
In terms of mid lane, I can see Akito against Hagar. None of the two of them is going to have a clear advantage in terms of cleaning the minion wave.
Yeah.
So it might just slow down a little bit the first 2 to 4 minutes of the game, since both of them are going to need some support just to clean that wave quickly, right? To try to clean that wave a little bit faster. We already saw from the previous 2 games that Team Jordan likes a lot, just cleaning the wave and then immediately going to the invasion, trying to get a little bit of the jungle resources out from their opponents. Let's see how Team Nepal is going to respond to that.
True, but that also like highlight a lot to their support, because it definitely gonna be their support. Their rotation is gonna open all of those visions for their own teams, and wherever their supports go, wherever some skirmishes might happen.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. It's going to be Tran Fei and Trondro, two completely different support heroes, right? Like Tran Fei, that's a little bit more aggressive. It has initiation. It can suck a lot of damage. But Trondro, that is just a little bit more utility, right?
Exactly.
Trondro's ultimate ability allows another purify for everyone around her. So around Trondro, just allows Lady Sun, the Sun Shanshan, to be a little bit more safe.
Yeah, actually, we can just put all like both composition in this way that Team Nepal and also Team Jordan, they're gonna have a really fierce game in this first game.
Let's wait and see. It's gonna be Team Nepal against Team Jordan. Team Nepal is gonna be on the left side of your screen on the blue side, and Team Jordan on the right side on the red side.
But I would say like the early game is going to be quite peaceful.
Let's wait and see. Hagar already in half of his HP bar. Hiro and Swami just doing a very good job, and they're the ones with the early invasion in there.
Well, Team Nepal seems like they are trying to do some HP trades when they first met in the mid lane, and also want to take away some neutral objectives. Help them to build up a small goal lead in the early game.
That we weren't expecting that. Galaxia literally just flexing muscles against Bawadi, sent him back home to restore some HP. In that 1-to-1, Galaxia completely had the upper hand.
Yeah. Team Nepal, they can rotate more flexible since they got Zhuangzhou as their support. He won't be afraid of any configurability, so this man is totally free.
Totally free. Galaxia just waiting there in the bush, trying to provide some vision. He spots Kaiser, Pushkin's back. None of the two of them have the ultimate available. It's going to have Yusef, the one that's going to be taken extremely low. And Team Nepal is going to take down the first enemy.
That's what we expect from this game. A lot of skirmishes definitely going to happen. And Team Nepal, because of their composition, allow them to do a lot of things actively.
Yes.
For example, they have so many like control abilities, and also like things rotation matters a lot from the first skirmish.
Okay, let's see that. Abu Yusef just was not expecting Galaxia just to be waiting in the bush, right?
Yeah.
And then when it was spotted, there was nothing for it to do. Completely stunned down, and 3 members of Team Nepal just took him down.
And also, like, if we scrutinize Team Jordan's composition, we would say it's because they're just being so weak during the laning phase.
Yes.
We know that Marco Polo definitely gonna fall behind during the laning phase when he's playing against Sun Shangxiang. Sun Shangxiang's gonna do really great job when she's doing those solo.
Look at that, Bawadi being taken extremely low one more time. It's going to force Galaxia to use Flicker Flash just to move away.
That's a ultimate trade for Flash. While if Thane is without that Flash, that also means Team Nepal, they're gonna just be a little bit proactive.
Yeah. Oh, look at that, like it's been 3 minutes, and then as we said, right, like it was gonna be a very slow beginning of the game. Right now, it's going to be Tatsia, the one who's going to proc the ultimate. Kito being taken extremely low, and it's going to be Marco Polo, the one that is going to fall on the other side. It's going to be Team Jordan, the ones that they're going to lose one of their members.
Actually, Jin find a really nice position, really nice angle, trying to spin in. But the problem is we can see the ultimate that Zhuangzhou has help Team Nepal to get away from that burst damage.
Oh, the Unruly Blade comes in. It's going to be Plucky Leon, the one that is going to take the fight back. It's going to be Thane, the one that's going to take down. Perfect control.
Double kill. Thane again, the confront laner. He rotates far away from his own lane and get down to the red buff side and help him to get such a nice CC.
Look at that. Let's watch the replay one more time. Abu Yusef is the one that procs in. And then as Doofy just flickers away, it was open season just for Thane. Thane and Xiaohotun to come in and deal damage.
Exactly. And that skirmish is actually that the problem is Team Jordan, their archer is totally absent.
Yes.
From that team fight.
There's not that much damage that can be dealt, right?
Yeah. There's only Xiao Qiao, but Xiao Qiao's just being so weak around like 4 minutes.
Right now we can see that Team Jordan at these early stages of the game is just lacking damage.
Exactly.
They're lacking damage and they're lacking tankiness as well, right? Because not even Bawadi that had in the previous match just been able to withstand a lot of damage. Right now it's just falling a little bit easier than before.
Yeah, Team Jordan, their composition is going to be really dominating in the late game, but now it's only 5 minutes, so it's still like too early for them to pushing forward or try to initiate something.
Team Jordan is going to take the turret down on the farming lane. A little bit just stopping the big rhythm that Team Nepal already had, right?
Yeah, and it makes me feel like Team Nepal, they're totally ready to play against Team Jordan.
Quito is being chased down. AbuYusef that engages, but he's going to take damage from the turret, and it's going to fall.
But that was really close. And Quito, by using her flash, successfully just get away from the surrounding.
Yeah, exactly. He just completely lures AbuYusef just to jump in.
Yeah.
AbuYusef thinks that just by proccing his ultimate, he was going to be able to take on the damage, but it was not enough. The battle for that red buff starts. There's going to be Vien, the one that is going to initiate. It's going to allow Jin to find a good angle. And it's going to be 2-3 members from Team Nepal falling down. Is it going to be 4? Galaxia follows them. It's going to be 4-0 trade for Team Jordan.
Such a nice initiation, and actually Team Jordan, you can see like we mentioned about Team Jordan, how great they are doing all those team fight in the mid game.
Yes.
And let's see, it's now exactly on around like 6 minutes, and we can see the damage had been increased and their items has been built up, so everyone just trying to initiate something 5 versus 5.
So it seems like we can start seeing a trend on Team Jordan that the first 5 minutes of the first game does not seem to be like the easiest for them, right?
Yeah.
They seem to start the game a little bit stiff, not that relaxed. As they relax, probably we can start seeing right now a different game.
Yeah, like the later the game goes on, the better Team Jordan's gonna have for their composition. But on the other side, for Team Nepal, it's not just like they're gonna be really weak in the late game. It's more like they relies a lot on the ultimate from Zhuangzi, from Zhuangzhou. Yeah.
That ultimate from Zhuangzhou is going to be vital for them. And that Zhuangzhou jumps in back one more time by Wadi using his ultimate, but it's going to be welcomed by Galaxia that uses his ult down to try to deal some damage. It's going to be useless as Swami is going to fall.
Marco Polo!
Look at that, Marco Polo jumps in, is going to take 2 down, but he's going to pay back, and he's going to join them one more time, going back to base.
1-3 trade. Marco Polo sacrificed himself, trying to gain some advantage for his team. Wow, and Team Nepal, they did a really nice counter-attack by the Sun Shangxiang. Because, like, at the very first minute when Lu Bu tried to blow his ultimate and leap in, he forced out Sun Shangxiang's flash.
Oh, look at that. AbuYusef one more time just being caught in the middle of the jungle. Nothing that Galaxia and Swami can do to try to take the man down.
Red buff has been stowed away. And actually, Team Jordan now has a 3,000 gold lead. That's quite decent.
Where did that 3,000 gold lead happen, right? Like, because the beginning of the game was completely for Team Nepal, and then Team Jordan just turned the tables around, and right now they're the ones in the lead. One more time, look at that. Galaxia sucking in so much damage. It's going to be Bawadi, the one that is going to take the man down, giving a power play one more time to Team Jordan.
Bawadi, by using this Lu Bu again, like last time when they play against Team Sri Lanka, he's also used that Lu Bu and got him that MVP.
Yes.
So this time again, he know that it's gonna be his time to shine.
It's his time to shine right now, so he better just get in there and show what he's made of. He already has 2 all these Super A player awards.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see if he can collect one more.
And now it's almost arriving at the 10 minutes mark, so both teams trying to slow down and trying to guard a lot of neutral resources.
Not enough time that the team just went back. It's going to be Lady Sun Shangxiang, the one that's going to have to proc that flicker going away. Doof is still alive and can't counter-attack. Is going to be Bawadi, the one that's going to fall instead.
Bawadi, he himself trying so hard to take Lady Sun down. But we can see how how daft Doofy is. He just using his first ability and also his flash, trying to, you know, turn back under his own tower, under the tower's protection, and help him get away from this gank.
Yeah, Swami was important in that for Lady Sun, for Sun Shanxian to
Yeah.
run away, right? Swami just allowing, just to not be stunned, right? Like the purifier that coming from Swami allows Lady Sun, Sun Shanxian just to run away.
You can see like this duel, they just stay so close to each other. Never lost one of them.
The Overlord's gonna be for Team Jordan. They've got right now the vision advantage. And with those Vanguards coming in, they're gonna have even more control of the map. Quito taken down. Abu Yusuf comes in, knows that no one can answer back to that. The Purify is going to save Galaxia. That needs to go back, get some HP as well.
Wow, and actually from the advantage that Team Jordan take from this team fight, it will help them to take down this Dark Behemoth. And after they're granted by the effect that they receive from this Dark Behemoth, will help them to have even higher damage.
Look at that, Doof and Plucky Leon are already got vision. They do not want to let that Behemoth go contested.
You know, the next few minutes, everything, like the key point is only about one hit.
Yes.
Because if we take a really good look at Team Jordan's composition, we would say they're quite powerful during those team fight, but they only got one chance. Lubu ultimate in, and so as Marco Polo.
Yeah, exactly. The initiation is just going to depend a lot on what Bawadi and what Vian can do, right?
Exactly.
One of the two of them needs to give the vision for the other one to use his ultimate.
Yeah.
And let's wait and see if they can find a good chance for that. Look at that Galaxia taken extremely low. It's going to be Xiao Xiao, the one. It's trying its best, but it's going to be stunned down. Tries to flicker away. It's not going to be able to run away. Bawadi one more time comes in. Comes with the ult, takes two people down. And right now the minions come in, and it's going to be the higher ground turret, the one that is going to be in danger now.
And also there's minion waves in the middle lane, so how Team Nepal's gonna guard both towers? They're gonna lose one of it. Well, it seems like Xiao Xiao, he's playing so aggressively.
Yeah, I know. Haggard just acting like if it would be an assassin, right?
But
just jumping in, just waiting to take on a 1v1 against Thane.
yeah, he's not playing like a mage that is not that mobile.
Ah, will you step one more time? Look at the games coming in. It's going to take two of them, but it's going to be taken down by Plucky Leon. It's going to be 2-1 trade for Team Jordan, and right now the target is going to rotate for the turret.
There's minion waves on the top side, so Team Jordan now, it would be such a great relief for them to pushing forward. But for Team Nepal, they need to wait until like Thane and also Sun Shangshan revive again from their fountain.
All right, 13 minutes of the game. Right now we're going to come into a very interesting challenge, right? It is a little bit easier just to destroy the outer turrets. But when it comes down to going into high ground, that is not that simple of a task, right? Like there's a lot of different elements that need to be balanced for this to actually work.
Exactly, and for all of those archers, among all of those archers, Marco Polo has the least ability to deal damage towards all those towers or structures.
Oh, look at that, Plucky Leon is going to find Hagar. Hagar is going to proc his ultimate. He's going to force him to go back. It's still going to fall, but now it's going to be Bawadi, the one that just drops it down and puts Doofy on his back foot.
Zhang broke his ultimate and now they rotate to the mid, but as we mentioned again, Marco Polo, since this archer is not that good at taking all of those towers down, so they need to be forced back again.
I love the way that Hagar is playing. Hagar, for me, as of right now, Hagar is the one player from Team Jordan that is carrying the rhythm. Like he's deciding on most of this. Galaxia clearly tries to take revenge of what happened over there in the bottom lane. Initiates on Hagar, and Hagar just completely just takes and puts him down.
Yeah, it feels like he's gonna be like the leader in this team.
At least for this game, Hagar is the one that is controlling the timing of what Team Jordan is doing.
Yeah. And he's always like taking himself as a bait, you know.
Yes.
Leap in, and everyone was like, look who's coming, Xiao Qiao. Like, she's so immobile, let's just take him down. But on the other side, Lu Bu's gonna wait there, finding the right moment to jump in.
15 minutes of the game right now. What Team Nepal needs to do is just to hold at least for 5 more minutes. If Team Nepal can hold for 5 more minutes and try to protect their turrets, they still might have a good chance to turn things around.
Yeah, and again, we definitely need to highlight the ultimate that Zhangzi has.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be that Purify, the one that is going to save them. It's going to be stunned. AESF is trying to push back. It's taking a lot of damage. It's going to be Zhuangzhou, the one that is going to fall for Team Nepal.
But I would say, even though Zhuangzhou sacrificed himself, but for Team Nepal, again, they guard their high ground towers. It's just like the third time, third round that Team Jordan tried to take down all of those high ground towers.
They need to do that. They got to be careful with that mid lane. The ballistas are coming in, taking damage that turret, and it's just going to be almost in negative HP.
Yeah, saying like Galaxy are just, you know, playing so fast, just like, leave my towers alone.
Gotta be careful with that. In the moment that the high ground turret is going to fall, then super minions are going to be starting to spawn from the other team in that specific lane, isn't it?
Yeah, super minion waves hurts a lot. Not even towards all those towers, but also to those heroes. Especially for like Lumia or Sun Shangxiao with such a weak HP bars.
Oh, look at that. Bawadi one more time comes in. Is going to take Galaxia down. 40 seconds of power play right now for Team Jordan. A Ballista is still alive over there in the bottom lane. And it's going to be AESF, the one that is going to jump in, trying very best to create space for Jin. Jin is going to be stunned down. He's going to use his ultimate to run away as well. And that high ground turret is still standing, but the mid lane one is going to have to fall.
Finally, for Team Jordan, putting so much effort into taking all of those high ground towers down. At least they successfully to take 2 of them.
It's looking green right now for Team Nepal. 35 seconds for the Overlord to come into the game. But the mid lane and the farming lane high ground turrets are already down.
Yeah.
That's going to be a lot of pressure for them to try to defend the Overlord that is going to spawn in 20 seconds, isn't it?
Exactly. And also, like for Team Jordan, they can just be so confident with all their winning lanes since they got super minion waves spawning both at the mid lane and also at the farm lane.
Let's wait and see. 2 more minutes until we have the Storm Dragon spawning in our valley. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. The Overlord is already in game. Team Jordan got green light to try to go for it. They're going to clean the wave in mid, and then after that, the Overlord needs to be the next target.
Yeah. If they take this Overlord down, they will help them to get more Vanguard spawning at all of those 3 lanes. And
that's going to be the last push, right?
Yeah.
That's just going to be the last push that they need in order just to finish this game. Team Nepal is running out of options. 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Can they survive these next 2 waves of Vanguards that they're going to be coming in?
Team has destroyed a tower.
Team Jordan is going to put all the chips in as the Vanguards are going to be spawning mostly from the mid lane.
And since they're just released this Dark Party in the mid, it feels like Team Jordan, they don't want to wait anymore.
Yes.
They don't want to let anything that possible can happen. They just want to clean up the battlefield and try to close out the game.
The problem right now is that the Vanguards are not hitting high ground all at the same time.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Vanguard in the mid lane, the one that's going to come in. Bien goes in with the Wild Blood. There's going to be a Bawadi, the one that is going to jump in. Now the Vanguards are coming, and it's going to be Team Nepal, the one that they're going to start falling one after the other. Jin is still alive. He's dealing damage right now. The Crystal is the one that is going to be the next target. The Dragon spawn, and it's going to be one more victory for Team Jordan.
What a beautiful game. Again, Team Jordan showed us their possibility, showed us their potential, and showed us the power of doing all those big team fights in the mid-game. Again, even though they fall behind a little bit, they're just being a little bit painful in the early game. But after like the setup an alarm. Like when it goes to maybe like 5 minutes or 6 minutes, they're just gonna bounce back.
Yeah, exactly. They need to try to get back in the game a little bit earlier, I hope, next time, right? Like, it is good that they have the ability just to turn things around, but it would be way better just for them not to have to put themselves in that position. You put yourself in such a difficult position like that, not all the time you're going to have the ability to just bounce back, right?
Exactly. Maybe they can do better in the early game, like doing a little more good at doing those openings.
Yes.
Like how they're gonna gain the priority to clean up all those minion waves, like around 1 or 2 minutes.
Yes.
Help them to have more chances to rotate.
Well, something that they need to take notes on, and hopefully they can work as they go back, right? Like, this is going to be their second game. And after that, they need to just start taking notes on these things.
Yeah.
Do not start the game so slowly. You need to start with a little bit more confidence.
Yeah.
Something there needs to change, and it's going to come down to the coaches for them to do a deep analysis of what are the aspects that need to be improved.
Exactly. Well, if like we analyze their composition selection again, we will see like both Marco Polo and Lubu and also Xiao Qiao, they're quite late game playing style. So it makes me feel like Team Jordan, they know that they can do great during team fight. They can do great. They have such a great synergy between all of those laners. So they're just being so confident with like, okay, we're just gonna wait. After all those items build off, we're just gonna, by using those team fight and try to close out the game.
Slow down a little bit at the beginning, right?
Exactly.
Just slow down, take it easy. Doesn't matter if we start falling early. We'll be fine. We have full confidence on our team. Something for us to think. Now, on the other hand, Team Nepal, what are your thoughts on them?
Actually, you know, Team Nepal, they impressed me a lot because like they know that they need to guarantee their priority in the opening. You see like how fast they are to gain the priority to clean up all those mid lanes, and even more is that they try to do some early invasions. But it's more because maybe they should choose more early game playing style mage. Help them to build up like a gap in the early game. They're doing quite good job.
They took the option of Lumia, right? So Lumia's ultimate will allow them just to have an AoE stun. That would allow them to actually start a fight or just to get a second initiation in team fights. The problem is that we never saw that actually happening.
True.
They came down to the 10th minute already with a very big disadvantage, so they were unable to try to initiate. They were always very passive. They were never on the driving seat. So something for them to improve is going to be just how to take that advantage that they took at the beginning and really solidify it. Something that we already talked in previous games.
Exactly. Once you mentioned about the initiation, actually we need to highlight things like the confront laners from Team Nepal. Actually, we can see from the early skirmishes, it's all because of things. Rotation help them to initiate a lot, and he's always show up from the rear and try to build up some advantages. But the problem is, you know, like things the game goes on, it's more like Team Nepal, they don't know how they're gonna execute their composition. They're always reacting.
Yeah, they're reacting all the time, right? Like in this game, you cannot be always reactive. Sometimes you need to be the one making the decisions, forcing the other team to think a little bit more. If you're always reacting, you're never having control of the game. And if you have no control of the game, your chances depend on other people's mistakes, right?
True.
Like you need to be the one sometimes just to make problems for the other. Have the other team think about solutions. Something for Team Nepal to think about.
Like to play more aggressively in the mid game. It may be because like they have a really full trust on their support. Swami, actually Swami plays such an important role in this composition, right?
I agree. I do believe that Swami was one of the high points from Team Nepal. I liked a lot the way that Swami used that control just to protect Team Nepal all the time.
Yeah, but again, from this game, our Audi Super A player is definitely gonna be Bawadi again.
Bawadi didn't start that solid at the beginning of the game, but then after that, turn things around and then look at that. A KDA of 8-1 and 8. incredible.
Incredible. Like, we only got like 3 games so far, right? We only did 3 games, but Bawadi got our LG Super A players 3 times. That's insane.
That is a great achievement for him. But well, let's see how he's going to perform in the next games, right? Like sometimes just having such a great start puts a lot of pressure on you. Let's see how that player is going to manage that pressure, right? Some people manage that pressure and then they just become stronger. Some people just let that pressure just crush them. Let's wait and see what's going to happen.
Yeah. For like his hero choices, actually he stayed the same for Lubu twice. So I'm wondering if he's gonna stay at the same choices for the last game, for the next game.
Okay, now we're going to have a very short break and then we're gonna be back. So stay online and then we're gonna keep back.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Hello, my name is Susank Roy. I am from Nepal. My in-game name is Blocky Leon, and I play the role jungler.
Hi everyone, I'm representing Team Sri Lanka. My name is Kivindu, my IGN is Kiwi, and my role is Marksman.
Hello everyone, my name is Ahmed. My in-game name is Tin. I do represent my country Jordan, and my main role is Marksman.
Esports is everything to me. It's my happy place, and I want to do something for the country through esports.
Even though our team has less experience compared to other teams, where we shine is that we come up with our own strategies. We do not copy other teams.
Yeah, the different thing is that you're representing your country, so you should take it way more seriously and work harder for it.
I think the most competitive team in our region might be Nepal, because they have the most experience in this game. But I think we have a plan to try and beat them.
We are looking to compete with Jordan because we don't have an intel on them. They are a wildcard team. We haven't scrimed with them till now, and that is why I think that the match will be very interesting for us and everyone.
I believe we practiced so well this one, so I hope and we should take top 4 this time.
RDAG, Apilasti.
RDAG, Ami Airasam.
Welcome back to Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. I'm your caster, Isaac Peña, and this is
Isha.
Isha, right? All right, Isha. So Jordan 1-0 to Nepal. Right now, we're gonna go to game 2 out of these best of 3.
Yeah, and if Team Jordan, they really has they're confident with such a team fighting playing composition, I would say they'll just be consistent with all of those strategies.
Yeah.
Just stick on it.
Well, if it is not broken, there's no need to fix it, right? Team Jordan is playing really well, so for now they should just stick to those strategies. We know already that Bawadi is going to be a high point from their team.
Yeah.
So let's see what Team Nepal can do to try to limit the options that they can have, right? Probably 2 of those bans Thane and Lupu and then force him into a different top laner to see what happens, right?
Yeah. I totally agree with you. Maybe they can just release Boiler, release Gongsun Li. They won't deal such a massive damage in the late game, because we mentioned it again and again that Team Jordan's pretty favored about doing those late game team fights. So how about just release Boiler and also Gongsun Li from the ban and lock in all those, I would say, like 3 top laners.
There are a lot of different heroes that they're still out there, right? Like, you know that we have 63 different heroes, lots of different options, lots of different compositions that they could play, right? And right now they could decide just to take either an early game composition or a late game composition. Da Qiao is still out there and no one has decided to use that support yet.
Yeah, and actually I would say maybe that's something to do with their own understandings.
Yeah.
Because we can hear from those players in that interview that they said even though they do not have much experience towards this patch, they still have their own understandings. So maybe they're just gonna build up some like totally new and fresh composition and try to impress their opponents a lot.
We're always up for new and fresh compositions, right? We love being surprised. So please, Team Nepal, please, Team Jordan, surprise us. We're expecting that you're going to come up with something that we have never seen, and I'm totally sure that the audience at home is looking forward to that as well. This is going to be our second game of this best of 3, right? Like, if Team Jordan takes the victory, they're going to take 1 more point, and that's going to put them with 2 points ahead of both of the teams in their own region.
And also even better for Team Jordan is that it's not only the first day. The first day of our RDAG, our tournament, right? They at the first day they got like 2 wins in a row.
That's always good.
They're gonna have their best days to embrace all of these challenges that they're gonna face in the future.
That is always really, really, really nice to start a competition with 2 victories. In this competition, in the version that we are playing of our game for Arena of Valor Asian Games version, we've got the same, our top, middle, and bottom lane. We're going to have a lot of different strategies that you can use in order to achieve the maximum goal of this game, right? Like, the maximum goal of the game is always going to be to destroy the opponent's crystal. So you want to just go all the way until the opponent's base by destroying the turrets that stand in between, and then after that just to destroy their crystal so you can take the victory.
Yeah, it sounds easy, you know. Every time when we're explaining like the basic logic about our mobile game, it feels like, all right, everyone can do this, just destroy the crystal. But actually there's so many strategies that you can select, you can use, and it's more like how deep you are about understanding the game, about understanding the patch. Because you can go for those towers, or you can gain or vying for all those neutral objectives, or on the other side, like what Team Jordan did, they just want to go for the fight.
Yes, exactly. It does not matter which option you're going to find, as long as you remember that the main objective is just to make it to high ground, right? Like, some teams just like fighting a lot, and then they just like getting a numbers advantage and then just to start taking turrets down. Some other teams do not like fighting, they like avoiding. They avoid the fights, they try to find the right moment just to take down turrets, and that way they can just push in the minion waves. Different strategies come down to what different teams want to have their style.
Yeah, and once we are mentioning about all those styles, I would say Team Nepal from their previous games, it makes me feel like they're pretty proactive in the mid game. They know that they want to play the game in quite a smart way.
Yes.
Like, steal away some of those resources or vying for some neutral objectives, trying to gain some gold lead in the early game. So how about they can go for that Boiler as their support, right? Release it, and by using Boiler's passive, help them to build a gold lead in the early game, and also try to avoid a lot of team fights and try to do some operations.
That's one of the beautiful things about our game, right? Like different heroes have different abilities and different passive abilities that allows them just to give to bring an extra advantage to the table for their team, right? Like we've been talking a lot about Boiler, and I'm totally sure that as the games advance in these 6 days, things are going to get a little bit more and more interesting, and for sure a lot more complicated for all of you that are completely new to our game. But you know what? Calm down. It's going to feel overwhelming sometimes. Hold our hand and we're going to explain it from zero. And then after these 6 days, I believe you can become a master.
Exactly. And after watching all of those series via our live stream, you definitely want to go for a try.
Yeah, everyone should be trying this at home, right?
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about what the main objective of this is going to be. And for those of you who are completely new, let's talk a little bit about how the map is designed, right?
We can see like our map is just like a square ship.
Yeah.
And we have got like red side, blue side, and each side had like 3 lanes.
Yes.
It's more like you will have so many ordinary minions spawning every minute,
Yes.
help you to gain some gold, and at the same time you all of those neutral objectives are free or open to both sides.
Yeah.
So that's one of the points if you want to play this game well.
We call them neutral objectives because there's going to be the amount same of resources split for both sides, right? Like we always talk about like the blue jungle or the red jungle, right? And it depends completely on what color the buff is going to be.
Yeah.
For the blue buff, then that's going to be the blue buff jungle area. And for the red buff, that's going to be the red buff jungle area. As of the neutral resources are going to be right in the middle of the river. That's why they're called neutral, right? And they're going to be giving you a bigger advantage in either HP or either mana or
Yeah, if you want to take down that blue buff, those effects you're gonna gain from taking that blue buff down will be a cooldown reduction.
Yes.
And help you to fulfill your mana in a faster way. On the other side, if you want to go for the red buff, it help you to deal extra true damage and also help you to slow down all your opponent's movement speed.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true, which is vital for a lot of different heroes, right? If we keep analyzing the way that the map is designed, you can see that there is a river that just breaks down the map into 2 different halves, right? And we're always going to be talking about river vision, which is just the ability that different teams have just to collect information from that neutral area or that neutral passage that connects the mid lane to the confronting lane and to the farming lane.
And that's some responsibility that all of those supports needs to shoulder up.
Yeah.
Because we can always see a lot of supports just rotate again and again from the confronting lane to the farming lane among the riverside and help his team to gain more visions to see like where the rivals is, like the positioning, what they're doing right now. Information matters a lot.
That's why it's a strategy game. Information is vital. You need to be able to understand the information that you are gaining by the vision provided by yourself or by your teammates, analyze it with the structure and the geographical part of the map that you are in order to make the best decision at that specific moment of the game.
Yeah.
So getting all that information is important. So the term river vision or river control or vision control, it is vital just for you to understand who is getting more information than their opponents.
Yeah, but like small tips, if you're playing as a mage, for example, if you're playing Xiao Chao, do not do what Hajjad do from the last game. He's just been so confident with all those burst damage that he can deal in the late game. But if you're like a totally freshman to our game, it's better for you just, take one step behind and try to be under the protection provided by our towers.
Yes, exactly. That brings us up to another term that will be checking on the bush or bush check. Now, you need to check on the bush because there's always a very high chance that you're going to have opponents just waiting for you, trying to ambush you by just hiding themselves inside of that bush.
Yeah.
So just by hiding themselves inside of that bush, they can just deal you a lot of damage since you are not expecting to be people in there. So you need to use your abilities just to check on the bush, just to see if it is safe for you to progress or if you just need to take a couple steps back.
Yeah, there's two ways help you to detect whether there's some enemies ambushing there or not. One is by using all of those abilities that you have, because some effects can be activated if you hit some enemies. And the second method would be let your tank to open the vision for you.
Let your tank to face check the bush.
Yeah.
To face check is just to directly just go facing first.
Bump into the bush.
Into the bush and then just hope for the best.
Yeah.
You just go in with your face and then you just check, and then if there's someone there, just pray that you're tanky enough just to take the damage.
Yeah, and something that we always gonna witness during the game is that some support, they only got one mobile ability.
Yeah.
So once they use that ability to jump in, there's no way for them to
Gone.
get out all of their setups.
Gone. You jump in and then you face check, and then your next stop is going to be back to base.
Yeah. You just need to be really careful if you want to step into others' bushes.
Right now we are waiting for the second game of this Team Jordan against Team Nepal battle to happen. Right now we are still checking on some technical challenges that we might be checking in. It is super important. It is extremely important that in terms of esports, that the technology needs to be leveled and balanced so there doesn't have an advantage, an unfair advantage to any of the teams, right?
Sure.
That is why, for me, the fact that sometimes it takes us a little bit of time just for everyone to have the same conditions, for me, it's a completely understandable wait.
Yeah, because we need to make sure that every step's going to be really fair and there's no lagging that will be allowed in the tournament. But we can see, like, from all of those faces that we see from the camera, that Team Jordan, it seems like they're really chilled. It seems like they're now quite confident with themselves, since they already got like 3 wins in a row, actually, right? 3 games wins in a row.
When you keep winning, I do believe that winning is a habit. I always tell my players, I always tell my kids, just you know what, like, winning is a habit. The moment that you start winning, just remember that feeling, and that feeling builds confidence, and then let it snowball. As long as you work hard, you take 1 win, you collect 2 wins, you collect 3 wins, make winning a habit. And then we can see that Team Jordan right now, after these 3 wins and today, they are in a very good position, very high morale position right now. Let's just hope that this whole break is not going to affect their performance, right?
Yeah. And also, like, this break is going to be a really nice chance for Team Nepal to reset their strategies and to see what they're going to do in this draft. So let's dive right into game 2. Team Nepal, ban away this Taiwan G.
Yeah, Taiwan G that is going to be banned away. Taiwan G is a very interesting support, right? Since Taiwan G just can do health
recovery.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. It can do health recovery. You do not want to provide Taiwan G when you have a team that is going to be all crowded in all together, because that health recovery effect is going to be maximized.
True. And I really love this little girl because she's gonna sing when she's, using her abilities.
Tune of Tranquility.
Really cute. Yeah.
I love it.
And again, Team Nepal says they don't want to release this boiler again.
No.
And Team Jordan, again, they're just gonna stick into their own strategies. They're just gonna ban away this Dongwon and also Xiaohodun thoroughly. I always say they were gonna do the same banning strategy all day long.
Well, from these 4 games that we've been seeing Team Jordan, we already know that they dislike that Dongwon. They do not like playing against that hero because it has been their first ban in every single game of today.
Yeah, and that actually bring something on the table is that maybe it's because Team Jordan, they know that they want to do a lot of initiations.
Yes.
They want to fight a lot. And Donghwan Tai's ultimate is just going to interrupt all of those initiations. Just break it. So it's quite annoying.
It is quite annoying, but we'll talk about Donghwan a little bit more. We still have 6 days to go. I'm totally sure that we're going to have an opportunity to see that support on.
Definitely.
Team Nepal is going to take that Lupu away from Bawadi, but Bawadi is going to reply back with the Thane option.
Oh, this is going to be really interesting because they're now exchanging their hero that they used from the last game. Thane for Team Jordan and Lubu for Team Nepal. And even more that Team Nepal take away that Zhang Fei. So Zhang Fei and Lubu pair is going to be quite strong.
It is going to be quite strong.
Hard CC.
Let's wait and see what's going to be the option for Archer for Team Nepal, right? Because they already have a strong frontliner. They already have a strong support. They have a very fast mid laner that can clean wave quickly. Let's see what the Archer is going to be.
UG. Wow, I would say again Team Nepal seems like they're just being a little bit proactive. Because I was expecting heroes like Marco Polo or Sun Shangxiang or some heroes that can be really dominating during the laning phase and help them to build up some advantages in the early game. But once they take out this UG, somehow it means that they want to go for that late game.
They want to go for that late game because UG is very item dependent.
Yeah.
The itemization is completely necessary for UG for the damage to be online. We know that UG's second ability allows her just to be immune to physical damage. But the damage dealt by UG is completely dependent on the items.
Exactly, and there's no burst damage can be seen from UG. UG is totally different, just like Marco Polo. We can see like 2 different archers. Marco Polo can use his ultimate and try to spin in and daze the surrounding enemies and do those burst damage. But UG really needs to have her support to build up a really
safe
comfortable
space, right?
place for him to doing those constant basic attack.
Right, both mid laners are going to be really quick in terms of cleaning the wave, so the rotation is going to be important. So we go back to one of the turns that we just talked to you about is going to be the vision control.
True.
Having vision control is going to allow Kali and is going to allow Droyu to be able to support either to the confronting lane or to the farming lane.
Yeah, so the opening set matters a lot. Can't wait to see it. Game 2, Team Nepal on the blue side, Team Jordan on the red.
All right, let's wait and see. Same opening as always. We're going to have a 2v2 in the mid lane, and Hagar is going to try his very best just to keep poking on Kito's HP bar.
Yeah, again, Hagar is always going to be the one try to do a lot of things, try to make a lot of things happen.
All right, now we have this right now over there on the farming lane. We have a face-to-face in between UG and Marco Polo.
But everything's going to be really peaceful.
It's going to be very peaceful. I agree with you. Because it's going to depend on who can create a 2v1 or a 3v2.
Yeah.
None of the 2 of them in a 1v1 situation is going to be able just to finish the other one.
Marco Polo is going to be the weakest archer during the laning phase.
Yes.
And for UG, though, he's going to be quite good, clean up all those minion waves, but no more damage can be seen from this archer.
The damage is not going to be lethal.
Yeah, so both archers going to just, hide in under their towers and clean up all those, eat up all those goals.
Yep. AbuYusef that wanted to take the jungle monster, but Galaxia is going to say no. And is going to get that last hit, taking the resources for himself.
That would be such a good thing to him.
Yeah.
Well, instead of focusing at the farming lane, I would say maybe this time a lot of skirmishes can be seen from the riverside.
Yeah, exactly. Rotation. Plucky Leon is going to move down to the bottom part of the map, trying to just get some vision, trying to slow down a little bit. Lamb is going to need a lot more time
to farm up.
To farm, exactly. Lamb needs just to at least clean jungle twice for him to actually have some damage.
Yeah.
Due to the mechanics of that hero, at the early stages of the game, it's going to be really hard for him.
So he needs time to farm up and build up all those items, help him to do all of this insane damage during the same fight. So actually, Team Jordan is quite classic, like double core playing style, right? The jungler and also the archer. But on the other side, from Team Nepal's composition, they relied a lot on their top laners, this Lubu. Instead, like their junglers just play as the role of the tank.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about Kaiser. Kaiser and UG have the exact same problem. They are very strong, but they're very item on gold dependent.
Yeah.
So unless that they have a clear gold or item advantage, they're not going to be decisive for this whole matchup. So right now it comes down to Team Jordan, to what Hagar, to what Jin, to what Bien can do for that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And Bawadi is already
one more time, sending Galaxia down to the turret. And now he cannot spot the fact that Team Nepal is coming in with all the abilities focused on that one person. Let's see what's going to happen, because Team Jordan needs to do something in here. The flash comes in, and it's going to be UG, the one that's going to become the next target. Taking too much damage from the turret, and it's going to be a one-to-one trade. That is going to be good for Team Nepal, that they do not waste any time and keep poking on that mid lane turret.
Well, I would say Team Nepal win the upper hand from this round. We can see, like, from the minimap, it's really interesting that the map is really tear up to two different boards. Team Jordan, 4 people standing units try to take down this UG. But we mentioned about the second ability that UG has, help him to soak in so many physical damage.
Yes, exactly.
And with such a healthy HP bar. But instead, like Team Nepal, they also like send 4 people in units, try to do some ganks on Bawadi. They successfully did that. And rotate to the mid. And we can see the mid lane tower already be taken down half HP.
And that's going to be bad news for Team Jordan, right? Like we already said that you need to protect that. The Wild Blood comes in, he wants to contest that behemoth, but it's not going to be enough. Now it's going to be Lupu, the one that is going to follow in. Hagar trying to use the fire to try to push people back, but it's going to be Lamb, the one that is going to fall on the other hand. A one-to-one trade.
Everyone's trying to vie for that behemoth. Everyone's trying to take that epic monsters. So that's the reason why everyone's just gathering around this camp. But we can see after Team Jordan, they put so much effort, try to do that last hit on this epic monsters. Actually, their lack of damage to deal on their opponents at the first time.
They ran out of abilities, right? All of their abilities went down in cooldown, so they did not have any abilities available just to continue with that. Look at that, Bawadi one more time. He's going to use the flash, runs away from Galaxia, but that turret is being taken extremely low. Almost inexistent HP.
Wow. You know, from the first 5 or 6 minutes, I would say Team Nepal, they make a lot of progress. They know that they need to play actively in the early game. Though that UG can't do burst damage in the early game, but they got Kali. Like, Kali can deal so many AoE damage in the early game. And also, they have such a tanky frontliners to help them to somehow buy more time for UG to do those constant normal attack.
Yeah, it's gonna come down. It's gonna come down to the mid laners, I think. This game is gonna come down to the mid laners and what they can do in order to benefit the whole team, right?
Yeah. Like last game, we mentioned about how important their both support is. It's only because their mages are not that good cleaning up all those minion waves. But this time, things changed.
Things changed completely. One more time, a 3v3 scrimmage right over here. The turrets are the ones taking the damage, but there's still not that many players falling out of the fights. Ali, ultimate going to force Hagar to push back. A rotation. Look at how the mid lane right now has 3 members from Team Jordan trying to take that turret down, and the turret is going to fall. Right now it's going to be Plucky Leon, the one that's going to have a target on his back. The wild blood comes in, but he's going to be purified, so there's not going to be a stun coming in. Jin trying to poke down, but he's not going to be successful at it. Takes some damage and is going to be sent back home.
That's what we call operating, you know. Actually, Team Nepal, they're distracted by that Zhou Yu at the farming lane. Yeah. They're like, all right, like our opponent is trying to pressure a lot on our UG, pressure a lot on the farming lane. So what about send some people on the at the bottom side of the map? But once they're distracted, it's gonna be some chances that Team Jordan sees to take down that milling tower.
Building already a 1,000 gold advantage at 8 minutes of the game, right? Like right now we can see from the items board, not a lot of very big items have been made. And in terms of gold, the one hero that has the most advantage is going to be Hagar right now with that Zhou Yu.
And with that musket agony, he can deal massive amount of damage.
Swami is running away, but is not going to be able to escape. Kito and Swami are going to fall. AESF is going to come from the side and is going to allow a great option for a 3-0 trade for Team Jordan.
And Jin got his double. Wow, and it makes me feel like it's gonna be the signal, you know, again, around like 7 or 8 minutes. It's gonna be the signal, it's gonna be that alarm that Team Jordan set for themselves to counterattack.
And after that, 2 of the turrets are going to fall right now, allowing Team Jordan just to have complete control. 25 seconds, AESF has to take this overload, which is gonna be more than enough. Takes that last overload before it's going to be enhanced at the 10 minutes mark.
Things seems pretty good to Team Jordan, but on the other side for Team Nepal, they still got possibility and chances.
What's Bawadi doing right over there? He's going to have to use his flash, but it's going to be Galaxia, the one that is going to take him down.
That was a really nice gank.
Yeah, a 2v1. A 2v1 happening right over there. Bawadi was just standing in there without any movement.
It's because like Team Jordan already take down the milling tower, so they are really eager to push all 3 lanes simultaneously. So Bawadi was alone on the top side. Team Nepal just sees the moment.
Look at that. Team Jordan is going to put a target on Galaxia, but Lucky Leon, Kito, and Swami are going to come again. It's going to be a 4v3 for Team Nepal. Can they get something out of this? Stun. The immunity is going to come out. Thanks to Tron. Where is Stain? Where is Lam? They're not coming in for the fight.
Well, it seems like Team Nepal, actually, they need to treasure a little bit about their abilities because they're really ultimate dependent. Once Team Jordan know that your ultimate from Zhang Fei are not available, it's going to be the cue for them to attack.
Look at that. AESF taking extremely low and then he's not going to be able to take that behemoth and it's going to be given to Team Nepal. Team Nepal is going to take that. It's going to be really important resource. Now Dane one more time pushes in, ultimate, stun down, UG is going to fall, Swami's going to be the next target. Bawadi trying his best, look at what's going on. AESF against Plucky Leon, trying to go in. The ultimate from Galaxia is going to be wide. Marco Polo turns his eyes to the turret, taking it almost down to 1/8.
And it ended up with a 2-1 trade. Everyone trying to vie for that behemoth again, but the problem is actually the battlefield has been sliding into 2 different parts. Everyone just fighting individually, but due to this gold lead, this significant gold lead that Team Jordan has, they're going to be more powerful and win the upper hand.
A 4,500 gold difference advantage for Team Jordan right now. As we're getting almost to the 12-minute mark, it is the moment for them to take that Dark Overlord and then just start pushing and keep their eyes on the high ground.
Like Vanguards again, spawning at all 3 lanes. So Team Nepal, they really need to hurry up and try to do some small ganks.
Trying to do something, right? Like, let's wait and see right now. Plucky Leon's trying to start on that blue buff. They have eyes and they know that Team Jordan's trying to take that Shadow Overlord. What are they going to do? It's going to be the Wild Blood from Swami, the one that's going to be progged. Then it's going to be Galaxia coming in, but it's not going to be able to take on anyone. Kali's ultimate is going to be gone. Galaxia flashes away from the fight, but it's going to be Bawadi using his ult. He's still on the chase. Jin coming in from one side. He's going to force them back. It's going to be not any fight in here happening. But at least for Team Jordan, taking the HP bar from Team Nepal solo.
Yeah, like it looks so messy from that team fight, but actually no one had been taken down from that round. So I would say the game's going to be reset again, but Team Jordan get the advantage of taking down that Dark Overlord. And now they're releasing their dark parts again in the mid. Maybe they're just going to, you know, replay exactly the same strategy that they used from the last game, Janai.
Yeah, maybe they want just to take that mid lane turret first, right?
Yeah.
Right now, it's only 3 members from Team Jordan all gathering here. Thane and Troyu are going to be late to disengage. The Vanguard taking down to 3/4 of its HP. That's going to be the key if they want to go on to high ground. Jin is not going to be the best hero to do this task, but it's going to be Kali proccing the ult, forcing people down. It has a target on Hagar. Hagar is going to go down to half HP. The Vanguard is taking down the HP from the turret. No one can do anything about this. Abu Yusef that jumped in on high ground trying to get a kill, but it was unable to. The turret is going to fall. They're going to trade Abu Yusef's life for that turret.
Abu Yusef, he was like, okay, I need to beat a bait. I need to distract all of those attention. So he just, you know, leap in. But actually, it's a little bit overcommitted, I would say. They still got such a good gap.
Yeah.
They can just, you know, by using Joey's ability, slowly, gradually taking down all those high ground towers with no one dying.
I think that Abu Yusef thought that his Pure Sky was going to allow him the option just to get a kill and then be able just to run away, right? But was not enough. Was not enough for that. But what it's taken extremely low. Right now he's going to be able to run out, but it's going to be taken out. It's going to be a 1-to-1, a 2-to-1 trade for Team Jordan.
2-to-1 trade. Well, we know that like the first movement that Team Nepal take is because they know that your jungler is absent from the front, so they want to take down that Dark Behemoth. But now without the UG, how they're gonna guard?
They cannot guard that. It's going to be 20 more seconds, and then still going to be a power play for Team Jordan.
There's
Minions coming in for mid lane. It's going to be Plucky, Leon, Swami, and Galaxia, the last one standing in here. Lamb decides to go back and take the red buff instead of coming and engaging. 5 seconds down, and it's going to be the cue for Team Jordan to go back.
Well, I would say that would be such a relief for Team Nepal, right? Because, like, first of all, they want to use Lime's absence, trying to take down that Dark Behemoth, help them to gain more abilities to increase their damage out. But since UG has been taken down, I almost think that the game's going to be closed out.
I thought that Team Jordan had an opportunity in there to try to go and finish the game, right? But I think that they want just to be a little bit more on the safe end of this. 16 minutes. The Dark Overlord is available for them to take.
Yeah.
And they might have green light in here. Look at that. Lamb is going to clean the wave, and then he's going to start his rotation towards the confronting lane.
They're operating, they're doing that for one push. But Team Nepal found out where Lamb is and
right
tried
that they
to block
found
him
out.
away.
Look at that. Marco Polo is going to start on the Dark Overlord. They know that Plucky Leon has vision on them, but there's nothing that they can do. Kali is not going to be part of this, so there's a fully green-lighted Overlord for Team Jordan. Look at this. It's going to be Swami, the one that doesn't want this to end. Galaxia jumps in with his ultimate. Already the Purify's been spawned, but Jin has a great angle that's just to keep dealing damage. There's nothing that they can do. Doofy is going to be the one that has to take the chance. He needs to jump in. Jin's still on. It's a 2-to-2 trade, and this is now going to be down to who's got the better control of the map.
Wow, such a massive team fight. Well, like, that was a 4 versus 5. We would say, like, Team Nepal, they put it all in. They know that they can't just let Team Jordan to get that overlord so easily to let them to have such a powerful winning lane. So like, even though that Kali was absent at the first time, they still want to initiate. But I still want to highlight Galaxia, his Lubu. It's all because of his ultimate and strike down so many HPRs from Marco Polo. So help them to gain the advantages from this team fight.
Let's wait and see. Let's put our eyes to the farming lane. 3 different bangers coming in from the farming lane. Nothing that Team Nepal can do more than just to keep their eyes in there. That's going to open the confronting lane high ground turret. That is going to be the next target for Team Jordan.
Team Nepal need to stay close.
AESF taking a lot of damage, trying to take that on a 1v3.
What about
He's
the top?
unable to that. The turret is going to fall right now. The fire, the flames of war coming in dealt in by Troyu. Taken down, it's gonna be Swami proccing the ult, pushes people against the wall, but the damage does not follow. UG procs the second ability, Doofy is going to fall, Galaxia comes in from the skies, jumps in with a flash, but the damage is not lethal. The turret is being taken down one more time! Look at that! Bawadi one more time, taking 3 players from Team Nepal down!
Triple taken down, but Wadi again showed his aggression, showed his powers, even though he had been shut down by their strongest vanguards at the bottom lane. So Team Jordan can easily take down the Crystal. Congratulations to Team Jordan. Again, got such a great job.
Amazing job by Team Jordan taking that second victory, and that's gonna be game for them. And then collecting 1 more point for them.
Wow, now they already got like 2 points in their hand. And they only played twice.
Yeah, that's really good. Great performance by the boys. I think that Bawadi in there, like, just showing us that he's a top player, right?
Yeah.
In the right moments, he's just showing up. He's not giving any options to anyone. He just wants to keep piling up those MVPs.
True. I was like, you know, actually in this game, we would pay more attention on Lam or pay more attention on Zhou Yu instead of pay attention to that Thania, because like he seems like didn't have such a big voice in the early game, but at last, in the end, he would be like, okay, I'm gonna have the 4th time for this Audi Super A player.
This is gonna be a player that we're gonna keep our eyes on even after this competition is going to be done, right? It is going to be an amazing journey for him, because coming in and then having these 4 great presentations, what else can you ask for? What else can you ask?
That triple helped them to close out the game.
Yeah.
Clean and neat. Again, like for Team Jordan, we know that now they have got such an alarm in their mind.
Yes.
It's around like 7 or 8 minutes after they got like 2 or 3 items and got the ability to confront their opponents and try to initiate the lot. And they're always using those successful team fights to build up the advantages.
Yeah, exactly. That is something that other teams are going to have to write down in their book, right? Like they know already exactly how Team Jordan likes controlling the times of the game, and then just probably just coming up with an even more aggressive early strat might be the key to try to put them on their back heel. Today, Team Jordan, spotless. I hope that they're going to keep with this performance after these 2 games. Completely a fan right now.
Yeah, because they win against their rivals twice and all end up with 2-0.
Yeah.
Quite good job, and showed us their power and their aggressions. And also they definitely going to be in their best states right now, because they got like 4 games wins in a row. Well, on the other side for Team Nepal, I would say like the second draft, they did much better than the previous games. So I'm really looking forward to their future plays, since actually they're doing quite good job in the early game for the opening set.
Yes. I think that Team Nepal just came in with a lot of experience, came in just already knowing what Team Jordan could be about. They tried their very best just to try to come up with something. The synergy is not there.
True.
I do believe that the synergy in between heroes, the synergy in between players is there. The synergy in between heroes, the composition did not work that well. They were unable just to find the solution to Chuanzhou.
True.
Because Chuanzhou was always holding to its ultimate until the last second, allowing that control chain coming from Zhang to Lu Bu to never actually connect.
True. Like the synergy between, especially between their support and their archer, they stay quite close to each other. They always just gonna play around with their marksman. But the problem is, if they really want to play around their marksman, how about Gong Sun Li? How about Marco Polo? How about Sun Shangxiang, right?
Yes.
Instead of picking out that Yu Ji, it will make themselves too, they need so much time for them to farm up, to, be fully decked out. And Team Jordan won't let you have the time.
No.
Yeah.
They will never allow you that opportunity. But well, right now, let's wait and see what the players have to say. Let's keep our eyes on Jacob and let's see what he has over there for the interviews.
Okay, thank you guys. Welcome to the interview. And right now we're gonna have Team Jordan confronting land player. But Wadi is here. Please say hello to the audience.
Hello. Thank you, bro. Now,
I think that's okay. That's okay. So congratulations again. You come back to this stage because you won the first game, and right now you won the second game, and all these two games. You won by 2-0. So how do you feel right now?
Yeah, I'm feel exciting because me and my team study enemy because that easy game in 2-0 2-0 because that it's easy game because coach is very good.
Yeah, that's an easy game. What a confidence of that. So were you nervous while you're playing on the stage?
No. I'm playing another stage.
You just feel excited, right?
Yeah.
So the second question, in the first game, your team were behind in the early game, but in the mid game, suddenly everything changed in 5 minutes. So what happened?
Yeah, because all my team tilted in early game and not good communication, but in mid game or relax and go to focus in game.
Yeah, just focusing.
Yeah, just in focus in game, and you know how to walk in map. Yeah, just a strategy.
Gathering together and then to have the team fight to turn all the ties around.
Thank you.
That's a great job. So you have played a lot of tank heroes in this game, but I just wonder if you can play some warrior heroes in the future.
Yeah, I can. But I need this tanky heroes here because my team is squishy. Because that I need tanky hero to equal in team. Because win in game. So just that.
So you pretty like to sacrifice for the team to help the game, to help the team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. So you are perfect tank player.
Thank you, bro.
Okay, thank you for the interview. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Wow. I really like he's saying, he was like, I'm also a warrior player, but it's because like my team need me to play a tank. My team need me to build up so many like comfort places for my archers, so I'll just take one step back.
Maybe Bawad is just gonna be insane on warriors, right? Like maybe it's gonna take Mulan and then it's gonna be like
Guan Yu. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
The done game, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes you need to sacrifice yourself. You need to sacrifice your highlights for the team, right? And it's not like he did not have any highlights. Look at that, like every time that we're watching the reviews of what happened during the game, half of it is just Bawadi just taking down other enemies.
And he's really sensitive about finding all those positions.
Yes.
Right? He's always been at such a great angle to cut in and tear up all those battlefields into two different parts.
Yeah, no, I like a lot his performance right now on Tank Heroes. Let's wait and see if in the future we're going to have an opportunity to see him performing on Warriors. This last one right over here is just completely out of this world, right?
The triple.
The triple, right? Like wait for him to just come in. He waits for the right moment bang,
Oh.
gone. Completely vanishes their HP bar.
Yeah. So actually, it was such a beautiful game showed by Team Jordan again. And just like what he said from that interview, that they need to take time in the early game. And then after maybe like 5 minutes, help them to warm up, they will just, get right into the stage.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen in their next performances in the future. And we're going to keep track of what's going to happen for these players, how they can evolve and try to become stronger for the challenges coming ahead of us.
True.
Look at that. Who's going to be our Audi Super A player of this game?
It's gonna be the mid laner from Team Jordan.
Hagar. Hagar is going to take that Super A player, the Audi Super A player for this game. Team Jordan, Hagar.
We mentioned him again and again, actually. Actually, like, though Thane or the top laner, he's just being so eye-catching. But we can't deny all those contributions that the mid laner did.
Of course. When you're facing a mid laner that can, the same as you, just quickly and just clean the wave, and then you start providing that rotation, you need to be always on your toes. You cannot just stay on one position. You need to be always on your toes. Try to keep attention, just taking on the vision.
Yeah, and remember that small trick that they did in the early game as well, because they let the mage rotate at the bottom, try to distract their opponents and help them to take down the milling tower.
Excellent. Well, later on at 4 o'clock, we're going to have Team Vietnam against Team Malaysia that we're going to be bringing to you live. Right now, we're going to take a little break, stay online, and at 4 o'clock, we're going to be back over here with Road to the Asian Games 2022.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
All right, we are back. This will be the live for Roads to Asian 2022, and here we go. Our game will be extremely interesting because after two matchups, they are all from like Group 1, right?
True.
So we have already seen the three teams from Group 1.
Yeah.
I would say like Team Jordan will be the best one according to what we saw just
They
now,
already
right?
got like 2 wins in a row.
Mhm,
That's so crazy. So actually, they already got like 2 points in their hand.
Yeah, I think we pretty much have a kind of first impression about the three teams from West and South Asia. But here we go. We will be directly jump into the very first match from Group 3, which will be the Southeast Asia. So this is really interesting because we have a lot of teams in Group 3, 6 teams in total. So this will be something we should be looking forward to see.
And I always say all those competitions going to be like chaotic since there's so many teams in this group. And the next matchup is going to be Team Malaysia play against Team Vietnam.
As a very first match to kick off this regional like group, I think they somehow represents their atmosphere, represent their gaming styles. And it's still like it's a very mystery for me. Like I don't know like how Vietnam or how Team Malaysia is gonna play, or what kind of draft or kind of composition they're gonna be choosing in the game.
Yeah, and actually it's really interesting to see the fact that different team actually they have different understanding towards the patch.
Of course.
Those hero selections
varies a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's see the starting up lineup list. So these players, I think they have been like working together for a long time, and surprisingly we're seeing the support player, Feng En, will be a very, very beautiful girl.
Yeah, so
I like this.
Actually, it's really good to see like there's female players participating in our tournament. And the lineup from Team Malaysia, actually there's some familiar faces in the lineup. For example, there are Archer and also the top laner.
Liu Xuan, Zhang Qiu, LCC2, Mutsu, and Hui. So they have some former gaming experience. We have been looking at or like analyze or casted their former performances. So I think they have a lot of time, you know, to trying to evolve, trying to develop more and deeper understanding towards this game. So hopefully they can like show us how far they've come.
Yeah, like they had been through such a intense trainings. So they definitely made a lot of progress. But you know, everything has like it's a double-edged sword. Since they already exposed some of their information, so Team Vietnam definitely gonna rewatch all those replays.
Yeah, I'm not so sure because we have to analyze and emphasize one more time because what makes the road to Asian Games 2022 so important because you want to win your team, your entire team, a better starting point, right?
True.
So the final result of the competition will determine the final seeding for draw into the 19th Asian Games. So just consider this kind of tournament as a warm-up for the actual game starts. So yeah, and I think there will be the opportunity for let you know what kind of the gaming style your opponent might have been in the actual game.
And also like the mindset and also the states when you're participating in our RDAG is totally different when you are doing like other tournaments since you're now representing your own countries and regions.
Of course.
So it's like totally different and you definitely want to show your best abilities and your best performance and help your team to gain more points.
You know, after casting and watching the previous two matchups, I was quite surprised to see those drafts are very various. And even though they are picking the exact same composition, but the gaming style, the decision they made, kind of strategy they pull off are completely different. So we can see those gaming understandings, those how they comprehend the entire game are totally different. It really shows different styles. This is what makes like the Arena Valor Asian Games version show so interesting.
Yeah, because like this patch, it offers so many different possibilities about those hero selections. You can rotate a lot, you can flex a lot of heroes, and also you can just play in so many different play styles. So I'm really looking forward to these two teams play against each other, and also like one of those features that we can see from Team Vietnam definitely going to be their support, right? The female players, because you know, like one of our goal about holding this event, holding the RDAG, is that we want to make esports accessible and approachable to anyone,
of course,
anywhere, regardless of age, gender, creed. So it's really happy to see those things happening now at Arena.
I mean, we all stand equal chances to be the final champion, the final victory winners. So who will be getting to the final destination closer? Really, it relies on how they performed within the 6 days.
Yeah.
So here we go, the very first match between Team Malaysia and Team Vietnam. Let's see what kind of composition they're finally gonna be showing us. And I like this band. Like Huang Zhong will definitely be a very problematic archer in the late game.
Yeah, and also Kaiser, the most OP hero right now in this patch. And also, from those bans done by Vietnam, I can obviously a lot of homeworks are done by this team because they ban away this Guan Yu. Guan Yu would be one of those most famous hero, most best performing hero that's just selected.
Score getting.
Yeah.
Like their secrets trying to steal this very first victory to their side. Team Malaysia, hopefully they have deeper preparation for today's matchups.
Yeah.
And the final places for Team Vietnam, what will be the last choice for the bands here?
Well, it's really refreshing that we see Da Chou having banned away.
Yep.
Because it's
all
actually
available for the previous 2 matches.
True. So actually, Da Chou composition would have such a high ceiling for those teams who can master it to use it. But so far we didn't see any teams playing with this Da Chou strategy.
Yeah, this is the very first time we ever see Da Chou being shown on the BP list.
Yeah.
Right? It's supposed to be a very T0 hero because the whole strategy, whole composition you will have within Da Chou system will be very, very good when you want to play the macro of the entire game. But yeah, maybe there will be the final choice for other teams. That will be one thing we should be looking forward to in the future, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the very first pick, Xiaohong. I love this hero because this hero you can see a lot of flexibility. You can be swing to the jungle or you can swing to the top side depending on what will be the rest of your composition.
True. And also Xiaohong, this hero is just being so tanky.
Wow.
Right?
Zhuge Liang.
After I did some research on our hero pool, I was wondering where is Sima Yi or Zhuge Liang to play as a jungler. And we saw Sima Yi today, right? The first game.
And I think that Sima Yi, even though that game they didn't actually win, but from the initial point, the first 5 minutes, I think that whole thing is working very well. So maybe Team Vietnam have this prepared for us, and Chen Yaojing, will this be a final choice? Maybe it's just they press a button or randomly selected hero. Let's see. Okay, it's done. It's already fixed. Chen Yaojing.
So who's gonna be the jungler? At the first time when I see Zhuge Liang being taken out, because usually when we're doing ranking in this game, we would say Zhuge Liang will rotate to be the jungler because he will do such an insane damage by using his ultimate in the late game. But since Chen Yaojing has been taken down, it flex a lot.
Yeah, I think it will be finalized as Zhuge Liang goes into the mid, and while Chen Yaojing will be the jungler, Lu Bu will stay on the confronting lane. I see no reason why Lu Bu will be swing to the jungler. That will a very rare incident in our gaming history. So let's see. Okay, Milady will be the final choice. I really wonder who will be the support. Maybe Chen Yaojing or Lu Bu. Yeah.
Well, I'm really confused right now, but on the other hand, I'm really excited to witness such a composition that's been selected by Team Vietnam. It's really creative, full of imagination.
I think confidently speaking, we have been casted thousands of games till now, but this is the very first time we ever saw this kind of composition being pulled out without any hesitation. And I think Team Malaysia definitely does not see this coming, right? So this will be a surprise for them. So whether they can trying to figure out how to deal with this kind of very special composition within this 2 minutes of preparation, I wonder. I really wonder.
How they're gonna set up all those openings, right? How they're gonna gain the priority, how they're gonna utilize their unique support. Because right now we still don't know who's going to be the support, Chen Yaojin or Du Bu.
Yeah. But anyway, it leaves us a lot of room of expectations.
Yeah.
And that's what makes our game, what makes our tournament so interesting.
Yeah.
All right, Stella. Okay, we'll have Zhuge Liang on the jungle, yes. And Lu Bu will be play and shifted to as a support.
To be honest, so far this is the very first time for me to casting that Lu Bu play as a support.
Yeah. I think there might be still some swinging changes. And let's see what they got in this game. Shang Guanwar, good choice. Very, very aggressive in the early game. Paired with Gong Sunli, they can finish the lane and do rotations very, very quickly.
And a lot of people already been crowded in the jungle. It seems like Team Malaysia trying to do some early vision.
Yeah, like early game interruptions, getting one little animal away from their enemy. And Vietnam, let's see, DHT doing the solo laning. He must like really stand closer to the turrets to make sure like he stays safe.
Yeah,
all the time.
Because DHT, he definitely needs to play defensively in the early game right now. Seems like if we scrutinize Team Vietnam's composition, we will see like there's so many cores, right?
Yep.
There's like individual 5 cores, I would say. Everyone need money, everyone need gold, everyone need item, help them to build up no matter HP or damaged out. So it takes time.
I think like Lu Bu as a support really opens up a lot of room for like imaginations. So once he gets to level 4, having the ultimate, having the fallen god, maybe this will be one way to initiate the team fight. This is one of my like assumptions, but let's see. In like real gaming process, what will this support as a Lu Bu be doing for the entire team? Stunned, Stella 2 member knocked up, but nothing's happened because the damage is just not efficient. And the waves are here, but still, before 4 minutes, our tower have a shield protection, so it will be very difficult to tear down the tier 1 turrets.
True, and also it's gonna reduce all those damaged out by their opponents. So it's going to be a little bit early for Team Malaysia to take further steps. But now, since there's a small gap,
will be Lu Bu, but since Lu Bu is not have level 4, does not have the ultimate, so he will be going down. The very first taken down to the side of Team Malaysia.
And here's some details why they want to force out Mility's flash. And even worse for Zhuge Liang is that once he clean up those resources, he will find his blue buff has been stolen away.
I really like how Team Malaysia is trying to control, trying to be the master of this game, because they are extremely aggressive in the early game. And look, like Xiaohouden and Mulan and like Shang Guanwar and Gong Sunli, these heroes are extremely aggressive and they are taking advantage of this aggression. And like, for example, stealing away the blue from the side of Team Vietnam, another kill happened on the bottom side of the map, getting one more taken down to their team. I think Team Malaysia is looking really, really good.
True.
In this early 3 minutes.
And not even mention to like the mage and also the archer that is selected. Both heroes can just, you know, carry the game by using their own mechanics.
Yes.
So that's why we can see a lot of taken down has already been made before 4 minutes.
So many dashes, so much flexibility are provided from Team Malaysia's composition. So they're using this kind of mobility and flexibility, trying to make sure that Team Vietnam cannot just follow up their routine. It's very cool. Yeah. So what will be the answer from Team Vietnam? They're facing quite a trouble, I would say.
But again, like, if we're looking at the composition, right, Team Malaysia, dash in.
Wow. Getting Zhuge Liang really, really low.
If it's not because of the protection provided by the tower, maybe Zhuge Liang already been taken down.
Yes.
Moving out.
And rushing to the bottom side, getting this little behemoth. I think they're running the pace really fast from Team Malaysia. You can see how they want to control and their macro. They're doing a lot of things at the same time. And you can see like these 2 versus 2, they have a very clear distribution of what you should do and what I should do.
Yeah,
another fight happened, killing 3 over to Shang Guanwar, getting one more taken down, and Lady Sun cannot survive anymore. Lady having to force out one flash.
Mulan trying to find the
further and getting another taken down. Wow, the whole thing are collapsing.
It was like
Vietnam.
every single step that they take just went perfect.
Yes.
Just went whatever they want. Okay, everyone just gonna be sent in unit trying to do some invasions, or we're gonna fight. But you can see like they're definitely gonna be a shot caller from Team Malaysia.
Yeah.
To see like what's gonna be our next step, and they're just trying to accelerate the pace and try to snowball the game.
I mean, the snowballing is what they're doing right now, right? You can see the goal differences, like 5K. Oh, it's a very like substantial gap, especially when this game only takes you 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So yeah, it will be a huge threat and huge pressure to Team Vietnam, and their composition really rely on their items a lot.
True.
So they have to find some chances to buy themselves more time.
But Team Malaysia seems don't want to let you to do that. Dash in again and already got so many taken down that they're even chasing for that Lubu. Lubu has been taken down. Team Malaysia totally clean up the battlefield.
Like LCC2 is everywhere, so once you want to pick a fight, any kind of random skirmish will happen, and the victory side will always be Team Malaysia because they are leading the goal, they're leading the map, they have almost entire vision on the map, so they can go wherever they want, and the bush are safe enough for them. Trying to do the ambush, trying to pick up those team fights. Wow, very aggressive.
It's only at 6 minutes.
I think, like, if Team Malaysia continue to do so and make slight mistakes, maybe no mistake, this game is probably gonna be ending quite soon.
Yeah, and most it's because of that gold lead.
Yeah,
it's quite significant.
Wow,
Flash
full
in,
member
full
down.
member has been signed, and Shangomar just dashed in, got such a great CC, and also the burst damage, that's insane.
Another double taken down over to LCC2. This Shang Wanwar is basically the nightmare from to the side of Team Vietnam. I think starting from now on, Team Vietnam will be like staying on their high ground all the time because they do not have enough like frontliners. Since they are losing all the time, they're losing the team fight, they're losing the skirmish, so they do not have enough time to buy the items. Their frontliner will be extremely fragile. So with this happening, I think like Team Vietnam, they should like trying to retrieve back for a little bit, buy themselves as much time as possible, so that they have like slight chance to stall the time into the mid game. But Gongsun is not that it's happened. I think this Lu Bu is just fragile as a paper.
We can see like Team Vietnam, they try to step out of their high ground tower, try to clean up all those minion waves, gain more time. But the problem is, as long as they just step one minor way away from the high ground tower, to Malaysia, which is crowded in and again.
Is ready. Another dive into the back lines, and the lady went down one more time. We're waiting for the Vanguard to rush into the high ground towers again. I think this will be it. Maybe Team Vietnam will fight back for a little bit, but they're still waiting for one member to resurrect from the base again.
Our side game so seems really painful for Team Vietnam. I can even feel that.
Yeah. You can even feel the tension and the stress from the side of Team Vietnam. And this is what like Team Malaysia is doing really, really great.
Yeah, Team Malaysia definitely, no doubt, they're dominating the game.
Yeah,
they're just dominating the game. There's no back and forth. There's no back and forth. It's just like they thoroughly charge forward. They thoroughly take down all those towers, and now they even want more. Get another stun. Legendary goes over to the Shangguan Wanger and leap to the sky. Try to leap in, and let's Lu Bu can't get away from this skirmish. She has been taken down. Super Minions win the Crystal first game. Congratulations to Team Malaysia.
Wow, that's crazy. I mean, it's a one-way ticket when you're taking the place from Team Malaysia.
Yeah.
So start the very beginning, they're winning everywhere. They're making very effective and efficient rotations from the mid to the bottom and also to the top. They are everywhere. Like, it's very hard to catch on where they want to go. Yeah. And like Team PNM really tries their best, trying to follow up. They trying to defend their own jungles. They use Luibu's ultimate, trying to hold the same to the later points. But I think if you give Shang Guanwar this much gold as a personal intake, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, Shang Guanwar already achieved that legendary.
Yes.
And if I'm correct, maybe the number of taken downs, Team Malaysia got almost like 14 or 15, but they won't let Team Vietnam to have even one.
Yes.
So this time, this game, it seems really painful for Team Vietnam. But actually, back to that draft, I was wondering, like, for such a unconventional draft, maybe Team Vietnam would bring something like different or break all of those paces that Team Malaysia would have, step out of the comfort zone. But the fact is, Team Malaysia, they just, deny all of those possibilities. Yes. We just stick to our own strategy, and that's it.
The reason why we're so surprised at the final result after the draft is because if you take like each position, those heroes are real late game heroes. For example, Lu Bu, for example, Chen Yaojing and Zhuge Liang.
Yeah,
so we only have like 3 lanes and 1 more jungles. If you're choosing this kind of composition that you're extremely weak in the early game, you might find some difficulties when you want to ensure the whole process goes smoothly. So your opponent is not giving you any chances just to smoothly building up your items and trying to farming up smoothly. So this will be the question. You do not want to give this kind of weakness to your opponent during the BP phase. So this will be the question. I think maybe like Team Vietnam can make better decisions or like trying to revive her a little bit after this kind of defeat, because this kind of loss will cost you some confidence. Your morality might be interfered, but hopefully they can get it recovered soon.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, just like what you mentioned in that game, like what they're gonna do with that Lu Bu support. You said like maybe they're gonna using Lu Bu's ultimate and try to initiate something.
Yes.
Or maybe they can go for another method. What about take Zhang Fei to be the one to take the responsibility, right?
This will be a very good like opening chances for the side of Team Malaysia, because they grasp the right second, I would say, before this Lu Bu have the ultimate, have the Fallen God, have the only one dash available from this hero. They grab this chance and get the takedown.
Yeah.
So after this, like the whole thing just belongs to the side of Team Malaysia.
True. And also that definitely going to be something to do with Shang Guanwang or this hero, because Shang Guanwang is one of those heroes that can be really dominating after she upgrades to level 4. After she got his ultimate, she's not that item dependent. Once she got ultimate, boom, here she comes and gotta grab so many takedowns back.
And then they're basically ignoring the turrets, They're
a lot of tower dives.
Collecting this kind of team fights everywhere. And not to mention the boiler, the initiation from boiler is so important, so crucial. Every single time they want to make sure that they can have this under turret kill and under turret team fights, they manage to do this by boilers initiation with the flash or only simply using the visibility. I think like 5 members from Team Malaysia are all doing a great job.
Yeah, we can see like from the KDA, 20 takedowns. Wow, that's a lot. That seems like there's a gap.
Yes.
Between those takedowns.
Oh yeah, I like this.
Boiler. So this time our LG Super A player is going to this boiler.
Yeah.
Wait.
This boiler is really, really good. Like, is good at making rotations, helping the archer like make rotations to the mid and trying to help Shang Guanwang as a great means of initiation. He have stunned 4 members right from the highlight clip we just saw. So this boiler, extremely good. Maybe they can choose another hero as a support, because from this kind of draft, you would definitely see the confidence, After the draft, the reason they choose Gong Sunli, the reason they choose Shang Guanwang is because they feel confident enough they can handle this kind of very aggressive early game composition. So maybe game 2, they will have something more prepared. All right, so let's take a short break. We will be back soon.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
大家好，我是缅甸代表队的托网球，我的游戏 ID 叫 H Hero， 我是中立选手。
大家好，我是来自老挝代表队的塞海塞友翁。在接下来的采访中，我会用中文进行回复。我的 ID 是阿海，然后在战队中打的是中路位置。
Hello, I'm Vachalanantawan from Thailand. My in-game name is Summer. I play in top lane.
大家好，我是新加坡代表队的 Amos， 我的游戏名是 Guard， 我在游戏里的位置是打野。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình tên là Nguyễn Thị Phương Yên, tên thi đấu của mình là Phương Yên, mình đến từ Việt Nam, vị trí thi đấu chính của mình là trợ thủ.
电子体育对我来说就是我的一切吧，因为我在这个行业待了4年多，我一直很喜欢那种打比赛的感觉。
For our team to improve, we always play at night. We took scrims for 6 hours for this game.
我之前参加的比赛都是线上赛，然后这是我第一次参加线下赛，所以会比较紧张，然后也很开心能认识更多选手。
I think the highlight in our team is the unity, and we have more experience.
Chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị cho cuộc thi này rất nhiều. Chúng tôi luyện tập rất chăm chỉ và tôi tin chắc rằng sẽ có kết quả tốt.
在东南亚赛区里面，我觉得最强的对手是马来西亚，因为之前交过手的时候，我们差点就赢了。这一次我们一定会打赢他们。
在我们赛区里，其实强队也不少，但是我们有自信可以拿到第一。
I think our team is on average, but we'll do our best to get a higher rank.
我们还是很有信心在这个小组拿到第1名的，来挑战我们吧。
RDAG, chúng tôi đã tới và sẽ chiến đấu hết mình.
RDAG, พวกเรากำลังมา
Our
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version. And here we go. We are at the very third match for today and the second match between this BO3.
Yeah.
And
the last matchup.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I when I rethink about that match, if I need to use one word to describe Team Malaysia's performance, I would use sophisticated.
Yeah, of course.
Right? it just made me feel like they have so many experience and they have such a tight synergy and teamwork. They know that they won't be distracted by whatever their opponent is going to bring them. They're just going to stick to their own strategies.
I mean, the confronting learner, they have a lot of gaming experience. During the interview, we can know that Xuan have been played in the tournament for 4 years.
True.
So you are somehow as a teacher, I would say, if you compare the game or gaming experience with some teams who is very new to the game. So you have more understanding, deeper understanding of the game, and you probably have deeper hero pools when it comes to personal mastery of the heroes, right?
True.
So after like the first glimpse of the composition, you can see the confidence shining out from their draft. So you can also consider into the previous two matchups where the teams who getting themselves a very aggressive early game composition are probably gonna be the winner for that game.
True.
Because they feel confident enough to finish the game quite early.
Yeah, if you're confident enough, you know that in what exact time you're gonna do what kind of things.
Yes, of course.
You will have such a clear mind towards the game, towards the rhythm.
Yep.
So that's what we see from Team Malaysia's performance. And also, I really like that idea that you brought up is that when Team Vietnam now is playing against Team Malaysia, such an experienced team, this is going to be the best time for them to learn something from Team Malaysia.
But, after they are experiencing those very huge amount of stress all the time.
True.
I mean, the last game probably is going to sound and look bad to their side because everywhere they go, they're getting picked. They have to receive what kind of team fights and their opponent want them to engage, and there's no choice. They're facing all the time only one choice: getting into a team fight and lose, and getting taken away and defeated. And from Team Vietnam, I think they have their own gaming styles. It's very clear they have a very special formed composition. But when it comes to how you can just prepare yourself a better composition, maybe the very first thing you should consider is the ability to clean the waves. Because you're not so confident about your team fight skills, maybe you should be looking forward to those very stable plays instead of those very talented or very special ones.
Take one step at a time. For Team Vietnam, one thing is that maybe the first thing is that they can try to build some winning lanes.
Yes.
When they're playing against Team Malaysia, they can utilize some of those heroes' abilities, help them to guard their towers. And another thing would be maybe they can polish their drops a little bit. It's more like we mentioned that they actually got 5 different cores from the last comp that they selected. So maybe this time, will they just go for some, random or classic support?
I don't know.
For example, Zhang Fei.
This will be a substitution from the side of Team Malaysia, where Hao is up, and in exchange, Hui, who got the very good performances just now.
Yeah, just got our LG Super A player for the last match, for the last game.
Substitution. So maybe they have some secrets prepared. Secrets.
Or will I just stay the same hero? Because
I don't know.
As I know, due to their
a lot of choices, huh?
Yeah, due to their previous matchups, Hao also is going to be a really great player to play with at Boiler.
Yeah. But for example, the previous 2 matchups, we are seeing Kali all the time. So Kali will be a very stable choice. I really recommend Team Vietnam, maybe they can choose this kind of hero, trying to ensure that if you are falling behind when it comes to the team fights, when it comes to skirmish happening everywhere, maybe you just have to ensure that you have one member who can be responsible to clean the ways for your side, right? Because no matter what kind of composition your opponent finally have, they are always gonna be needing those minions trying to get in more towers and more turrets.
Yeah.
So the second match.
Okay, John Fate has been taken away from the battlefield.
Oh, Boiler.
Yeah, so as spoiler, the support really suffered a lot in this match because actually the choices for support is quite limited.
That AoE is done. You can just not simply avoid.
Yeah.
And the easiest way is trying to like bend the zero away.
Yeah. Since it's just being so annoyed, I don't want to see it anymore.
Yeah.
Lime has been taken out. Another suggestion that I would recommend to Team Vietnam is that if they don't know how to build up their composition as so far, maybe they can try like one single core, like Huang Zhong play at the archer.
It will be easier to protect one core instead of having those multiple cores that you need to think more and do more things in the early game. The macro will be quite crucial. Alright, so after the bans, and Team Vietnam will stay on the blue side while Team Malaysia will on the red side. Will be the very first pick. Xiaohong, good ones.
Good
Swingy choice.
Yeah, flex a lot, maybe on the confront lane, and also maybe flex to be the jungler.
Oh, I think Malaysia is not giving Team Vietnam any safety choices.
True. It seems like Team Malaysia is saying like, you don't want this Huang Zhong, I'll take it away.
Wow, double cores.
Double core.
Very obvious.
Classic one.
Very classic one. So I think the last three picks will be quite predictable. While they'll have a tanky support to open up the vision and the mage who can rotate quite faster. But since Team Vietnam got this Yuji will be extremely weak in the early game and the mid game. Maybe I think LCC2 is looking forward to get one more, maybe Assassin Mage.
I would say
Shang like Roz and Shang Wanwan
again.
Are all available. Like Shang Wanwan will be perfect choice.
Yeah.
If they want to speed up for a little bit.
And we already see like how LCC just showcases by using that Shang Wanwan just to accelerate the pod.
Oh, Kali. Good
Kali.
ones. They choose to play this game smoothly, safely, and trying to make sure that 100% the victory will be there on their teams. Okay, I like this. Safety cards.
It seems like Team Malaysia, they try to slow down. As for the draft, I don't know whether they're gonna give it to us during the game, but due to the draft, we would say Team Malaysia, they try to settle down. They try to charge forward smoothly, generally taking down all of those towers.
Alright, again, I think Team Vietnam really like warriors.
Oh yeah,
they like warriors a lot again. Zhuge Liang
play as a jungler.
With the Lu Bu choices.
So Liu is gonna be the support again, I guess.
Yeah, Liu Bu is gonna be the support, and Lafuzi will stay on the top, while Zhuge Liang will be the mid laner. There's one question. So, Zhuge Liang is very interesting. Like this hero, they have a very special mechanism, I would say. So he really relies on the rest of the team trying to chip away those damage, so that Zhuge Liang can use the ultimate to collect a lot of takedowns. So the question is, whether there's going to be enough damage from Team Vietnam trying to make sure that the team standing on their opponent's side, the HP can stay low all the time. There's no AoE, there's not a lot long-range abilities, damaging skills. So this will be the question.
It's because like there's no way for Yuji to do those constant normal attacking in the early game. But, compared to the last game, something has changed. To like the different position, they got Xiaohong to flex into the jungler and Zhuge Liang to play as a mage. But if Zhuge Liang's going to play as the mage, the problem is going to be another thing, which will be the gold. How he's going to receive enough gold, help him to pile up all those items, help him to deal those burst damage. That will left a question.
Yeah, he really needs his teammates to like poke away those HP bars from the enemies, so that like Zhuge Liang can use the ultimate to joining into the team fights and getting the takedowns. But they're still like choosing the same kind of hero, which means that this kind of hero needs a lot of time to farm. Not to mention Yuji, not to mention Old Master, Lafuzi, even though they have Xiaohong in the jungle, but like solo fighter in the jungle, I think that's not enough.
Yeah, again, we mentioned about the time. So, well, Team Vietnam got enough time, helped them to be at the late game, or Team Malaysia will just accelerate the pace and help them to close out the game.
Well, that's something looking forward to, because if you want to accelerate, trying to give a very fast pass in the early game using Huang Zhong and Jin together, that's something we never see.
Yeah.
All right, making the invasion, but lucky news for Zhang Qiu. He used the smite to ensure that this blue still goes over to Jin.
And some skirmishes, they forced out Lomber's flash. You know, actually, I would say Team Vietnam did quite a good job in the opening.
Gathering around, making threatening moves.
Yeah, and when they chose to stand at the blue side, actually they just imitate what Team Malaysia did.
Oh, but like Team Malaysia have a really quick response to this, like Jin invading into their blue and getting their blue away.
So there's going to be
not a fair
double
trade. Yeah, that's not a fair trade to Team Vietnam again. Losing too much.
Yeah. It's like, it seems like Team Malaysia just saying, okay, you can do some invasions, but not be overcommitted. I will not like you to do that.
And blue buff is very important for Xia Houzhen, trying to get the cooldown reduction early so that he can finish the jungles quickly.
And even worse is that for Team Vietnam, they need to send some people in units previously to guard their next blue buff.
Yes.
Because after this blue buff has been taken away by Team Malaysia, they're going to memorize the time for blue buff to respawn.
They're going to be there with the next round of the buffs.
Yeah, the preset matters a lot.
All right, something happened in the mid while the first taken down again goes over to the side of Team Malaysia. Very quick gathering. So they catch Stella out of nowhere, and the ultimate is ready for Mutsu to getting one more taken down. Oh.
The synergy from this duel, and we know that this time Hao substitute for Hui, and when he's playing with this Lumber, he's just playing so aggressively.
Yeah. So this will be the time catching from the Team Malaysia as well. So they always want to make something happen before Lu Bu have the ultimate. Again, before like level 4, again getting one more kills on the bottom side, and this is the next round of the buff, been spawned and taken away from the side of Team Malaysia. Even though Lafuzi go in further getting the vision, but there's clearly nothing he can do.
And there's already 2,000 gold lead can be seen from Team Malaysia. It's quite significant in the early game.
It's a solo kill.
Wow. It's just so easy for Jin to use his ultimate, his ultimate, and
so
just
Jin
didn't need to kill down, take down.
And the reason they are constantly being banned away is because if you give this kind of assassin jungler a lot of personal gold, he will destroy your backliner within seconds.
True.
Vanish away.
And now Team Malaysia, they just sending groups and try to rotate down. And now it's time for Team Vietnam try to counter-attack and flash in. But Team Malaysia, they're just gonna slash back, flash in, ultimate. 3 people has been launched up, but at the end, nothing happened.
I mean, the consistency of their ultimate, I think they can connect like tightly because they're using their initiation one after one, so that they're giving like Team Malaysia a lot of room and time trying to respond and trying to figure out what position they can possibly choose. So the last thing that we can see, like Lafuzi using the ultimate first hand and followed by Lu Bu's ultimate, but the time gap is quite long. So they're giving their opponent some time to trying to figure out what they can do. So like, if you want to initiate the archer, I think you should set up all your initiation skills at the same time. That would be better.
To put all those control ability to complete the CC, another solo takedown.
Yeah, this.
What else can we say?
The balance is falling apart again. Because like Jin is everywhere, and the personal farming up situation right now is crazy. There's nothing they can do. Okay, Team Vietnam trying to fight back, even though Lomber using the ultimate, but no one's getting knocked up. And Lu Bu used the ultimate trying to escape away, even though his HP is really, really low.
And good news to Team Vietnam is that now there is one hat goes over to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang take down that Kali. when everything just being so messy on the battlefield,
Wow,
and
Yuji.
Jen Q try to take some revenge.
Very dangerous. I think that, yeah, there's one good news for Team Vietnam because they have Yuji. So the second ability of Yuji will like give Yuji more protection if he is like, suddenly receiving all the bursting damage from the mirror effect. So maybe using the second ability to dodge all the physical damage will be one way to make sure this Yuji stay alive. But good thing for Yuji, but Lu Bu does not have that invisible second ability. So.
Yeah, that's some unique ability that only Yuji got. But for poor support Lu Bu, there's no way for him to get out since his ultimate is not available.
And the Flash is still in cooldown mode, so definitely nothing he can do.
The next few minutes, I would say, is going to be Jin's time to showcase because she already got so many items. He just break his ultimate, come in, exchanging his positions again and again, try to force out all those members from Team Vietnam to retreat.
If your backliners are Kali and Huang Zhong, and you are definitely leading the game with almost 5,000 gold lead, you will find yourself invincible all the time because you have very long range of your AoE damages, and your opponent, there's no possible way they can get closer to you. So yeah, they cannot handle your damage, and at the same time, they're quite shorthand warriors. So they cannot get close to this Huang Zhong. This Huang Zhong will stay safe all the time, safe and sound, and just waiting for the minions to arrive onto the turrets and taking one more down.
Indeed, indeed. You mentioned the most obvious shortage from Team Vietnam's composition is that there's like 3 heroes that will do melee fights. But how they're gonna do those poking damage, how they're gonna get access to this Huang Zhong, not even mention to they're now being so afraid of this Jin's damaged out.
Yeah, I mean, they have not enough item to shoulder up to soak in this kind of damage, and there's no way they can reach for this Huang Zhong. And another try and endeavor from Lu Bu failed again, and I think the backliner are trying their best, trying to clean the wave and getting the kills, but unfortunately the damage is not enough, and no one is down from the side of Team Malaysia, and they keep taking the taken downs, and there's nothing
I would say Team Malaysia, they can just utilize all those minion waves on both lanes and try to close out the game because they still need time for members from Team Malaysia to back to life. So first they're just gonna take down all those high ground towers on the top side, and now here's Thane comes in, block away all of those people, and Sheldon, 3 people has been knocked out, but the damage dot isn't enough. How about the minion waves? Who's gonna clean up all those minion waves? It's already in the crystal. Second game. Congratulations to Team Malaysia.
I think Team Malaysia are showing us everything they have, every kind of competition they feel confident enough to pull off. So the very first match, they use a very aggressive early game composition and wins perfectly. You know, they work like entire the chemistry type of the gaming styles, I would say, using Kali and Huang Zhong, those very long range, I would say relatively
stable or like patient playing style.
And I think they are pulling off these 2 completely opposite gaming styles so well.
True.
I see no weakness. I see no loophole. And from Team Vietnam, I think, yeah, definitely the gaps are there.
True.
But you still have time trying to figure out what you can do more. And if you feel confused of what composition will be better, maybe take a deep look at the other team's performances, trying to, you know, grasp some good quality from their composition and let it become yours.
Yeah, because we already can see a lot of progress are made by Team Vietnam. Because like for the second game, the opening set, they did it quite well. They know that after they exchanged to the blue side, they tried to do some early invasions. And they do like harass a little bit on Jin. But it seems like it's just, you know, irritates Jin. Jin was like, okay.
Let the anger go.
Yeah. But anyway, they still got their time for Team Vietnam. They just, you know, can copy some of those solid composition, I would say, you know, just trying to reduce those core players, and maybe like a single core playing style would be really suitable for this team.
But I think think it's okay. So it's a very huge, a very good tournament. It will be a very good chance for you to learn more, to get to know more players. As the pre-match interview, we can see some players, they feel very excited and satisfied. So that because this will be a huge opportunity for those players from different countries and regions to get to know each other. It's a very good platform for us, trying to unite together and enjoying the game and try to figure out what we can do better.
True. We really want to help our esports to get a higher level, and everyone just go for that common and a single one goal, and everyone just working for it. It's really nice to see those teams play against each other. And again, congratulations to Team Malaysia, because I know that they definitely would impress a lot of their opponents.
I think after this match, everyone knows who is
everyone would be like, what just happened?
Our streaming, who is the audience of this tournament. We're becoming fans. We're becoming something we really looking forward to see the future performance from Team Malaysia, because they might be the one who can hold a lot of threats towards other teams.
Yeah. And so actually Team Malaysia can also be a really good tutor to some of those teams, and we do hope that they can make progress and they can just share their experience and help to level up all those competitions.
I was wondering what will be the other competition they will show us, because time is long, the schedule is tight. You have a lot of chances to pull off different kind of compositions. They're using Huangzhou and Kali, one long-range distance compositions, and they're using the Assassin Shangguan War. There's a lot of different choices ready and available for the next round of the games. Maybe they have prepared more surprise for us, and this is one thing and one highlight we can expect in the future. And for Team Vietnam, I really wish that this kind of loss will not be a very sad thing or thing to accept.
It's only the first day, the first performance, and they actually didn't practice. They do not have so much experience as Team Malaysia has. So just take it easy and learn something and try to do some homework.
It's both I think we should consider it as a very good opportunity to learn, to evolve to both teams. Okay, I think we are ready for interview, and let's see who's with us.
Alright guys, welcome to the interview, and we have LCT Su right here from the Team Malaysia. So please say hello to the audience.
Hello, I'm LCC2 from Malaysia.
Okay, congratulations for 2-0 winning this game. How do you feel right now?
I'm glad that we can win our first game, and
so you feel excited and feel happy right now, okay? So I can tell how master you can play with Shangguan. Is that AP Assassin your favorite style?
Yeah, because I think she can easily kill enemy marksman and mage with combo with flicker.
Yeah, you do love
quite
the
strong.
AP Assassin, and you play so well. So the next team you're gonna against with is Team Thailand. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready, and I'm confident to win them 2-0.
Yeah, what a confidence. I love that. I cannot wait to see that game coming. So thank you for the interview. We will see you later.
Yeah, like Jacob said, see you later. We all expect to see something more going on in the future games, and hopefully they're ready for this.
Yeah, and for Team Malaysia, we can see they quite take it easy, and it's just
very relaxed.
Team Malaysia, from the previous two games, it's not only about the diversity they have to build up their composition, and it's more to every single match they have different players to shine out.
Oh yeah,
right?
Multicolor.
Yeah, and not even mention to the strength Guan Yu has been banned away twice, right? So we didn't know how Shen's gonna play with that Guan Yu, that warrior. Definitely gonna be really surprising and impressive. It's more from the previous two games. The first game we saw how the Shangguan warrior and also their marksman played, and the second round, this Jin, Jiang Q, he's just showing his mechanics.
I'm curiouser and curiouser because they have been banning this Guan Yu away all the time, which makes me like even more want to see what kind of the movement, what kind of team play that Xuan, if Xuan finally have this Guan Yu, what kind of performance he will possibly bring to us. Yeah, one way to look forward to. All right, so we are seeing the gaming data and obviously a huge gap are shown through this data. So I think that in Malaysia, they will have like a lot of time trying to revive again, and the Audi Super A player for this game, I think with like, doubt. Like I'm not doubting anyone. I think this Jin is everywhere.
Goes over
Dominating
to Gen Q. Yeah, this Jin. After he just been, you know, harassed a little bit in the early game, it feels like he's just being so angry, you know, like take a lot of revenges on his opponents and try to take away all those blue buffs in a row and try to showcase his mechanics. So no doubt, definitely stunning performance for this round.
I like this a lot because you will be sent with different types of the junglers. Sometimes your team need you to shine using a assassin such as Jin and Lan. Sometimes your team relies on your whole mechanism of the game. You will be responsible to do the invasion, to do the early, for example, jungle protection using Shaoden, using different tanky junglers. So I think this current meta, like as a jungler, you will be facing a lot of battles. You are facing a lot of challenges. But yeah, this players really shines a lot. Thank you. I remember your name. Okay, I think hopefully all the audience will remember this ID.
Yeah.
All right, so much for this game. So we will be taking a short break. We will be back soon.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. This is Road to the Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition. I'm your caster, Isaac Peña, one more time.
Hello guys, we're back again. I'm Tian Yun for today's casting. Okay, so this match, we have some side match, you know.
Yes,
that
we did.
We're not going to do the streaming for you guys. So just for your information, at the side match just now happened, like Thailand have a wonderful play.
Yes,
going
exactly.
against Team Singapore.
Yes, exactly.
2-0.
2-0 victory for Team Thailand. We were analyzing on the hero choices that they had.
Yep.
And there are some very specific heroes that they liked playing, right?
Yep.
They played in both games. They played Xiao Qiao and they played Boiler as well.
I think these two heroes have been appeared to today's matches a lot,
Yes.
so we do not need to explain one more time. But if you have been watching the latest game, we all know that Team Malaysia is very, very good, very strong team. And as to, I mean, the result from Thailand, that game, that Team Thailand going against Team Singapore, we know that Team Thailand are fully ready for the battle. So I think this game is going to be very interesting.
And they're going to have to be ready because the way that Team Malaysia just played in the previous game against Team Vietnam, that was some serious skills.
Yep.
That was some serious gaming. The way, not only the fact that in terms of mechanics they were superior, but when you analyze the first 1 minute, the first 2 minutes of the game, the decisions that they make,
yes,
you can see the understanding of the game, the understanding of the version. It is a little bit deeper.
The macro of the game, right?
Yes.
They have the whole total of the map controlled under their way. They how they want to get deeper into the game, how they plot the entire game. They do it quite smoothly and very good. But you know, one thing that it really differentiates the two teams is that like the hero they used are different. The variations are shown from Team Malaysia. Let's see the starting lineup from
Team Thailand with
Team
Summer
Thailand.
Berlin's Mimarks, 007X or 007X, and Moss.
familiar faces.
Familiar faces, right? Like we've seen them in previous competitions. These guys, I know that they know how to play. We have casted their games and we know that they're serious opponents.
It was quite surprising to hear that V-Marks have been using Xiao Qiao twice in a row.
Yeah, exactly.
Because in my memory, this player really liked to play Raz.
Exactly.
Or those assassin mages.
Assassin mages just waiting in the bush, bringing burst damage, just really coming straight to your face, right? But the Xiao Qiao option, let's see if he still has it for this game
Yeah,
as
so
well.
I think it's very obvious they have something hidden for the later on games, right?
That's true. Team Malaysia is going to go with Xuan, Zhang Q, LCC2, Mutsi, and Hui.
Well, this will be good. I mean, if the two mid laners choose to use the kind of assassin mages, this game's the laning phases will be amazing to watch because like LCC2 have performed those Shangguan Wan are getting those takedowns in the beginning of the game. You can see the performance, the mastery of this particular hero. It's very sophisticated. Not to mention that we have been just talking about this like earlier. The hero pulls they pull off, the composition they show us are completely different. I understand if you're confident enough, you choose Shangguan Wan in your as your mid laner, you want to like accelerate the whole thing, you want to snowball in a quite fast pace. But on the very second match of that BO3, they choose a completely different thing, like Kali.
It was just to show that a player does not need to just completely use one style of hero. Like you can use different style of heroes. It's just about your ability to adapt yourself, to adapt your game style to what's best for the team at the moment. But at the same time, if you have the confidence just to use a hero like Shangguan Wan, which has a very high mechanical roof, like you actually can use it, and you use it in the way that he did. What else is there to say?
Because we have been casting like Team Thailand, this kind of player, we are quite familiar with their hero pools and their gaming styles. So I assume that they are hiding some strategy for the future games. In the previous two ones, they're choosing the same composition like Xiao Qiao and Boiler together. This will be a very stable composition when it comes to actual gamings. So you have the AoE mages, right? Who have a very large like bursting damage in late game and Boiler to ensure that you have the extra life. You have enough vision, you have enough goal to your archer. So I think it will be a safety cards for Team Thailand to play as the very first match.
I agree.
Going against not a very familiar opponent. But for this one, like Team Malaysia, they have already shown us some of the strategies. Maybe the strategy, the draft will be different for Team Thailand.
When you start analyzing the countries and regions that you have in the Southeast Asian sub-region, like it is incredible just to say that there are 7 teams, so it's going to be 6 games.
Yes.
So it's going to be a lot of games that they are going to have to go through, and being able just to take the victory in this game too is going to give this one of these 2 teams the advantage when it's going to come down to day 6.
And I think like homework is really deeply needed because you only have one chance. You're going against the same opponent. We are playing a single robin, so only one chance to fight this kind of team. So you better just prepare enough homework so that you know exactly what kind of strategy they pull up the best. All right, so we are gonna do showing you guys a very interesting clip introducing the teams to you guys. Let's take a look.
Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The Arena of Valor Asian Games version Honor of Kings event will span a total of 6 days, from June 27 to July 2nd. Out of the 5 regions in Asia, South Asia, and West Asia will merge to form a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete individually. Each region will host its own regional competitions. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The Southeast Asia region is composed of 7 teams, namely the Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Feel the heat in this tropical region and witness the passion rise to a fever pitch. The call to battle has been sounded. Which team will rise above the rest and embark on the journey to the Asian Games? There is only one way to find out.
大家好，我是缅甸代表队的托网球，我的游戏 ID 叫 Ace Hero， 我是中路选手。
大家好，我是来自老挝代表队的塞海塞友翁。在接下来的采访中，我会用中文进行回复。我的 ID 是阿海，然后在战队中打的是中路位置。
Hello, I'm Vachalanantawan from Thailand. My in-game name is Summer. I play in top lane.
大家好，我是新加坡代表队的 AESF， 我的游戏名是 Guard， 我在游戏里的位置是打野。
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình tên là Nguyễn Thị Phương Yên, tên thi đấu của mình là Phương Yên, mình đến từ Việt Nam. Vị trí thi đấu chính của mình là trợ thủ。
电子体育对我来说就是我的一切吧，因为我在这个行业待了4年多，我一直很喜欢那种打比赛的感觉。
For our team to improve, we always play at night. We took scrims for 6 hours for this game.
我之前参加的比赛都是线上赛，然后这是我第一次参加线下赛，所以会比较紧张。 然后也很开心能认识更多选手。
I think the highlight in our team is the unity, and we have more experience.
Chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị cho cuộc thi này rất nhiều. Chúng tôi luyện tập rất chăm chỉ và tôi tin chắc rằng sẽ có kết quả tốt.
在东南亚赛区里面，我觉得最强的对手是马来西亚，因为之前交过手的时候，我们差点就赢了。这一次我们一定会打赢他们。
在我们赛区里，其实强队也不少。 但是我们有自信可以拿到第一。
I think our team is on average, but we'll do our best to get a higher rank.
我们还是很有信心在这个小组拿到第1名的，来挑战我们吧。
RDAG, chúng tôi đã tới và sẽ chiến đấu hết mình.
RDAG, พวกเรากำลังมา
So it holds a lot of room for imagination, I would guess, because Team Thailand, we have been casting a lot of their former experience and games.
Yes.
So I think for this BO3, they have enough hero pools, they have
Yes.
enough variation when it comes to compositions,
Mhm,
and they have enough like offline gaming experiences.
An offline game experience is going to be vital, right? Because when you come to a game like what we have right now, Team Thailand against Team Malaysia, it's going to come down to both teams have very high skills.
Yep.
Like the level of the players is going to be very similar. It comes down to what experiences they have and how the pressure is going to, when the pressure is on, how are you going to behave, right?
Just imagine, like, they are sitting side by side with their teammates,
Yeah.
and their opponent teams are just standing and like sitting just in front of them on the other side of the arena. So you can basically see the players you're going to be battling in the next round of the game.
And that adds up to the whole situation, right? Like it's not just that simple. When people play at home, right? It's very simple for everyone. You just sit down and then you just play your music and then you're just playing, right? When you are in front of your opponents and when you add up the importance of when you have an audience in the game,
yep.
that gives you some valuable experience, so you are able just to face this stress, face these nerves in a completely different way.
You know, just now that the opponents going against Team Malaysia have been taking away Guan Yu choice 2 times in a row.
Yes.
So that makes me really curious about Xuan. So Xuan is very famous for playing this Guan Yu. So I was wondering if this Guan Yu is available to choose, will it be the fixed choice? Will it be the answer?
I think it has to be. It has to be, because if you have a good player for a hero like Guan Yu that allows you damage, allows you initiation, allows you second initiation, like with the right items, Guan Yu can take a lot of damage and at the same time can deal a lot of damage. If that option is out there and Xuan can put his hands on it, I'm completely sure that he's going to go for it.
Yeah, and Guan Yu is a very special hero in our games, right? The mechanism, how you play Guan Yu will be completely different comparing with other heroes. So, and the resource reliance are completely different. So from the very first match till now, we have been watching several games.
Yeah.
And I think mostly we're going to see those Archer, it'll either be Gong Sun Li or Huang Zhong.
Yeah.
This will be the 2 very popular here for today.
Yeah, I would say Gong Sun Li, Huang Zhong, and Sun Xianxia.
Oh yeah.
Those would be the three clear options right over there, right? And because you can actually use them with multiple different support heroes. But in support, the one hero that has been there almost in every single match has been Boiler, right?
Yeah, Boiler. Didn't imagine it can be so popular in RDAG.
The extra life that it provides is just something that you cannot just give away.
It offers you a sense of safety.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
All right, let's see. To Malaysia, after a short break, hopefully they have something figured out. Maybe they're fully ready for this one, Team Thailand. But since they are getting this, the match going on at the same time, so these 2 teams does not have enough time trying to see and watch what happened just now.
Exactly.
Still remain mystery.
And that's gonna come down to the team behind the players, right?
Yes, coaches.
How the coaches, because you gotta remember that you always mention the coach, but it's actually a coaching team.
Yeah.
If you have people right over there that they're watching the video, analyzing it for you, and that can give you clear information just for you to prep in the 1 hour that has been in between games, that can really make the difference.
Whoever got it fully ready for this one.
But you need to have the people for that, right? Maybe not everyone has that advanced strat.
And we have in total like 63 heroes available to choose.
Yes,
so even though we're playing a BO3 without any restriction of the picked hero, you can form a lot of compositions. We are looking forward to see Ross on the stage. We are looking forward to see even a Cricknog.
Yeah, Cricknog is another option, right? Cricknog is another option over there. Burst damage coming from Cricknog is something that you need to deal with. But well, the first round of bans is already on the go.
Whoa, Guan Yu again.
Yeah,
fixed.
That's the thing, and that's because Team Thailand does not want Xuan to have it. Like, it's not going to allow it. First ban immediately.
I think from now on, maybe Xuan, this player, the whole tournament, we're not getting any chances to see Shen playing Guan Yu.
Yeah, sad for us.
Yes.
Sad for us because that's something actually really enjoyable.
But the second ban is quite interesting from Team Thailand. They're trying to take this Kali away. All right, what are they thinking?
Why are they trying to get Kali away? Like,
I mean, they obviously do not want to deal with this very long-range mage.
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to go for a Huang Zhong, but Huang Zhong is on the last ban places from Team Thailand. It will be quite weird to see, quite rare to see, because we normally will assume that you will be restricting jungler choices,
yeah, of course,
or restricting the warrior choices.
Mm-hmm,
When it comes to the mage and the archer, I would say your choices are various. You don't really
have to actually just waste a ban into that, right? Jing is going to be the first choice for Team Malaysia. Jing, that is going to be, in my opinion, one of the top 2 junglers in this version.
Yep.
Let's see that burst damage coming in from that hero.
Oh, I have some sense of why they put this kind of bans here.
All right.
They do not want to give Team Malaysia room and time to scale, to have those very late game composition. They want to force into the team fights in the early and mid one. Maybe they're looking for, because they have their hands on Xiaodun and Zhang Fei, which will be the very tanky frontliners, and they can initiate whatever they want to do.
Xiaodun that allows you not only to suck in a lot of damage, but deals a lot of damage as well, right? Like you can use it in both different ways. Kung Sun Lee, that you could actually just go with a boiler in there. Yeah, boiler would be the right option in there, the logical one.
Speeding up.
It has proven effective in the previous games. So if it is working, they need to continue with that. Xiao Qiao might be the option one more time in there for me, Marks.
And Xiao Qiao is a very good counter pick going against Gong Sun Li, because Gong Sun Li are moving in a circular motion, right?
Yes.
So if that Xiao Qiao can catch his landing positions, like it's a very easy way to get a sudden taken down against Gong Sun Li. Very nice, very easy to target.
Ooh, Lupin number 7.
Hard to see, huh?
Oh, it is hard to see in this version indeed. It's going to be a lot of pressure on the support for Team Thailand, just trying to keep that Lupin number 7 alive, and at the same time having Jing on the front side.
I think this is Lupin number 7. There's only one bodyguard for them. Zhang Fei is there to protect Lupin number 7, but I think it's not that easy, because take a deeper look at the composition from Team Malaysia. They're all assassins. They're going directly to your backlines.
Yes,
like
exactly.
this Lianpo are using whatever he can do, all the dashes available to get closer to Lupin number 7, and Jin using the ultimate, not to mention Gong Sun Li's mobility and flexibility are there, provided initially in their composition. So I think this Lupin number 7, it will be a question whether this archer,
it's going to be online enough time just to farm, right? And to actually make it to the moment where Lupin number 7 is indestructible. Like Lupin number 7, when it's fully decked out, like it is a very big problem.
Yeah.
But is Team Malaysia gonna allow us to get it there to that moment in the game? I'm not totally sure. They've got the initiation for sure, just to try to move the game to the pace of the game to be a lot faster.
I think from the composition from Team Malaysia, you can see their determination. They're quite fixed on their purpose, what they can do, what they should be doing using this kind of heroes. They all have a lot of dashes, and I think the early game rotation will be witnessed, and a lot of skirmish will be initiated from the side of Team Malaysia. So from the beginning of the game, I think Team Thailand should be playing passively, like cautiously trying to still buy your backline some time to buy the most crucial items they needed.
It's gonna be a matter of like who's gonna be able just to buy some time.
Yep.
Buy some time for the core heroes to actually start getting damage online. So let's see. The first 2 minutes are going to decide a lot of how this game it's gonna go. Team Malaysia on the left side and Team Thailand on the right side.
We have been waiting for this game for a long time, and right now Team Thailand using a very solid mate, I would say, Xiao Qiao again. It's the third time for Mark to play.
It's gonna be the third time in a row for Marks, right? In the last 3 hours, he's been playing this hero already
Look
like
at
for the third
Jin.
time.
Jin is stealing, doing those sneaky move on their jungles. Well, Team Thailand have some vision there. No.
Nope, they won't, and Jing knows that Lam is still on the blue side area. Lam is going to spot Jing, but it's not going to have enough mobility just to try to counterattack.
Has already begun, vanished from your own jungle.
And that is important, right? Because if Team Malaysia can do this, they know that their jungler is going to make it to level 4 earlier than the front side.
And not to mention, like, their opponent jungler is Lam.
Yeah.
Lam need to get to level 4 immediately. So if he's facing only one buff in the beginning of the game, it's not looking good.
No, not looking good at all. Right now, the rotation is going to have to be to the bottom, to the farming lane, because right now they do have the advantage.
But the laning, the laning phases from Team Talon is quite good, quite smooth. They steal away those HP from Mutsu and Hui.
Let's see what 007, Moss, and Mimarks are trying to do here. A 3-main rotation to the bottom lane. They're able to just easily take control of most of the resources in there. A very good start for 007X.
Oh, they're going to be facing each other.
Look at that. Mimarks is going to proc his ult. Thank you, being taken extremely low. Berlins is trying to smell blood. He's going to come in. He's going to take the first one. He's going to be able to take the second one. Takes the third one. It's going to be complete chaos right over here in the mid lane, as it's going to be a 3-1 trade for Team Thailand.
If I'm Team Talon, it's a fair trade.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
okay. Even though Berlin have went down for one time, but it's okay.
No,
They got 3
I'm fine
in
with that.
return. And look at the initiation from Tom, using the ultimate dash into the backline, getting the kill immediately. The signal is that Jin is very low, right?
Exactly.
Jankyu cannot stand any further and cannot just stall any time further, and that will be the signal telling Team Thailand, yeah, it's your
Of
chance.
course,
Dive
that's the
into it.
cue. That's the cue to push, right? It's time for us to go for it. Very well done from Berlins that just found the right moment. 007X being taken under pressure. Hui that right now, up until right now, at 3 minutes, makes it to level 4.
And not to mention, I think Mimarks, those abilities are just enough, offered right amount of the damage they needed.
Oh, the Righteous Land comes in, puts a target on Mimarks, but Xuan is going to have to flicker away of the battle.
Well, this is interesting. Like, after the draft, I assume that, like, Team Malaysia will be the one who plays so aggressively. But on the other side, after winning that team fight happened in the middle lane, Team Thailand started to pick up those very winning, like very advantageous team fights.
I agree. At the beginning of the game, like the first 2 minutes, it looked completely like Team Malaysia was doing the right decisions.
The lanings, right?
The laning was there, right? But then they tried to initiate the fight, they miss, and then after that, they are just put on their back heel.
Yeah. Even though the jungler Jin had 3 buffs at the starting point, but they cannot just find any ways to keep that.
No, they can't.
Running again.
Mimarks one more time comes in, poking a little bit on the LCC2,
Whoa,
but he's going
there.
to be come in. It's going to be Xiao Tun, the one that is waiting for him in the bush.
All right, very decisive move. You can see one Summer use the ultimate, using the Unruly Blade, getting the target, and Mimark just suddenly use the flash, trying to follow up, but something happened. Solo fighter over there.
Solo fighter, but junglers over there in the confronting lane, and it's going to be Jankyu, the one that is going to end up being victorious in that fight.
Jankyu really has a temper. You know, the last time he used Jin as a jungler, he won a very, very good like KDA after that.
Yeah, it had a very good performance. But right now, you've got Berlins in front of you. Let's wait and see. Right now, Jankyu has the upper hand. The Behemoth is going to go for Team Thailand as well.
These two teams are catching up with one another quite tightly. You cannot just predict who's going to be the winner. There's ups and downs. There's some give and takes. I don't know who's going to take
Rotation one more time.
more advantages in the later 5 minutes. All right.
Look at that. There's no option for Team Thailand in there, even though Team Malaysia's Jankyu was on the farming lane cleaning the way, but nothing that they could have done in there. Look at that. The mirror domain is going to be proc. Summer is taken extremely low, but it's going to be the counter attack. Mars comes in with the fans, puts him on air, force Jankyu to push back.
I really like how Mimax is playing, is using the Xiao Qiao. He can use the Xiao Qiao, look at the wind, he blows, he uses it as an initiation or as a way to protect their teammates. All doing very well, or very accurate.
Just knows it very well, the timing, right? Just the timing, just when to use his ability. Just allowing him just to do that. Look at that, the third hand comes in. Berlin is going to be in trouble. Xuan that just flickers in, but it's not going to be on time. Marks is going to be taken down by Jing. Comes in and takes that one.
Well, that's a turning point for this game. Because Mimax is like suddenly taken down, vanished from the map, even though he has a flash available. Has no time trying to respond, trying to use a flash and gets closer under the turret.
And right now it's going to be Team Malaysia, the ones that they're going to have a little bit of an advantage. Team Thailand immediately responds, controlling the Overlord.
Oh, this jungler are really carrying the entire team.
I love that. I love when the junglers just take the spotlight.
Yeah.
Because those are the heroes that you are expecting that they're going to carry the team, right?
Really cool.
I love when junglers just take the spotlight.
But one more thing.
Oh,
number
007X is going to have to flicker away. Now it's going to be the Rash Slam that comes in. The Ruli Blade is going to be wide. It's going to be Boiler, the one that is going to have to spawn back. Summer taking extremely low, needs to go back out of it because Tranq came in with the dagger in hand.
You can just see how tanky this two frontliner is from Team Thailand. Like Zhang Fei and Xiaodun at the same time, they are absorbing, taking away all the damage from the Team Malaysia and magically stay alive after getting so many damage from the middle lane. Even though they have to go back, but Team Malaysia right now have the bottom side lane priority. They can tear this outer turrets down for a bit.
And then slowly, I love how this game is just going from one side to the other.
Yep.
Just a lot of energy, and it's really full of emotions. Berlin's is going to be facing two Team Malaysia members over there in the farming lane.
But if you compare the quality of the two compositions, if the time still goes up, and if we are like watching the casting a game, which will probably be lasting over 15 minutes or 10 minutes, that you are watching the backliners, Xiao Qiao and Lupan number 7.
It's going to be difficult for Lupan number 7 and for Mimax just to try to survive whenever that Tranq is going to start just building a lot more items, right? They're going to be very dash dependent. They're going to have to wait to use their dash. Look at that. What we were talking about. Tranq just finds 007X walking alone and just sends him back to base.
I think this will be the result of a bad decision because you cannot just simply letting Luba number 7 go in alone, going solo, trying to clean this wave and getting this gold. It's not safe enough.
Look at
Berlin,
that.
right in the bush.
Tranq used his shadow, his shadow to try to go and check on the bush, right? It allows Tranq just a little bit more vision. He keeps an eye on where Berlin is moving.
I would say Janq has a very good sense of sensation. He knows where exactly the backliner is, and he is very good at hiding the vision and just go directly to the target with no mistake.
I love when assassins just know exactly what other assassins are doing, right? They're just thinking like, if it were me, I would have done that. So I recognize that.
But I think like this game, like each teams are catching up with each other quite tightly, so you can see that there's not a huge and significant goal differences.
No, there's no one team that has a clear advantage on top of the other. Everyone just trying to scrimmage. Here Mimax is going to go. It's going to try to use his ability just to survive in that. Goes back. It's still 007X. Has a great position just to deal damage. It's going to respawn one more time. And it's not going to be accurate as Hui is going to run away.
Yeah, this is a very good choices when it comes to the items. So the Splendor that Mimax choose just buys them enough time so that the ultimate from Jing are already being used up. But another team fight just happened in the mid lane and the river, but the two backlines unfortunately are not just lucky enough to survive anymore.
It's gonna be 007X and Mimax, the one that's gonna fall for Team Thailand. Tranq right now just taking his team on the shoulder, carrying them around because he is going to be the highest point right now for Team Malaysia.
And 10 minutes it is. Our neutral objective just went into the shadow version, which means they will be stronger. Whoever gets it will be more powerful than ever.
Look at that. Team Thailand's trying to take Mutsu and is trying to take Drankyu out of there, but they're going to be successful as taking that Dark Behemoth.
Yeah, this is the problem we're talking about. If you're facing Jin, if you're saving Zhang Fei's ultimate as a means to initiate, so you're facing that when this assassin really gets to the backline, there's no way you can do. There's no protection. The backlines, there only relies on the flash available.
Look at that, one more time, the third hand comes in, finds Mimars. Berlin does not have his ultimate available, so he can do nothing. The Wild Blood comes in, pushes way back. But it's going to be Drankyu, the one that's going to come from the flank, that's going to find the angle, but he's not finding the persons. Mimars taking extremely low, he needs to refleeg a little bit back, but 007X still trying with his best. But it's going to be Moss, that one that is going to fall.
I mean, Team Malaysia actually plays 2 rounds in 1 roll in the last team fight. Oh, Lee trying to steal a little, taking it down on the way, but unfortunately, Shackleton is tanky enough to shoulder up that damage.
Berlin comes in from behind. He finds LCC2 that was extremely low, tries to get out of there, but he's going to pay as well. A 1-to-1 trade.
So initially, I think Team Malaysia, the frontliners, Lianpo, are going too far. There's not enough following that damage, but the team
look at that.
still continues.
Continues one more time. Team Malaysia having control right now. It's going to be a 2-0 trade for them over there in the blue buff area.
Oh, this 2 minutes, everything are happening.
Yes.
Like for Team Thailand, they're collapsing. They're keeping a very close distance going against Team Malaysia, but what happened just now?
Oh, Mimars with the comeback, the counter-attack forces Hui to use his ultimate and is going to go into cooldown.
And Moose is playing this very aggressively. When he has a chance, he will try and find, because this middle game will be the time for Gong Sun Li.
Yes.
It will have and deals a lot of bursting damage, and there's not enough item for the backlines and the front line as well at the same time. So that bursting damage cannot just simply be shielded away.
So right now, Mutsu needs to use the next 2 to 3 minutes just to take as much advantage as he can, because after that, as we get into the later game, the damage coming in from Gunsun Lee is just going to start becoming weaker and weaker and weaker.
Yeah, this will be the main weakness from Thailand's composition. It's because they cannot just simply initiate at any time. They need to save some energies and save some ability to protect Buba number 7.
One
That's
more
why
time.
They're playing this very passively.
Summer had to stand in there, just trying to be a shield, trying to protect 007X for him to be able to run away. But Summer, sadly, is going to have to go back to base.
These 2 archers are at the same level of the personal gold.
Look at Berlin's. Berlin's is trying to find the moment to enter from the flank. The opportunity doesn't show. It's going to be Drankyu, the one that is going to spot him in the bush. "13 minutes and 50 seconds. We're coming into a moment of the game where clearly Team Thailand needs to find a solution just to get vision, just to see where Drankyu is. They're not being able to spot that.
Want to initiate, but there's no follow-up damage. It's just a way trying to let Team Malaysia going away from their own jungles. But yeah, the answer will be okay, we are leaving your jungles, but we're taking a neutral objective. We're taking the Shadow Behemoth away.
And the price of that is so high because right now it's going to be Zhang Fei's ultimate that one's going to go into cooldown. And then in the next 5 seconds, there's going to be a Shadow Overlord that's going to respawn.
So the flexibility will be a huge question for Team Thailand trying to initiate, because those heroes are everywhere. You cannot just very easily get in touch with the backlines, but got another taken down instant kill.
84% instant kill from Drankyu, demonstrating that Mimars needs to start pushing back. The minions come in the mid lane, and they're going to try to put some pressure over there in the turret. The Flames of War are going to come in. The Unruly Blade as well. The 007X is found himself extremely safe as he's surrounded by 2 of his teammates.
Since the time has been reached to the middle game, I think it's not about the matter of the question of how you're going to play, how you want to engage. It's a matter of fighting for vision. Alright, Team Thailand tries whatever they can do, trying to protect the high ground tower.
The high ground tower is going to fall as the Righteous Slam comes in. It's going to take 2 persons. It's going to be a 5 against 3 battle right now as we have minions coming in from the mid lane.
Double taken down again. Go to the side of JanQ. Right now he has a Sage of Sentry, which means that they are getting on to the next round.
They want to finish this as the flash in the third hand comes in. The minions are coming in. The crystal is being taken to half. The people are going to fall, and it's going to be Team Malaysia that is going to take the victory.
Yeah, this will be example showing what we predicted after the draft is fixed, right? So there's a lot of dashes from Team Malaysia. There's a lot of mobilities, initiation, bursting damage. So you have to be played extra cautiously so that you will not give your weakness to the assassin, right? Jin is waiting for you. Gongsun Li is waiting for you. They're hiding the mush and trying to figure out where your backline, which will be Xiao Qiao and Winner 7 is. So from the time 12 minutes, we're seeing that this game are completely different. The beginning of the game, we're seeing the laning phases, and Luban number 7 are stealing those HP away from Gongsun Li. They're actually winning, but they're not changing and shifting this kind of laning advantage into actual winning team fights, right? And after 12 minutes, they have no vision, they have no river, they have no neutral objective, which means that they're extremely fragile.
Of course.
And they have only one way to protect the backline and initiation at the same time, which will be Zhang Fei's ultimate.
I think that if you analyze just the decisions made before the game, right? Like whenever they started choosing their compositions, there are 2 aspects that we need to spotlight. Number 1, the initiation choices made by Team Malaysia. They have multiple heroes that could initiate, and they just put a lot of pressure on the backlaners of Team Thailand. And from the other side, the decision of 007X to go with Lupan number 7.
Yep.
I think that was one decision that I would have gone with a different archer, but the choice of Lupan number 7 was not the best. Was never actually being supported by his teammates around.
If I were the coach for Team Thailand, if we were completely, fully confident of our skills, of our teamwork, of our consistency when it comes to the actual team fights, I will personally prefer more we're trying to form as a composition where we can fight head to head, confrontation. It's what we are looking for.
Yes.
We're not looking for the protection. We're not looking for those very late game, very fragile backliners. You might as well just get Gongsun Li going head to head. You might as well just get those heroes who have enough flexibility so that you can let your personal talents shine.
And it doesn't matter in the mid game, Gongsun Li and Jing just became completely unsolvable questions for Team Thailand, right? At the beginning of the game, they were doing pretty well, but when it came down to the mid game, it was just completely a one-sided battle.
And obviously, there's one key member, right? Jin.
Yes.
JanQ. Completely dominating the entire game, picking up those solo combats. Those solo battles are extremely important. Initially, we're seeing this Jin taking away those red buff from Lan. That's the beginning of his journey. And after this, is going on those solo battles, solo fighters, and win every single time. And get to instant kill, get to Xiao Qiao. There's nothing Xiao Qiao can do. Meme marks, using the flash, trying to stay safe, using Supplanter, trying to buy himself more time. But unfortunately, the bursting damage is too difficult to handle.
Nothing that could be done right over there. Complete. A very good game that we just watched in here from Team Malaysia. There were some moments where Team Thailand actually had an opportunity for the game, but after that, it was Team Malaysia, the one that showed us that they've got a little bit more of the experience and a little bit more of the confidence to just come in and take the victory.
I mean, initially, I think Team Malaysia is just still in the process of finding a right rhythm. Then after several minutes of, for example, communicating, trying to figure out what is the best thing they can possibly do, and they find the answer. And the all-the Super A player will be awarded to JanQ, of course.
JanQ with a KDA of 915. The way that Jing was played in this game is just a tutorial for a lot of people just watching at home, right? Wait for the right moment and then just point, just target the backlaners.
I was wondering if this Jing will be available for JanQ to get in the future games, because this Jing, every single time you let this Jing out, he picks. And if you let this player to get on this hero, on this specific hero, he will perform like this.
Well, let's see. Like, I don't know if I would be the coach from Team Thailand right now. I do believe that trying to use the 1 point that we need to solve. Like, it needs to be a little bit limited. We need to limit that. Try to force him into a different kind of jungler, right? Let's try to force him into a Xiaohotu. Let's force him into a Baitzi. Let's try to force him, I don't know, into a Kaiser. Something different that is not going to be an assassin.
Yeah, this will be a very difficult task because you only have 3 bans. And you need to make sure that the 3 bans you are completely fully around. You have to decide what will be the hero you want to take away. You only have 30 seconds.
Yes.
Trying to decide which will be the hero you're finally trying to put on the ban places. Only 3 places. You want to put 3 places, 2 ban places to restrict 1 player's performance. Will this be a fair trade? This will be a huge problem for the coach to consider.
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen. Right now, we're going to have a short break. Stay online, and then we'll be back.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia sits at the crossroads between Asia and Oceania, the Pacific Ocean and the Indian Ocean. Hot and humid weather accompanies the lush tropical forest here. As with the tropical climate in Southeast Asia, the fervor of the local residents is also reflected in esports. So, when you see them dancing and singing for the victory, join them in celebration. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, teams from the Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam will compete in the Arena Valor Asian Games version event. The Laos People's Democratic Republic is known for its fine silverware and accessories, including its silk weaving industry. Their players have displayed the same finesse and excellence in gaming skills on their route to the regionals. In Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia's capital, the Petronas Twin Towers dominate the skyline. They will serve as a backdrop for Malaysian players when they top the event. Myanmar is renowned for producing exquisite jades that are known as the King's Jades. These jades, often referred to as Eastern treasures, have garnered fame worldwide. We look forward to seeing the players from Myanmar shine just as brightly as these jades in the competition. While the Philippines is known for its beautiful beaches and tropical fruits, its unique and diverse culture is reflected in all its people, and we'll definitely be seeing it on the stage. The mythical Merlion grants Singaporean players strength and perseverance throughout this tournament. Thailand is blessed with an abundance of juicy tropical fruits and docile elephants, but watch out! Thai players are not as docile as these elephants in the game. Vietnam is famous for its motorcycles and coffee. exactly why this country's players bring an extra burst of thrill and energy to the game. We hope Southeast Asian players demonstrate enthusiasm and energy at the 2022 RDAG Regionals and form friendships with others while having fun.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena of Valor Asian Games version competition.
You know, I was surprised as a result because this will be the fourth match for today. With the previous 3-1, we all have the same result, 2-0. So this, in my imagination, I think it will be the closest one we're going to see a full BO3.
Yes, exactly. I do believe that Team Thailand, Team Malaysia, they have a very similar skill level, right?
They have the potential.
So Team Thailand just needs to kind of control the decisions, and then it should be fine. Remember that right now it's happening at the second side stage of our competition. Team Laos taking 1-0 lead against Team Philippines. 1-0 lead right now for Team Laos against Team Philippines.
Yes. And I think the previous loss for Team Thailand, it's not because a bad performance, it's not because a not well-rounded like personal skills, it's because the composition is not that good. It's not that consistent, or it's not as equal. Like
solid.
If I were to name a score to trying to level up the density of that composition, I think 60.
Yeah.
So-so.
So-so.
You
And
can
that's
do
the thing. It's not a bad composition. It's just so-so.
You can do better.
You cannot just come over here and then just think that you can compete against other teams from other countries and regions that have been working so hard with a so-so competition. You need to bring your A game. It's a best of 3. You have just 1 or 2 games just to show all your potential.
I think Team Malaysia really knows themselves that well. They know exactly what they can do the best, and they're taking those heroes, which will bring the best version of them.
From all the games of today, we can say clearly that Team Malaysia is the one team that has shown the best planning and the best decisions throughout the whole day.
Of course. All right, let's see the second match for this BO3. While Team Thailand will stay on the blue side and Team Malaysia will be staying on the red side. So they're changing sides, which means that BP plotting, the whole strategy will be completely different. I think I was expecting to see some strategic move from Team Malaysia, whether they can make good use of being on the red side.
All right.
Because they have like 2 choices after the very first choice is being made from Team Thailand. They can have like 2 picks. And it will be a good places in the side to make counter picks.
So right now, that's the one thing about just going in the red side, right? Since the other team is going to be able to make the first pick, then you can just counter whatever that they already chose. Yeah, it is true. They get to pick the first one, but countering that first pick with 2 options for me, in my personal style, it is a better choice,
Yeah,
a better deal.
Like second-hand advantages, trying to observe what kind of strategy, what kind of hero they want to play, and get the answer.
They need
quickly,
to get
easy,
Lamb for
2
Berlin.
places.
They need to get Lamb for Berlin. I would say that way
Jin?
they could force Team Malaysia into something different.
Like
But
Jin is eliminated, that's good.
Yeah, of course. No, I like a lot like this first round of bans, right? Let's see what's going to be the first pick.
Kali.
Kali.
Surprising pick. But it's hiding, it's hiding what kind of composition they want to pull off. This Kali can be paired with any kind of heroes. So
I
what
agree.
what we are trying to do, you do know, so you cannot use the red side advantages trying to counter our choices.
It is a way of seeing it, right? Like from a different angle. Normally you want to leave your mage one of your last picks, since there are so many different options that you could use to combo with your composition, right? That's normally why leaving the mage is one of your last options. It is a common practice.
Yep. And for the first 2 choices from the Team Malaysia, Boiler, okay, Xiaohudun, okay, maybe Swing A, maybe, because we're seeing those Xiaohudun goes to the top and go to the jungle as well.
Yes.
Yeah, 50-50.
So
stills.
It could be any of those two. It could be any of those two right now. Boiler is going to be the option. Lady Sun or Sun Shanxiang is being taken away from Team Thailand. There's no Huan Zhong. Options right over
Archer,
there.
right?
Archer is going to be Kun Sun Lee.
But since they have already get their hands onto the Sangguan War, I think like Team Malaysia is ready to end this series. Like this will be the best card, I would say. And that Sangguan War, last time we saw the Sangguan War, is rampaging everywhere. It's travel through towers. There's no turrets existing on the map.
There is a key moment when you play Sangguan War, which is level 4.
Yep.
If you are able to make it to level 4 before the farming or the clashing lane are going to make it to level 4, like it is your moment just to go and use your ultimate immediately and just to ambush, make a small advantage since that moment. So that's something around the minute 40 seconds or the 2 minutes of the game.
All right, so Thailand is shooting Baichi as a jungler to pair up with Rubu, and which means that these 2 heroes are gonna have to spend a long time trying to farm up. The initial of the game, the early game, there's no fighting back. There's not enough damage. There's not enough tankiness in their composition. But if you switch to the other side, we can see Moots and Marco Polo with a 2 dashes available inborn in this hero's mechanisms, and like Marco Polo can be played as a soldier, I would say. It's not an archer. It's a completely different type of the bottom laners.
Why would that be? Why would you think that it could be played in that way as well?
I think it's like flexible enough. You can travel through the battlefields and using the bullet to trying to target down the frontliners. The reason why we are choosing Marco Polo trying to confront those very tanky composition is that he can deal actual damage. So whoever relies on the shield are really afraid of being attacked by true damage. So Marco Polo can do this. So I really think that Team Malaysia, this BP is good enough.
It is good enough indeed. It is good enough. And then just having the combo of Xiaohudun and Mulan right over there, then they can just share. They can just share gold. They can share economy right in there, allowing both of them just to have a very easy and steady farming pace.
And also, as the like hero skilled Anger of the Land is equipped by LCC2, he's ready.
He's ready just to keep going, just to keep going with the same performance that he had before. Well, let us start over here with the game. This is going to be game 2 of this BO3 best of 3 between Team Thailand on the blue side and Team Malaysia on the red side.
It's very nice of Moss trying to help Kali together, cleaning the wave and make the first rotation to the top. Where they can finally help like Lu Bu doing the laning, because surprisingly like Boiler is helping Mulan on the top.
It is a completely different kind of game, right? They're going to have total trust in Mutsu and to saying like, you know what, Mutsu, you're going to have to deal with this on your own.
Yep.
So having confidence on Mutsu like that just show us that they believe in his skills. LCC2 already in level 3.
All right, invasion it is. But a very quick response will be answered from the side of Team Malaysia, gathering around, using Boiler getting back to the jungles, making sure that the red stays on their side.
They need to control that. It's going to be the next wave is going to be crucial. To come to the 1 minute and 40 seconds mark, right after Sangwamar is going to clean that wave, it's immediately going to turn in level 4. Thank you already on level 4. Xuan cleans the wave, and let's see what the movements are going to be.
I mean, since Xuan is a very good Guanyu player, I would simply assume that he will also be a very good Mulan player as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
this kind of soldier, half tank, like heroes will like suit Xuan the best.
The mentality is very similar, right?
Oh, very good initiation.
Thank you with the Unruly Blade is going to move away, but it's going to be Moss the one that is going to follow, pushing way back. Xuan is going to turn around, a U-turn comes in, and it's going to be one more time. Look at that, LCC2 dealing damage left and right. Moss is going to be taken down. His passive is going to proc, and no one is going to be there to help him out. It is going to be a 3-0 trade for Team Malaysia.
You can see how like Team Malaysia are working as a team. So they saw the signal from their opponents like Team Thailand. Once you start something, make something happen in the river, they calling their members, shifting the archer from the bottom to the mid, trying to engage. And let's see, this 3 months, they're waiting for their teammates to arrive, right? And
the thing is that
the energy is not enough.
Moss didn't have his ultimate yet, right? Like he was still in level 3. So if he cannot initiate right over there after Lipu lands, there's no other initiation that can follow.
Yeah, overly committed it is. But Marco Polo is not having a good time on the bottom side of the map, but some good news happened on top, getting one more takedowns to the team. 5-0, this opening, wow.
It's a golden opening for Team Malaysia, right? 3 minutes and already a 2,000 gold lead. You don't see this very often. Berlin's is going to have a very difficult time, and that Baitzi does not have the best opening right now. And that we already talked about the fact that Baitzi might need a little bit time, right? Baitzi is not the same as Xiaoho Do, and that can just deal a lot of damage immediately. Baitzi is just going to have an advantage in terms of just cleaning the jungle.
I think Jenkyu is a really good player, good at like finding the right rhythm for the entire team. So I think that Xiaoho Dun as a jungler suits him better than Jin, because Jin, you still need several minutes to farm up, trying to, you know, clean the river, getting the waves. But if you're a Xiaoho Dun as a jungler, you can be everywhere. You're extremely aggressive even after you reach level 2. There's not enough damage to trying to steal those HP away from Xiaoho Dun starting from this time.
4 minutes, and right now the neutral objectives are going to be online. This is the moment for Team Malaysia to solidify the advantage that they have right now. Yeah, that they're going to start over here with the Behemoth. Drankyu is going to start on his own, but Moss is already loading his ultimate.
The top lane, since they have help Mulan getting, they take down, so there's no way that Summer can do the solo laning going against Xuan.
Berlin is going to be stunned, and March is going to have to dash his way out of that. Summer and Xuan 1v1, but the turret is going to be the one claiming that last hit. Miraculous comeback.
It's making good use of the turrets, right? The turrets is helping them. The turrets damage is the one that's main and lethal.
Exactly, look at that LCC2 one more time, goes on air, and then it's going to be Hui, the one that's coming in for the assist. A 3-0 trade for Team Malaysia.
But I think that the sacrifice on the top lane is totally acceptable, because you have dragged the attention from Summer. So Summer is like, stays on the top all the time. The remaining 4 members are extremely weak and fragile. So that's the reason why the LCC2, even though that Mulan went down for once, but it will be the same time they trying to initiate and try and force into the team fights. And that's going to happen down in the jungle. Another good one in favoring Team Malaysia. LCC2 starting to find the same feeling.
The same
like
rhythm
the last one.
as the previous game, right? Just becoming unstoppable very early in the game. Got a Drankyu taking on 2 members from Team Thailand. LCC2 waiting in the bush, waiting for the right target. March is going to show. Moots is going to use his bullets trying to push them back.
Yeah, I think Team Malaysia is a good team led they're really good at like shifting the formation. So they know exactly what they can do after a 1-2-1 and change into a 5-0, which means that they can like, just suddenly getting around and ambushing and giving you a sudden hit when it comes to the team fights.
Look at that, Xuan waits and finds me marks right in the back. It's going to be unstoppable. One more time, it's going to be LCC2, the one that is going to go on air. He's going to take 2 down with the one that Mullet take. It's going to be 3 people down from Team Thailand, a 3-0 trade for Team Malaysia. They've got green light with minions coming in to try to put some pressure on that high ground turret.
Oh, they do not want to go away. They still want to continue the team fights.
Oh, look at that, but Summer jumps in. He's going to try to protect the turret. The ballista is still on, but then now Team Thailand is going to start to come back. Not enough to try to poke a little bit of that HP bar of the turret.
That's what we talked about during the draft. You know, you pick Lubu, you'd pick Daichi as the top side to duels, but which means that you will be extremely weak in the early 7 minutes, and that will be the loophole, that will be the weakness spotted by Team Malaysia. They're making good use of their advantages, and right now they're picking up those great team fights. 606 as a KDA for LCC2.
Of course, and look at Marco Polo, already 6,200 gold. It's got double of what most of Team Thailand members have.
Like seemingly impossible to catch up on. This kind of personal growth.
Let's wait and see. Team Malaysia running from the flank. Their new target is going to be that second tier turret on the top lane. Marco Polo is going to have easy space. He's going to take that turret for free.
I think Team Thailand literally does not have a choice. Like they have not enough damage, they have not enough qualitas top lanes.
What can they do right now? There's nothing that is available for them. The only thing that they can expect is just for Moss to find the right moment to try to initiate with his ultimate.
But I think the damage is not enough.
The damage is not enough. It's not going to be lethal.
They're too far behind the gold. That deficit cannot be simply catched up by several seconds or minutes. And right now, the only thing they can possibly do is like stay alive, 5, like sticking together, do not go in too far, trying to protect their high ground tower. It is not a much thing to do.
It is the only thing that they can do. Just try to wait for the mistake coming from Team Malaysia, right? But the mistake is not showing up. Xuan trying to put pressure on 007. Moods are taking extremely low. They're going to have to replete one more time, but at the same time, they take control of all the resources in the jungle of Team Thailand.
You know, what Team Malaysia is doing right now is that they're trying to use whatever they can possibly think of to lure their opponents out of the high ground tower. Because,
come and fight.
Yeah, by this kind of composition, it was quite hard for them trying to get onto the high ground tower. If you have Jiangfei, you have your Lubu, you have a very strong AoE initiation skills, it will be better for you to try to get onto the high ground tower. But it's Mulan, it's Marco Polo. Like those solo soldiers, they're not very good at getting onto the high grounds.
Exactly.
So they want to make sure that Team Thailand can just go outside, like near the river, and this kind of jungle area will be suits like Team Malaysia's composition best when it comes to team fights.
The biggest challenge right now for Team Malaysia is going to be themselves, right? Like their inability through the hero's characteristics just to easily just jump into the high ground. 5 seconds for the Shadow Overlord to spawn, and that's going to be the new target for Team Malaysia.
There's 2 choices. They either make Team Thailand go outside and engage, or the rest, its second choices for them is just wait for 10 minutes and wait for the Star Tyrant.
Look at Xuan just trying to come from behind. He's going to keep eyes on Sun Shanxian that is going to come in. Xuan finds a way into Sun Shanxian, but it's not going to be lethal damage.
From now on, I think Team Malaysia, they can only rely on Marco Polo's bullets. You know, it's quite a long range. You can use the first ability trying to steal those, make sure that the frontliners are not as pulling HP as possible. Okay, a little minor mistake happened, but yeah, it's okay.
It is alright in these circumstances, but this kind of little mistakes cannot happen in other moments. So you better do not get used to this kind of little mistakes.
If you have like 10,000 leading in the gold, you can accept this kind of little minor mistakes.
Totally. Moss loading his ultimate. It's not going to proc it, and right now it's going to be the Vanguard that's going to put some pressure. LCC2 already on air, forces 007X to go back. And right now the damage is coming in for the turret. The respawning is going to be coming from Quay. That's going to still be taken extremely low. It's going to fall.
Thank you, still save alive.
Does not have the moment, but it's not going to be enough for Berlin's and 007X are going to fall. The Vanguard is still in, but there's no one else that is daring to just keep putting the pressure.
But I think the order of how they pull their abilities and ultimates are okay. So firstly, we saw LCC2 getting closer to 7X, making sure that Lady Sun is eliminated from the team fight. And then it's followed by Hui. You know, Hui is using the flash, using the ultimate, trying to buy themselves a lot of time, waiting for the next round of the damage ready for the battle. And Marco Polo using the ultimate as well, trying to get those takedowns. It's okay, but yeah, they spend like 2 men. This prize is okay to exchange into a high ground tower in the top side.
Yes, because we said that it was going to be difficult for them to go into high ground, right? But you do not want to just be giving that opportunity. It is true, 10,000 gold. They can just do whatever that they want right now.
For Team Thailand, I think total gold, 31,000, not enough. They have to wait for at least 5 minutes so that their backlines will be fully equipped.
Oh! Mimart is going to be claiming that behemoth. That was really vital for them, right? With the behemoth buff. Team
really
Malaysia would have had
morality.
an even bigger opportunity right now.
I mean, even Team Malaysia does not see this coming.
Nope. Nobody was seeing that coming, right? I actually didn't even think that Mimar's damage was on range.
Yeah. Like, great decision, because there's no falling of minions on the bottom lane. If LCC2 forced into engage, I think the team fight does not look good.
Nope.
There's so many counterbacks, like ultimates from Team Thailand. They have Lubu's ultimate, they have Sule's ulti. All a very, like, if they connect with each other, I think this CC change will be very hard for Team Malaysia trying to dodge.
Of course. Everything depends on Moss just finding the opportunity. If Moss finds the opportunity just to initiate on a key core member from Team Malaysia, it could be a one push game.
It's going to be the second Shadow Overlord. Well, this bring the final victory to Team Malaysia. This will still remain as a secret. But Team Malaysia, I think they are making those very careless mistakes starting from 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So the next round of the engagement, I think they should like watch out for each other and trying to make sure that the waves follows, the minions follows. Do not take in those turrets damage. That will be huge.
Just wait for the minions a little bit, right?
And wait for Marco Polo, waiting for the poking ability to arrive at the same time.
Bangers coming in. LCC2 is going to be put on air by Moss, but it's not going to be damage following. Now it's going to be the mid lane turret and the bottom lane turret that they're going to be on danger. Taking down the mid lane turret, and still the dragon has half of its HP.
Alright, Chenkyu want to initiate, trying to get the vision to Marco Polo, trying to aim the correct goal. But unfortunately, the frontliner cannot shield it anymore. I think that might be a turning point for Team Thailand, because they have successfully brought themselves 5 extra minutes.
Yeah, exactly. No, that is good. The problem is that right now that they have the power play, there is still 66 seconds away from any neutral objective.
They are gradually like farming up towards the very end.
Yes.
They're getting to the destination. If Team Malaysia continue to do so, to engage into those teams that they are not going to be capable of finishing it, I think this will be a turning point.
LCC2 one more time, he's on air, but it's going to be Berlin's the one that is going to be taking all the damage being dealt by him.
See the tankiness gradually building up from Team Thailand. They can start to shield those bursting damage from the ultimate from Shangguan Noir. Shangguan Noir is getting weaker.
That is a problem, right? Like, because if Shangguan Noir's damage starts getting weaker and we start seeing that Baitzi is being able to suck in a lot more damage, the fights are going to start becoming longer and longer and longer. and that is not good for Team Malaysia.
Team Malaysia is rushing in too hard. Like, you can just simply use Marco Polo's first ability, using those bullets, trying to make sure those frontliner is not as healthy as like this, like full HP bars.
Yes.
It's very hard trying to make them vanish from the map. So patiently using the pokes away those HP will be their correct strategy.
Look at that, Xuan's got a target on 007X that is going to have to flicker his way out of it, but Moz is going to push them, both of them back under the turret. It's going to be a lot of damage being taken. Moz is going to use his passive to stay back in the game. It's going to be a one-to-one trade. But at the same time, that is a very good trade for Team Thailand.
Of course. Like, Xuan is going too far away. I mean, his distance is quite long.
Yeah.
So he's trying very hard trying to chase Sun Shangxiang, but their distance is quite long. So there's no way they can get into, like, if you want to go a front-to-front, get closer to Sun Shangxiang, there's no way you can do this. Another dragon goes down.
That was extremely close. You gotta be careful. Moz does not have his passive. Lu Fu is going to fall, just giving a little advantage to Team Malaysia.
Bring something back again.
Right now that they have the Dark Behemoth, they've got 2 minutes time to try to take the Shadow Overlord as well. Ballista's coming in, not very healthy. It's gonna be easy to clean.
Yeah, it's the ordinary minions on the bottom side. Alright, but the Super Soldier in the mid, it will be their very last chance trying to get to the crystal. Shang Guanwan again using the ultimate, forcing Sun Shangxiang to get back to the crystals.
LCC2 is gonna be taken down. It's gonna be the Ballista that's gonna take the turret as well. But look at that, it's gonna be Marco Polo, the one that is still alive, dealing so much damage. Hui is going to respawn one more time. Sulia that is gonna try his very best, but it's not gonna be enough. Congratulations to Team Malaysia taking a 2-0 victory in this game.
But I think Team Malaysia, even though they have won this game, become the final winner for this match. But I think obviously they can improve. There are a lot of things they can try to revive and do better next time. They're using Marco Polo as the main core of this composition. So you better know your advantage. Your main advantage is that you can have those Pokken ability available, right? You have to make sure that you use those bullets trying to poke away and chip away those HP away from the frontliners. And the frontliners are so tanky.
And that was the problem. That was the problem, right? Like, because Team Malaysia allowed Team Thailand a little opportunity, a little window for them to build some items, right? And in the moment that they started building items and Team Malaysia was not being that decisive in the fights, it looked like Team Thailand just needed to hold it a little bit more. But coming from a 10,000 gold difference is just already extremely difficult for them.
So the early game and the mid game, I would say the arrangement, how they manipulate the whole game, it's so good, so perfect. So that's the reason why they can accept to make several mistakes at the very late game, but at the very end is because they have been building up such a long gap, such a massive gap when it comes to the golds. So yeah, I think Team Malaysia, what they can do better is like late game management of the waves, of how they want to engage and trying to win the game, to actually win, to take down the crystals. But when it comes to like early 10 minutes plays, I think it's all said and down. They're perfectly like confident they can do.
So we already saw that LCC2 on that Shangguanmar, it is a real threat for all the other teams from the Southeast Asian region, for them to actually keep an eye on. That hero cannot be allowed out there. But then we start seeing that there's only 3 bans. You cannot just ban everything. Something is going to have to be given. So an option for that Shangguanmar is something that the coaches are going to have to think about.
But I think like banning Jin away is effective.
Yeah, it was pretty effective.
You can see something is missing in the late game. And I think it will be the damage, will be the rhythm coming out from Jiankyu. So if you force like Jiankyu into this very tanky junglers, you will say that the threat when it comes to the late game to the backlines of the opponent is quite lower.
It's not going to be that difficult for them. I hope that this is going to be heard by some of the other coaches from the other teams, and then hopefully our information is going to be useful for you.
All right. So I think Team Thailand, they're getting better in the second one, right? The first one, I think they're just missing. They have no idea what they should be doing on the stage. But the second round, they are playing safe enough. They know that the Bai Qi, the Lu Bu, need to farm up for a little bit. So they waited for a long time trying to fight back.
Yes.
The patience is out there. But they just have to find out what they can do better in the early game so that they can just protect their own resources, not facing such a huge gap when it comes to gold.
So in this composition, you have Bai Qi and you have Lu Bu that they are very late game. So for sure, you need to be choosing a hero that is going to at least carry most of the damage, or that is going to be in charge of just taking the rhythm, of controlling the rhythm in the first 8-10 minutes of the game. Which hero could that be?
Of course. I think we have a lot of questions saved for the interview, and let's give our time to Jacob and find out.
All right, guys, welcome to the interview. So first of all, congratulations to the Team Malaysia, and they just defeated Team Thailand, which is a very strong team in Southeast Asia region. So what do you think right now? 就是詹 Q， 你先跟大家打招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我叫詹 Q。
Hello, he's 詹 Q, the jungler from the Team Malaysia. 我想问的就是。你在这场比赛当中的话呢，就是2比0已经击败了泰国代表队嘛，然后泰国代表队的话也是在东南亚地区比较强的一支队伍，在击败他们之后，你现在有怎么样的想法呢？
我感觉非常开心，因为可以跟东南亚赛区比较强的一个对手交手，然后还拿下了胜利。对。
They are a very strong team, and he's very happy to defeat them. And right now, they feel relief at that time. And the second question: you are so confident when playing with Jin, this hero. Is that your favorite or your best hero? 这个 Jin 这个英雄，你在使用的时候你是非常自信的。所以这个英雄是不是你最拿手的英雄，或者是你最喜欢的英雄之一呢
Jin 这英雄不是我最拿手的，因为Jin 这英雄在这版本比较强势，所以。喜欢用这种比较厉害的英雄，对。
Jin is not his favorite heroes in this era, but in this meta, Jin is a very aggressive hero in the early game and in the mid game, so he would like to play this hero in this tournament. The next question is, it's pretty official when you're playing with the jungle core, just like Jin. Why you pick the 夏侯惇 in the second game, just like the tank hero? 在第一局比赛的时候呢，当你使用野河的时候，你的进攻效率是非常高的。为什么在第二局比赛的时候，你会考虑或者说选择用夏侯惇这样的一个坦克英雄打野呢？
因为我想以比较高胜率的阵容拿下这比赛吧。对，对，就这样。
It's about the teamwork and the arrangement of the team, and the tank hero can also very tanky in the front line, so he just choose to believe on his teammate. So thank you. 感谢詹 Q 接受我的采访，我们一会见。We'll see you later.
Yeah， 谢谢你。
And what's so interesting is every time you see from a player's performance, you would just simply assume that no, he's using Jin. He's like picking up those very good, very strong, very powerful solo kills.
Yeah.
And then it turned out to be the player so shy.
Yeah,
this contrasting is very interesting, you know.
I love the contrast in that, right? Like you see them very, very aggressive, right? And then when they show up for the interview, they're actually really nice and very quiet people, right?
That's very interesting.
It is very interesting. Look at the highlights of this game. Just like since the minute 2, everything just started going Team Malaysia's way. There's nothing that Team Thailand could have done in that moment. The Team Malaysia just have a very clear strat for the first 2 to 3 minutes of the game, just giving them already an advantage that is difficult for their opponents to turn around.
I mean, it's such a pity for Team Thailand because they are the one who initially want to engage.
Yes.
They are the one like actively want to find some chances, want to start up some team fights, but unfortunately just one simple mistakes and will lead them to over 10,000 goal lead.
And you cannot allow those mistakes.
Yep.
Right, because that's the thing. Like Team Malaysia has already strategy that allows them a little advantage in the first 2 minutes, and then with the sum of those mistakes, they start snowballing extremely early in the game.
And Team Malaysia is the master of jungles. they know where they should be finding more neutral objective. They know where their opponents are trying to go, and they will be there before you get to there. You know, they are everywhere.
They have a very clear understanding of this whole meta.
Your resources away from you. Okay, the game data, I think the gap is quite obvious. And for the Audi Super 8 player, this game moves Marco Polo.
Moves Marco Polo with an 805 of KDA. Just coming in the right moment, right? Like, that's the thing about archers. You cannot just be the one that jumps in first. You have to wait until the right moment just to use your ultimate and then take the points for your team.
I like the idea that we saw like Marco Polo be on to the final stage and be the picks from the archer.
Yeah.
For several times, right?
Yeah.
2 or 3 times for today. So yeah, surprisingly, I've been missing this hero a lot because in recent tournaments, like this game, this hero is quite vanishing from the map.
Of course.
But in our, I think our tournament for this for today's matchups, I think it's a popular choice and it actually works.
A quite popular choice, Marco Polo, and we hope that in the next games that we're going to have today, we can still see this hero coming up, because it is true, it was kind of vanishing out of our screens.
I think the pick of Marco Polo somehow is setting free your supports. You don't need to pay attention to my positions. You just go in deeper, dive deeper for initiation, and that's all. You do not need to spread your attention as a protection. You just go in deeper and I will follow. You jump, I jump.
You jump, I jump.
Yep.
And right now, what about if we just jump into a little break, and then after that, we're going to come with our last game of the day. Stay online and do not leave.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022 Arena Valor Asian Games version competition. I'm your caster, Isaac Peña.
I'm your caster, Isha, and this matchup is going to be our last matchup in day one.
Yeah, this is going to be our last matchup of the day. We're going to have Team Singapore against Team Philippines. These last two teams, sadly, in their first matchups, both of them with defeats, right?
Both teams played at the side stage, but unfortunately, Team Singapore, they lost their last game play against Team Thailand, and for Team Philippines, they lost their game play against Team Laos.
Yeah, sadly for them, none of them have been able to take a victory. But after this, well, one of them is going to go home with 1 point. So that is something good for the two of them, right? Like at least one of them is going to take the victory in this BO3 and is going to go home with 1 point. We can see already the lineups for Team Singapore: Ink, Guard, Tenmo, Shins, and Spaghetti.
I'm holding a really high expectations towards Team Singapore because I know that some of those players would be really experienced. But sadly, they didn't claim their very first point. So let's see what they're gonna do in this round.
Let's see what they're going to do against Team Philippines. Kabagi, Gambuta, Gonzaga, Marino, and Susan. The 5 men that they're going to be representing the Team Philippines in this matchup.
True. And actually, there's some similarities between these two teams because as we watch all of those replays from the last games, we will see Team Singapore and also Team Philippines, they always ban away that Dachao.
Yes.
So actually, they have shown that they do have some understanding towards like those classic strategies or compositions.
True, because Tachio is a very strong support, right?
Yeah.
Like, Tachio is one of those supports that I am very surprised that we have not yet seen in day one. Like I would be expecting Tachio to be first pick for support, but in the others, like it's been Boiler, the one that's been the most popular.
Yeah, like the feeling with Dachao gonna be really complicated. One side you really want to utilize that Dachao strategies, but on the other side you don't want to use it because it requires such a tight synergy, such a flexible teamwork. So you need to put a lot of efforts for training.
The coordination, right? Yeah. The coordination in between the teammates gotta be on point. That's how, just for those of you who do not understand what we're talking about, let me just introduce a little bit about the hero. It's a hero support that can allow teletransportation for members of your team from specific points to where Dachao is, right? So it allows you just to reconvene everyone together into one spot or to TP back to base yourself and another teammate.
So actually that provide quite a sustainable backups all the time. So you can always make it to a 5 versus 4 or 5 versus 2. You can ensure that you're always going to have numbers advantage before the initiation.
And at the same time, whenever that you are on the opponent's high ground, it allows you just to TP back home and then just get your HP bar back to 100 and then just TP back to the battlefield, which in some sort of way sounds to me like very, very OP.
It was just like endless opponents,
endless loop, right?
With such a healthy HP bar. So that's the reason why I make this Dachao strategy being so classic in this game. But we didn't see any of the team pick Dachao for the hero choices so far. Instead, a lot of teams were just trying to ban it away.
Well, in all these games that we've watched today, this is going to be our 6th game for the Southeast Asian region. Which has been the team that has surprised you the most by now?
Well, I would say Team Malaysia so far because they really show us their dominance. Also, like they got 2 points, right? So far in their hands. So I'm really looking forward to see Team Malaysia play against Team Jordan.
that would be an interesting matchup. That would be an interesting matchup for sure. Well, what about if we take our eyes and we turn them towards the game? The first round of bans is already gone. Da Qiao, Huang Zhong, and Guan Yu are going to be banned for Team Singapore, and Team Philippines, on the other hand, is going to ban Lam, Gung Sun Lee, and Boiler.
We can see they know that actually they are doing some of those targeting bans for Team Singapore. It's basically meta bans.
Yep.
But on the other side of Philippines, Lam and also Gung Sun Lee, they just do not want their opponents to show their mechanics.
Yeah, no, they want just to ban away those heroes that through these games tonight they have shown already that they can get out of control really easily. The picks that we are seeing at the beginning, very common picks from what we have seen today. Kali, we have Liu Bu, we have Xiao Tun, Jing, all of them picks that we have seen again and again that, as we can see right now, are gonna be a lot of the popular picks during these 6 days.
Yeah, because that's gonna be really OP. So everyone just gonna go for the same meta picks. But for Team Philippines, they take out this Donghuang Cai.
I love Donghuang, one of my favorite heroes. For me, one of my favorite supports. Whenever that I'm playing support, Donghuang, just with the Forsaken contract, it allows him to suppress one hero out of the fight. And if you just take that hero out of the fight, then if you can find a core that completely just turns everything to the favor of your team.
Yeah, so Donghuang is gonna be a really big problem for Jing to deal with, because we know all of those heroes which can be able to show their mechanics. That's definitely going to be full of mobility.
Yes.
And Donghuang Cai is going to be one of those most annoying support that they don't want to face.
As long as Donghuang has a full HP and as long as it has his ultimate, it's going to be very difficult for Jing to try to find a way into Sun Shanxiang.
Yeah, and also Team Philippines, they paired up with this Donghuang Cai with this Cricknack.
Yes,
so,
burst damage.
Burst damage, indeed. So once Cricknack just, swooped down and targeting on whoever being suppressed by Donghuang's ultimate, they're going to cause such a huge burst damage.
It's going to be important for Donghuang just to find the right person, right? He wants to actually use his ultimate against Fang or against Jing, right? They're gonna be the archer and the assassin for the other team.
True. And if Team Philippines, they can build some gold lead during the game, that can help them to make their opponent's composition being so squishy. Everyone, including Xiao Dun, won't be able to soak in those burst damage.
Let's wait and see what Team Singapore is going to bring to us. Another new pick in terms of support is going to be Guiguzzi. Guiguzzi, a very aggressive support. Not that tanky, but at the same time, it provides an initiation way that not other supports can allow as well.
Yeah, so actually I really can expect that a lot of skirmishes will be happening in this game. So let's just wait and see.
Let's wait and see. Same opening as always. We're going to have a 2v2 in mid lane. Cricknack is going to have an easy way to control. It's blue, but look at that. Susan taking extremely low.
Yeah, the opening set looks pretty good. Everyone just, have the right position. And for Team Philippines, actually they first let Sun Shanxiang to help Cricknack to accelerate his farming pace, help him to take down some of the HP of that blue buff.
Let's wait and see. Look at that. Spaghetti comes in with his second ability, immediately just forcing Marino to push back, right? Like Susan is going to join here the battle down in the farming lane to make it a 2v2, but Spaghetti with his movements in this first 1 minute and a half, it seems like he's got a very clear idea of what he wants to do.
Yeah, he wants to initiate. He wants to make a lot of things happen. Actually, throughout the whole game, we can just keep our eyes on both support.
Look because at that. Gambuda is going to fall down, and it's going to be Ing, the one that is going to have to broke away. Jing with the mirror domain. Kabagin is going to have to dash his way out of that, but the damage still not online to be lethal.
And also, Jin is out of mana, so he won't be able to exchange his positions again and again. But they still want to do the ganking. Now tosses his chain, try to pull him down.
Yeah,
but
puts
still
down.
be taken down.
That's going to be the first one of the game for Team Philippines. Very well done in their 2v2 scrimmage. Ooh, Flicker comes in. Gonzaga had just to use that Flicker just to run out of that. That Flicker's cooldown is so long. Gotta be using that in the right way.
Yeah, 120 seconds. You need to wait after 120 seconds, so that's going to be the chances for Team Singapore to chase in. Got another takedown.
Another takedown. Susan not yet in level 4, so his ultimate's not available yet. And Spaghetti, look at him, just going around, coming in, knows that Gambuda needs that blue buff. It's going to be still able to control it, but it's going to be the mirror domain coming in from guard. Gambuda does not want to let this go. Kabagin comes in from the side. It's going to jump in, but the flash is going to save Spaghetti. Not good luck for Ing. That is going to fall, and Gambuda is going to be calling that one.
Team Singapore put so many efforts trying to reclaim that blue buff, but they're just going a little bit overstepped, like too deep into that jungle. Like we are still before 4 minutes mark, so that also means all those fields gonna be under the protection.
It is important, right, like for us to understand why Team Singapore just puts that much attention on the opponent's blue buff, because Kriknak is very blue buff dependent.
True.
Cricket doesn't rely a lot on that mana just provided from the blue buff. So it is important for Team Singapore just to control that, stun down, and it's going to be the Forsaken counter that is going to come down again, but there's not going to be damage following in.
That was a really nice choice that Team Singapore grabbed. They know that once we mentioned about the cooldown of the flash, they seize the moment. They know that your cooldown is not done yet, right? Your
flash is not available.
Flash is not available, so that's going to be Jin to grab the chance.
Look at that, Gutsu coming in down. He's taking extremely low. Marino has still the ability to put him down. Spaghetti trying to get out of that is not going to be able to. Panda rolls in and is going to take the damage, taking down Sun Shenxian to a 1-to-1 trade. And right now they have the open way to control that blue buff.
There's like 3 people sending units and Fawn's passive actually allow him to do extra true damage towards all those jungle resources.
Yes.
So it's going to be an easy take. And also I want to highlight that ultimate, that well, flying well that Shane's to throw out, try to block away all of those opponents and help them to build up such a great setting.
Right now it is already 5 minutes of the game. A 2,000, almost 2,000 goal advantage for Team Singapore. Now guards trying to take on the jungle monsters, trying to build up a bigger advantage. Already level 9 for that Jing.
Jing's gonna carry the team if she's gonna farm up in such a smooth pace. So the next step that Team Philippines might take would be to let Kriknak and also Donghuang Tai rotate together.
Look at that invasion coming in from Team Singapore. They want to control the red buff, but Kriknak is going to be able to protect that, moving away. I love the way how Ing is playing right now, because Ing is allowing guard just to take all the resources from that confronting lane. Guard comes in, takes control of the minions, and then just starts building up a lot more gold, a bigger advantage and better items for him.
True, they're feeding their junglers. They know that once Jin has so many gold and items, he's gonna carry the team.
Gonna carry the team. Look at that, guard one more time. Kabagin taking extremely low as Spaghetti comes in with the flash as well. It's going to be a catastrophe. It's gonna be 3 people from Team Philippines that they're going to fall.
3-0 trade, but on the other 2 lanes we can see Team Philippines try to make some consolation effort. I would say like the ultimate break by Lubu was quite nice, but we can see he has been knocked back by Zhou Yu's first ability, which, you know, just let him miss the last hit. That was really close.
Yeah.
That last punch that it needed just to send back his enemy to the base.
Yeah. That was really close, but now it's gonna be Team Philippines time, trying to do some counter-attack.
Kriknak that had found a very good moment just to put pressure on Tenmo, but his damage was not lethal. Tenmo taken extremely low, but Spaghetti came in to save his life.
Spaghetti, actually, he's always played in, I wouldn't say like proactive way, but it's more like he's always gonna follow up by his members, team members. It always gonna be Jin or Zhou Yu come in first, and then Spaghetti would help them to, you know, let people down.
And that is important when you're playing this hero, right? Like when you're playing Goikutsu, like you need to understand that the rhythm comes out from your decisions. Your decisions are the ones that are going to decide the rhythm of the whole team. And that's not a support that just provides either vision or provides just a shield. It is a hero that actually is in charge of the decision making.
Yeah, he needs to be the shot caller.
Shot calling, Susan is going to take the Forsaken contract, but there's no more damage, not a great communication with his teammates, and right now it's going to be 3 people from Team Philippines that they're gonna fall, and a 3-1 trade still for Team Singapore.
Wow, everything went so chaotic right now on the battlefield. It makes me feel like Team Philippines, they are a little bit lost in the game, because we can see Team Singapore, they just constantly try to initiate, and because of the goal lead that they have, they already got like 4,000 goal lead. So actually that allowed them to do a lot of burst damage, do a lot of insta takedown. So Team Philippines seems like a little bit lost their own pace. Maybe they should just, you know, fall behind a little bit.
They need to try to protect their resources right now. It is not the moment for them to start fighting. They do not have the ability, they do not have the items. Already a 4,000 gold advantage for Team Singapore. They need to replete. They need to have better communication. Susan has been able to use his ultimate and lock down core heroes from Team Singapore twice, but the damage is not coming in from his teammates.
Yeah, we mentioned about how crucial his ultimate is, but the problem is, where's the damage?
Yeah. There's no damage coming, so there's nothing for anyone to do.
And also, like, the positioning that Lu Bu is having right now should be more secured. I know that he wants to take the responsibility to open the vision, but the problem is currently they should just clean up all these minion waves and try to guard some resources, and that's it.
Trying to guard resources, they're just failing at that at the moment. One more time, look at that, flash, and it's going to control 3 of them. Great, perfect control coming in from Spaghetti. Team Singapore right now with that 3-0 trade. They've got green light to try to push on that high ground turret.
There's no way for Kriknak to come in, so Lubu's just gonna ultimate in and try to clean out the minions, but he's gonna sacrifice himself to guard that high ground tower.
Look at that, right now Team Singapore is going to push back. They still have minions coming in real quick. Tenmo is going to be targeted by Gambuda. Gambuda does not have the damage. Spaghetti, it's been able to save Tenmo one more time.
Well, actually we can compare the core players from both teams together, that their junglers already got 2 levels lead for Team Singapore, so as their Archer. So that makes Team Singapore being so dominating right now in the mid game.
Like right now, you can see that Team Singapore not only has a core on guard, but Shins as well, and that Fang is being really crucial for them. Like the damage dealt by Shins right now, it's no second to guard.
Another initiation.
Forsaken contract comes in, but it's going to be locked on Ink. Ink can suck in all that damage. It's not going to be lethal. A 2-0 trade for Team Singapore.
Wow. Actually, you know, we mentioned about Team Philippines combo a lot, the suppression and the burst damage. So do Team Singapore, they can do the same thing. We can see the Fawn's burst damage, right? His first ability and ultimate, and then now Jin directly just dives in Fun just being unstoppable. What about Lubu? He's gonna be in trouble, being taken down again, double quo. And that's Mina Waves in the crystal. Congratulations to Team Singapore.
Team Singapore taking the victory. Congratulations to them. They controlled the game. They had better decisions, and at the end, they're gonna take the first 1-0 victory against Team Philippines.
Yeah, and actually we didn't even finish our topic.
Yeah.
That we can see the same thing, the same strategy can be used by Team Singapore because they got Fun and also they got Guiguzi, right? Those CC chain, those hard CC chain came up with Fun's burst damage. They can do exactly the same thing.
Of course, and it's important. At the beginning, I did not see that well that Fan option, like the pick of Fan, because Fan does not have a very long range, right?
True.
Among the archers, is the one archer that has the shortest range from all of them. I do not like that a lot, but combined with Guiguzi and the burst damage coming in from that hero, it was actually a very good mix.
True. And also, he can accelerate the pace. Yes. Since they got such a great gold lead, Team Singapore just easily snowballed the game. Initiation, take down some of those members from their opponents, and then just snowball the game.
Very well done. Very well done. Good game from Team Singapore. 1-0 victory against Team Philippines. From the other side, Team Philippines need to start thinking. They've got good picks in terms of heroes, right? Like being able to combine that Dong Huang and that Krignac, what looked like a very good option. But what Team Singapore did by just targeting the blue buff for Krignac slowed down the jungler from the other team that allowed Jing just to have a 2-3 levels advantage in the mid game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's more like Team Singapore, they know that how you're going to execute your composition. Yeah. So they just, aiming at the blue buff. They have such an obvious goal. So for Team Philippines, I know that they have such a idealistic composition, but the problem is how they're going to guard their early game jungle. And that's going to be the problem for them to solve. If that problem can be solved, they're going to be quite powerful in the mid game.
I actually don't think that it's only a Team Philippines problem to solve. From the games that we've seen today, how to protect your early game resources seems to be a common challenge that a lot of the teams from different countries and regions have found.
True.
Not being able to protect your own resources, trying to engage too early in team fights, not winning those team fights, and the consequences of that have ended up in 2-0 victories in most of the games, in all of the games. Actually.
All of the games so far all end up with a clean 2-0 result. Yeah, so actually when you're playing against some of the team whose favorites are, everyone just operating or we take time, but you can't rely on your opponents to give you more time. You need to gain for it. You need to vie for the time. You need to vie for those neutral objectives. So actually you can see those teams who want to play aggressively in the early games always gonna grab a win.
Yes, exactly. Just try to be a little bit more aggressive at the beginning of the game. Now we're going to move into Game 2. What Game 2 is going to bring is going to be another opportunity for Team Philippines just to quickly fix all this. And of course, an opportunity for Team Singapore just to take the confidence of just that first victory in the competition and then just try to make it into a second one.
Yeah, and again, both teams actually lost their last game, but this turn, one of the teams gonna have their very first point in our first day. So it seems gonna be really optimistic to Team Singapore right now since they already got the match point. But from the highlight, we can see Team Singapore actually they are feeding their junglers.
Okay.
So what if Team Philippines just trying to do some targeting bans towards the drops, or in the next games, like Fawn, actually Team Singapore have been using this Fawn for 3 times in a row. Every single game, the Archer always goes for that Fawn. So how about Team Philippines just ban this Fawn away?
Well, it's a very difficult decision, right? Since you only have 3 bans. And you have only 3 bans, and just to give one of those bans just to an archer like Fang, right? That is not one of the meta tier 0 heroes from this version. It could be an option. It could be always something to think about. Let's see what the coaches are going to think, right? But something needs to be done. That is important. Like, they need to make a decision. They need to be a little bit more proactive in terms of that. Banning Fang away might solve one of the problems, but you know what? Like, turning a stone into something else, it might end up just bringing us another problem as well.
True. So that's going to be a decision that Team Philippines needs to make. Also, actually, I don't think like they should polish their compositions anymore. It's more like how they're gonna guard their early games, and that's it. Let maybe rotate Sun Shangshan more, help them to do more damage, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The Audi Super A player of the game from Team Singapore, Spaghetti, on that way, Gutsu.
I give him to this Audi Super A players too, because like those initiations that he did, and also I still remember in the early games, actually a lot of times Jin just taking down all those Superstars really close. But almost when they lost their target, it was Spaghetti tried to chase in, flash in, and say no one's gonna get away from this.
One of the important techniques that people need to understand when you're playing with a hero like Weikutsu is just to use your second ability with your flash and just to wait until the right moment just to proc your flash so you can control multiple targets at the same time, right? Like Spaghetti just showed us how it's done with a triple control under the second tier turret.
Yeah, and always send in units.
Yeah.
That will help you to gain such a great advantages.
All right, let's go for a little break and we'll be back. Stay online and we'll come back.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The Arena of Valor Asian Games version Honor of Kings event will span a total of 6 days, from June 27 to July 2nd. Out of the 5 regions in Asia, South Asia, and West Asia will merge to form a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete individually. Each region will host its own regional competitions. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between two or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The Southeast Asia region is composed of 7 teams, namely the Laos People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Feel the heat in this tropical region and witness the passion rise to a fever pitch. The call to battle has been sounded. Which team will rise above the rest and embark on the journey to the Asian Games? There is only one way to find out.
Welcome back. Welcome back. It is going to be our second game between Team Singapore and Team Philippines. Let's wait and see what's going to happen. Thank you very much for coming back after that break. Thank you for being online.
True. And also like for this game, it's gonna be our last matchups, right?
Yes.
But it might not be the last game. Who knows, right? Maybe Team Philippines can make it to a tie, and everyone just go for that a third game.
It would be our third game of the day, right? Like up until right now, everything has been 2-0, and time just flies when you're having fun, and things just happen just extremely quickly. Let's wait and see if this is gonna be the first option, and the first game that just takes us to 3.
And I just got that kind of feeling because I can feel some, passion and aggression for the top laners from Team Philippines, Kabagin. When he's playing that Lubu, that when they fall behind a little bit, he's the one always trying to break his ultimate and trying to turn things around. So actually, I would say maybe for this drops, if he really wants to be the tanky one, Limpo's going to be a really nice choice.
Limpo would be a nice option because it allows number 1 tankiness and number 2 initiation. And initiation is something that Team Philippines was lacking in that previous match. They needed to have someone that could jump in, initiate the fight for people to actually follow after.
Actually, we talked about this a little bit from the last match. We said like actually Donghwan Taiyi just bite a lot of times on those core players, but the problem is it seems like the coordination isn't that kind of tight. Maybe like they do not have those communications on time. So it's more like Donghwan Taiyi suppress someone, but there's no damage that can come up.
But well, like you see the positives, the first step is already there. Donghwan is being able to suppress core players from the other team. Now what we need to do is just after Donghwan is suppressing someone, what do we do? Who's gonna jump in? Who deals the damage? The first step is done.
True.
Now, what do we do with the second step is something that hopefully Team Philippines is gonna get better and better with the time.
One step at a time, right? Making progress for each game. So this turns right into the second game. Team Philippines chose to stand for the blue side and they ban away their spoiler. Team Singapore again ban away this dash out.
Team Singapore does not want to be facing that dash out strat. They are very clear on that. And Guan Yu is going to be their second ban.
So maybe Team Singapore is going to just stick to their own strategies, and Team Philippines change their strategies, ban away their spawn.
Look at that. They heard you. They heard you. They were like, okay, Issue thinks that just banning Fang is going to be a solution. Let's just go for that. We're going to ban Fang and then just cross our fingers and hope for the best.
It's definitely going to be the targeting ban. So I'm wondering what else that Team Singapore can bring it to us for their Archer.
Let's wait and see. The option is still going to be Guegutsu for the support. They seem to like a lot the way that Spaghetti played it that way, Guegutsu. And Guegutsu and some other Archer, there are a lot of options of Archers that you could pair with that Guegutsu. So it's not that difficult just to pair Guegutsu with someone. Something that could allow some burst damage would be a great option for them.
True. And burst damage can not only provided by their Archer, but also by their Assassins. So Cricknack maybe, right, can show up on the red side again. Or they're just gonna flex the Xiaohoudun to be the jungler, who knows? And if they're gonna looking for some burst damage, Lady Sun it is, Sun Shanshan it is.
I like the fact that they have Xiaohoudun as their first pick, right? Because if they have Xiaohoudun as their first pick, the other team does not know what is that Xiaohoudun gonna be doing. Is it gonna be playing jungler? Is it gonna be playing top laner? What's gonna happen, right? So then after that, the last option is something that could just give you a little bit more freedom for that. You can always see what the blue side is gonna do for all the picks and then decide on your final pick. And the final picking here is gonna be Kirkland.
Yeah, the one that we mentioned to provide some burst damage. And what you just said is the reason why I love to watch Ben pick face a lot, because it feels like both coaches are just, you know, doing a chessboard, a chess game. You know, every single step that you take, you need to, you know, take one step in the future, right? You need to rethink it again and again, think it thoroughly to set some traps for your opponent.
A lot of people who are new to esports might not understand the importance of this phase of the game. Even though in terms of time, it does not even account to the 10% of the game, not even a 5% sometimes. But what is done here in the PP phase affects in such a huge way the outcome of the game. So the coaches need to, in a real quick game of chess in between the two of them, decide what's going to be allowed and decide what's going to be taken.
True, and they need to think a lot about those hero pools because the hero pool is going to be such a it's quite limited, and also you need to utilize a lot of heroes' abilities. So it's really interesting if we can just scrutinize all of those chessboard playing.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. This time it's going to be Team Philippines that's going to be on the blue side, left to right on your screens, as Team Singapore is going to be on the red side from right to left on your screen.
The opening set again, Team Singapore tried to trade for some HP. That was a really nice initiation down by Spaghetti yet again.
Now let's wait and see what's going to happen, right? What are going to be the early game decisions that are going to happen. Marino clearly does not have an advantage in the farming lane, and it is going to be very difficult for Marino to try to survive and stay healthy if Guiguts and Sun Shanshan are going to stay creating a 2v1 there in the bottom lane.
And not only for Marco Polo, but also for Zhao Yun, because Zhao Yun, though this jungler can be really tanky and he can, you know, survive during the team fight, but the problem is he's really weak in the early game.
Yes.
So the next time when the blue buff on the blue side is gonna spawn, maybe it's gonna be the cue for Team Singapore to do some early invasion.
It might be the cue for Krignac just to clean the wave and then just try to hold position on the upper part of our map.
Yeah. Gain some time.
That Guard's going to land. It's going to be a 3 against 3. Guard taking extremely low. Ink still does not have his ultimate. Gambuta comes in from behind. The Sky Splitter, but it's going to be Spaghetti one more time. Just controlling two of them. It's going to be a 2-0 trade for Team Singapore.
Spaghetti again to be the hero of Team Singapore. Like, I almost think that Team Philippines is going to win the upper hand because they already take all of those members from Team Singapore so low. Look at the HP. It was really unhealthy.
That's the problem, that the damage is not lethal.
Yeah.
That's what you mentioned when you said that Zhao Yun at the beginning of the game, in the early stages, the damage is still not online, right? Like, he might be a little bit tanky. He can deal damage, but if you cannot take the opponents down, that allows them always for a counter attack.
True, and also you can see how tight Team Singapore is to coordinate together. Everyone just been set in groups, and they know that once Guiguts is trying to drag someone, and the damage need to come up instantly. So that's the reason why Quickneck and also
look at that!
The CC.
The second ability followed in by the dash is going to take on one of them. Guard's being taken extremely low. Marino is trying to protect by using the gun, just dropping the bullets down. The red buff is not going to be able to be protected. It's going to be Quickneck. It's going to be Shins actually taking control of that red buff.
That's how you're gonna play with Guiguzi, you know.
Yes.
You can learn a lot from his positioning. You can see like Spaghetti is now ambushing in that bush, and Kali
Gonzaga
didn't know
comes
that.
in, he's gonna be turned down, but Guard was still pretty far from the battle, so he could not come in to deal some damage. Gonzaga is going to proc his ult, going to push everyone back, and Buddha that found that Quickneck not being extremely healthy, and he can take one back for Team Philippines.
That was a really clever choice that Gambuda made. He knows that after this skirmishes, Team Singapore definitely gonna retreat, and Quickneck's gonna, you know, just return to his own base or return to his own jungling. That's gonna be the chance that he sees.
And very good decision by Team Philippines right after they take their power play, and right after they have the superiority, immediately as a team they go for that behemoth.
And they know that they can't just let Team Singapore to, you know, initiate again and again, try to snowball the game. They need to do some counterattack. They need to fight back. And that's the reason why they chose Zhang Fei as the support and Zhao Yun as their jungler.
But look at that. I think that Team Philippines is just going to have to let that bottom lane, farming lane turret just go. They need to let that one go because it's just taking them so much time just to protect that. Too many resources.
And they really need to escalate the situation, because Marco Polo won't be that good doing those leaning phase, but he's going to deal great damage during the team fight.
At that, it's going to be Susan, the one that is going to proc his ult. Spaghetti is going to have to dash away. The Sky Splitter comes in. Shins protected his support this time. Dane comes in with the ulti, but it's not going to be enough damage. And it's going to be Gambuda, the one that is going to fall.
Oh, in he's playing just like a true warrior. Still chasing in, tosses his Jin and take down this Marco Polo.
Look at that, Ing under the turret, just coming in and taking Marco Polo's last points of HP out. And right now, he does not even want to go back to regain HP. He's gonna just clean the sources before leaving.
Yeah, and also for his abilities, his passive, it allows him to recover HPs by himself. So he just gradually let him to be healthy again.
Yes, exactly. Look at that. The blue buff is going to spawn right now, and it's going to be Team Singapore that got eyes on the resources of Team Philippines. Zhao Yun Gambuda is going to try to come in and protect. He needs to control his decisions because right now the outer side is being proc. There is no flash. Susan does not have an ulti. He's going to fall. It's going to be taken down by Team Singapore. Thane comes in with his ulti. He's going to level things to one-to-one trade.
I really like the idea that Team Philippines, they realized that they wouldn't just easily let Team Singapore to take advantages from them. They know that they need to keep fighting back. They know that they need to secure at least some of those neutral objectives for them to make sure that they wouldn't have such a gap in their goal difference.
Something needs to be protected, right?
Yeah.
And it's not possible for them just to let everything go. Now something needs to be protected for sure. Now as we get to 7 minutes, it is a 3,000 gold lead for Team Singapore, which is a little bit significant, but in terms of what we saw in the previous game, it is actually something acceptable for Team Philippines.
True. Not even mentioned to actually there's 3 tanks from Team Philippines composition. They got Thane, they got Zhao Yun, they got Zhang Fei, so it's totally acceptable.
Look at that, the Sky Spirit is coming in, but Quickneck is going to have to replete. That turret is not going to stand for long, and it's going to fall. Spaghetti has vision on the replete pad for Team Philippines.
And Team Singapore, they try to in close. The battlefield and flash in. 3 people be dragged in again. All of those damage though came up instantly and take down that Zhao with perfect crowd control again down by this Guikuzi and then another drag in. They won't let their support get away from this surrounding.
They're not gonna let them go, and right now the minions are coming into mid lane. Right now the target is going to be that turret. One more time, no! Spaghetti's out of control, just coming in with his second ability and initiating fights left and right.
Wow, and to know that it's totally worth it to trade himself for that Kali, because if Kali's absent, Team Philippines, there's no way for them to clean up all these minion waves.
Yes, that's true, but look at that. Like, it is just so tight. We mentioned a minute and a half ago that it was only a 3,000 gold advantage, and right now it's just peaking up to almost 6,000 gold.
Everything just happened in a blink.
Yes.
Everything was just like suddenly accelerated, and Team Singapore, they know that they're gonna be really powerful during the mid-game. And they just let Spaghetti to carry the team.
Yeah, Team Philippines had a little illusion of advantage when they took that farming lane tier 2 turret out. And then after that, they just over-engaged, and Team Singapore just put them back in their place.
Destroyed a tower.
Now it almost got close to the 10 minutes mark. So Team Singapore, they try to open more vision and they find someone. Here it is, Thing tried to sacrifice himself. He's been knocked out. He's gonna get away from all those surroundings. So there's gonna be a 0-1 trade. Team Philippines, they smell the tension. They know it's gonna be the chance, but Cricknack won't let you to do this. Swoop down, double quote, and make it to a triple.
Oh, it's going to be a 4-1 trade for Team Singapore. It is really, really, really hard for Team Philippines to try to come back. They're making the right decisions, but the damage is just not there. Thane was able to take Shins down early in the fight, but right after that, Team Singapore just landed with all their anger on top of them.
And we can see the gold difference. Actually, there's a gap between both junglers. Cricknack already got like 8,000 gold. The siege breaker already been made, which also means the burst damage is going to be insane.
Yeah, exactly. Spike Mail is going to be the next item in the list of Cricknack. Already 3,000 gold advantage in between Cricknack and that Traoyun.
Yeah. So here's the problem for Team Philippines right now. They know that they're tanky enough, but the burst damage seems not be enough. So maybe it's time for them to try to slow down and try to get a void of this Guikuzi.
They need to avoid Guikuzi from all things, right?
Yeah.
It is good that Cricknack right now is trying to clean the wave, trying to push away. They need control over that Overlord. If right now Team Singapore takes control of the Overlord, I do believe that it's going to come down to no more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to accelerate the game.
Kabagin one more time, just waiting in the bush. He's just trying to find the core player. He's going to try to make the movement from behind, but he cannot do anything. It's going to be Traoyun, the one that is going to be taken extremely low. He finds Cricknack. Now his ulti is going to put him down to half of the HP, but it's not going to be lethal. Right now, In comes in with the flash. Shin's got green light just to deal damage. Dash in, tries with the burst, comes down. Right, it's gonna be a 5-1 trade for Team Singapore. The Ballista comes in, and that's gonna be the end of the game as their ace. And congratulations to Team Singapore.
And Team Singapore finished the game with such a neat 2-0 result, and also that was a quadra goes to the farming laners Shane.
That was an amazing way to finish the day.
Yeah.
That was an amazing way to finish. It was really nice to see. I believe that that was the first ace that we've had in high ground today, and it was really good looking. The way that Shin just followed in the cue from Guikuzi. Guikuzi jumps in, controls, and then Shin's find the right angle just to deal the damage. A 5-1 trade, and that's the way how to finish today.
Well, it makes me feel like Team Singapore, they do have like one shot caller, and that's maybe gonna be their support player.
Yes.
And every time when Spaghetti using this Guiguzi try to dash in, he even triggered that perfect crowd control multiple times.
Yes. And that is not actually an easy thing to do. For those of you who have never played Guiguzi, that's actually, it needs great timing, great understanding of the mechanics, and a great understanding of when to use the dash.
Yeah.
Because you dash in at the right moment that your second ability is going to hook the players back in, right?
There would be a small delay.
Yeah.
At the same time, and also you need to make sure that your team is gonna back up all those burst damage instantly. So it's more like that they do trust each other, and also they have such a tight coordination.
They do have a very tight coordination. Very well done from Team Singapore. On the other side, Team Philippines, they seemed a lot better in this second game, which was really nice to see. They looked a lot better in terms of like their coordination, but they were not able just to solve the problem of that support. They were able to solve the problem with Fang by just banning it, but you cannot just ban Fang and then just ban Guiguzi. And banning the heroes away is not the only option that you can actually go to.
Yeah, at least worth a try, right?
Yeah.
Worth to try to ban away this phone, and now they know that, all right, you got Sun Shangshan. Give it up. Maybe next time ban away this Guiguzi is going to be a more clever choice.
A difficult thing for Team Singapore is going to be the fact that other teams have already seen what Spaghetti can do with that Guiguzi. And in the next games from Team Singapore, it would be actually very difficult to see Guiguzi coming in with that much freedom.
True.
Some other teams might just start thinking about strategies on how to control the starting ability, the initiation abilities coming in from that hero.
True. And also they're just gonna keep their eyes on that Guiguzi. Everyone just, gonna set an alarm, and their mind's gonna be like where Guiguzi is, right? And once you always remind yourself that you need to watch your rear, you need to watch the support from your opponent's side, well, it won't be that easy for Spaghetti next time to do such things.
But well, that is the challenge that we love as athletes, right? Whenever that the opponents are just thinking and analyzing about our strengths, we need to work on new skills. We need to work on just polishing those weaknesses and just trying to come up with new tools. So I'm totally sure that in terms of Spaghetti, right now he's not thinking about like, oh, what am I going to do? People is going to be researching about me. For sure, he's already got a couple aces down his sleeve.
Sorry for Team Singapore, there's still ways for them to go, but congratulations to them again because they got their very first win for today. So they will have 1 point in their hand, will help them to have a higher ranking. And on the other side, for Team Philippines, it just makes me feel like they do make some progress for game 2.
Yeah.
It's more like they know that they just can't play so proactively. They just don't want their opponents to take all of those resources away. So they try to counterattack. They try to slash back several times. It's more be like maybe next time they could rotate or in a tighter relationship.
Yes, exactly. Just try to keep it a little bit more, keep it a little bit tighter between the heroes and between the players. Well, now Jaco is going to be in charge of our after-game interviews. Let's see who's there with him.
Alright guys, welcome to the interview and congratulations to the Team Singapore. And right now we have Spaghetti, the Ruma from the Team Singapore. Let's say hello to the audience.
Hello everyone, Spaghetti here.
Yeah, nice to meet you. So first of all, congratulations for winning this game. We saw a lot of support heroes come up today, but so what do you think the Guiguzi in this game? All right, we normally we just see the Boiler, the Zhang Fei and Lambert. Why you choose Guiguzi in this game?
I think specifically our team chose Guiguzi because we want to play more of a high tempo kind of playstyle, where I can shot call the engages with my team.
Okay, the fast wisdom of that. Okay, so what do you think of this hero? Is that Fang is the perfect combination?
I think playing it with Fang allows us to make some really good catches on enemy team because Guikutsu is very much a catch hero to catch enemy champions.
Yeah, catch hero and Fang has the burst damage.
Yes,
so you
the
can
burst
combine together. Okay, got this. So you picked Zhangfei and Dongwang Taiyi in the previous game when you were against with Team Thailand. So what made you change your idea in this game?
Okay, so for Team Thailand, we tried to play more of a front-to-back kind of team composition, and we realized that wasn't really working for us, so we decided to go with our comfort pick, which is playing more of a high-tempo, trying to catch enemies kind of play style. So that's why we decided to go with my Guikutsu.
So you just play. So you just decide to play aggressive.
Yes, more aggressive.
You don't want to wait anymore.
Yes.
Okay, I got what you mean. So thank you for the interview, and we will see you later.
Thank you.
He's really be the shot caller, right? It's just like what he said. And I really like the idea that different teams, they do have their own individual playing style, right?
Yes.
They have totally different understanding towards the patch. And take Team Singapore as an example. They know that those high tempo playing style would be more suitable for them, so they just go for it.
Of course, and a lot of times you start thinking like, oh, I'm gonna be facing another team that is pretty strong, and then you start thinking about like, how can I just try to change my style in order to benefit myself? Sometimes you just don't need to change who you are.
Yeah.
Just go with your DNA. Like if your DNA just to be aggressive and they just go for the catch, go be aggressive and go for the catch. A lot of times it's just going to pay, and if it does not pay, at least you're going to stay true to who you are.
Yeah, be your own hero.
Be your own hero. I agree. I like that. Gonna be using that a lot more.
Yeah. So actually, that's exactly what we see happening on the battlefield. Team Singapore, they're just trying to play in such a high tempo way and try to snowball the game.
Yeah.
Keep doing those initiations, and the last big team fight, it was visually stunning.
It is a huge pity because Thane really just waited for such a long time just to come in, and then just finds the target on Krignac in the right way, but sadly just the damage was not there. And the way that Spaghetti used that flash and the second ability from Guikutsu at the end locks in 3 people, all of them go down. That was a great, beautiful play.
Yeah, that was pretty lethal and just close out the game. So actually, you know, every single game that Team Singapore play, they always end up with a great statistics for their KTA, right? And also the support take a great responsibilities, help them to accelerate their pace. So maybe this time again our Audi Super A players gonna be Guikutsu.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no doubt after the second performance, right? The Audi Super A player for this game is gonna be Singapore's Spaghetti. Spaghetti from Team Singapore, and that Guikutsu KDA of 1, 2, and 15.
Yeah.
Everywhere in the map, that man wasn't there.
And also, I really like the phrase that he used when he was taking that interview. He said, like, we are going for my Guikutsu. You know, when you're really confident with your best playing hero, my hero. Yeah, that's what you're gonna say. So I really like the confidence that he has, and also I'm really looking forward to like other those heroes that can initiate for the support selections of what he's going to bring to us, something new.
Yeah, exactly. It is going to be important because it is 6 days of gaming, right? It's 6 days of competition. You will be able to see a lot of different hero compositions, right? Like you'll be able to see all the heroes that you saw today that they're already very popular meta picks. And then, of course, you're going to start seeing a lot of other that become a little bit more niche, right? Like they're not that meta, but that you can always just choose them with the right composition. They might be the solution that you're looking for.
We already saw a lot of various of heroes came up, show up, like taking Lubu to be play as a support, to like Sima Yi to play the jungler, to like Zhuge Liang to play as the jungler.
Yeah.
Wow, so many things. It's just like blow up online.
So talking about today's games, after all these games that we've watched together, which was the hero or the player that give you the deepest impression?
I would name the Lubu support.
Okay.
Because it's really unconventional to see Lubu play as a support. And also, I still remember that player was a female player.
Yes.
And
From Team
it's
Vietnam.
really, impressive. And I'm really glad to see so many different creative composition can be brought up in our tournament. And also, I'm glad to see female players show up on our stage.
Yeah, that's always really good. For me, it's got to be that Sumai in jungler. Because it was already a while that I had not seen that Sumai just being played as a jungler. And again, because of the different changes in the patches and different changes in the meta, there are some heroes that they just start vanishing, right? Like they start just looking not that popular and they're not that frequent with us. And Sumai is one of those heroes for sure. But being able just to see Sumai in the first game of today, that was a very big surprise for me.
Exactly, that's something that I want to say. Like, that was the first game, very first game, and we witnessed such a unique hero to be played as a jungler. So that was really crazy, I would say. You would say like everything is possible. And so for team, that was Team Sri Lanka, right?
Yes.
They're gonna have their matchups tomorrow. So I'm wondering if there are any other preparations, any other creative preparations they're gonna bring to us.
Yeah, we're gonna have Team Sri Lanka against Team Nepal tomorrow. So we're gonna start tomorrow at the same time as we did start today, and hopefully for a lot of us, we're gonna be able to stay online, right? Like if you like what you saw today, and if you have like a love for this competition, if you have love for this game, we hope tomorrow that you take a little bit of your time out of your busy life and just come and support what we are doing right over here in this esports industry.
Yeah, our matching period is gonna last for 6 days.
Yes.
So there's still ways to go. It's only the first day. So I'm really just holding such a high expectations on so many teams, because we only talk a lot about those unique picks, those unconventional compositions, but also like some teams, they do show their dominance in this ranking, right? For example, Team Malaysia, Team Jordan, they both teams got 2 points in their hand. So I'm guessing that everyone's just going to do a lot of homework towards these two teams and try to analyze a little bit. Like, what can we learn from their playing style?
Try to imitate. I do believe that a very important part of improvement is just an imitation of successful strategies.
True.
You see what others do that actually work, and then you just take it, imitate it, make it your own, and then after you are familiar with that strategy, just try to adjust it for it to work perfectly to your own strengths, right? But the first step in creativity for sure is going to be imitation. Go and check on what they did that actually worked. Go and really watch the video and then just think like, okay, that was a good decision. That's probably something that I need to do myself as well.
True. And also, actually, those teams, they can share some experience with each other, not only in the game, but also like we are doing single round robin, right? So each team would only play against with other teams once. So if you just detect a little bit, would be a really nice example for all of those coaches to set up some strategies for their band pick phase.
Tomorrow's matchups are going to start with the South and West Asian region. Last game, Team Nepal against Team Sri Lanka.
And the second game is going to be Team Vietnam play against with Team Myanmar.
Yes, exactly. Team Philippines against Team Malaysia. Team Laos against Team Thailand. Team Malaysia is going to be playing against Team Singapore tomorrow at 4 o'clock. And Team Philippines and Team Vietnam are going to face each other at 6 at the same time that Team Thailand and Team Myanmar are going to be facing each other.
Some of the matchups going to be played at the side stage, but there's going to be 4 competitions that you audience can just keep eyes on watching it and via live stream.
Yes, exactly. We hope that tomorrow all these teams are going to come and they're going to show us their best performance. They're going to show us their best shape.
True. And I'm really looking forward to the band pick phase again, because today definitely is because of the lack of information. So some of those strategies might be blind pick or a blind ban, but tomorrow everything's going to be different.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, remember that this competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation. It is operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. Let us say thank you to our prestigious sponsor, Audi Q4, e-tron strong support for the RDAG tournament. Special thanks to iQ11, the official mobile game equipment of the RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
Thank you to official supporter Omen, New Omen 16, new journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Thank you to official supporter Auto4, Auto4 M6, official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games, Be Your Own Hero. Thank you to official supporter East Rock for their support. At the same time, we would also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support.
Thanks to all of you. We would not be here without your support. And I know that your support is what is keeping this industry moving forward. What we're trying to do right over here is just to make esports engaging, esports available and accessible to every single person here.
Exactly. We all want to make something happen and everyone just heading to a common and higher goal.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Tomorrow, we're going to start at noon. Remember, 12 o'clock, we're going to start with our stream. We hope to have you here online. I am Isaac Peña.
I'm Isha. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Tomorrow.
We hailing home. It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home.